Chapter 9, A Framework for the Expression of Greatness. The men who are great live with that which is substantial. They do not stay with that which is superficial. They abide with realities. They remain not with what is showy. The one they discard, the other they hold. Written by Lao Tzu. Hey cats, bloomed the villainer. You are right on time as usual. Nice work. It was 5 a.m., and while the retreating outline of the moon remained in the sky, the rays of a new dawn greeted the three human beings standing on the perfect beach. The perfumed ocean breeze swirled with notes of red hibiscus, clove, and tuberose. A Mauritius kestrel, the rarest falcon in the world, flew overhead, and a pink pigeon, the scarcest on the planet, minded its business near a lush cluster of palm trees. A family of geckos shot by on their way to some place important, and a giant Aldabra tortoise crawled along a grassy bank above the shore. All this natural splendor elevated the joy, electrified the spirits of the three members of the 5 a.m. club who stood on the sand. The billionaire pointed to a bottle floating in the ocean as he waved his finger from side to side. The bottle moved from side to side when he twirled a digit. The bottle in the water swirled with it, and when he lifted hand slowly, the bottle appeared to rise above the surface of the ocean. Soon the container washed up onto the wet sand, and it became clear that a swatch of silk had been rolled up inside of it. Picture how mysterious all this seemed. A message in a bottle, declared the billionaire happily. He started clapping his hands like a little tyke. He sure was an abnormal and totally wonderful character. This conveniently sets the tone for my mentoring session with you this morning, he added. The industrialist then lifted the vessel, unscrewed the cap, and pulled out the fabric, which had the framework below stitched onto it. The three-step success formula. Granularity. Step 1. Granularity to superficiality. Step 1. Learning, better awareness, growing. Step 2. Implementation, better choices, execution. Step 3. Income, better results, impact. This is one of the simplest yet narrowest of the teaching model. The spellbinders shared when he started coaching me as a young man, explained the billionaire, using more of his surfer slang, and it will provide the context for all the teachings that will follow. So I really want you both to understand it intimately. At first glance, it seems like a really basic model, but as you integrate it over time, you will see how profound it is. Mr. Reilly then closed his eyes, covered his ears with his hands, and recited these words. The beginning of transformation is the increase of perception. As you see more, you can materialize more. And once you know better, you can achieve bigger. The great women and men of the world, the one responsible for the magical symphonies, the beautiful movements, the advancements of science, and the progress of technology, started by re engineering their thinking and reinventing their awareness. In so doing, they entered a secret universe that the majority could not pursue, and this in turn allowed them to make the daily choices few choose to make, which automatically delivered the daily results few get to experience. The tycoon reopened his eyes. He raised an index finger to his lips as if immersed in some splendidly weighty insight. Looking intently at the framework embedded into the silk, he continued. Heroes, titans, and icons all have a personal trait that average performers just don't show. Which is, which is, asked the artist, who was dressed goofily in a muscle shirt and a speedo swimsuit. Rigor, replied the billionaire. The best in the world have depth. Members of the majority often get stuck in a mindset of superficiality in their work. Their whole approach is light, no real preparation, very little contemplation, and then setting off a towering vision for the desired outcome, along with patiently considering the sequence of executions that will result in an awesome result. The 95% of performers don't invest painstaking attention into the tiniest of details and fail to refine the smallest of finishes like the great masters do. For most, for most people, the truth is that it's all about the path of least resistance, getting what they need to get them fast and just sneaking by, mailing it in instead of bringing it on. The minority of exceptional creative achievers operate under a completely different philosophy. Tell me, apply the artist, intrigued. They apply a mentality of granularity instead of mindset of superficiality. They have an encoded depth as a lifetime value and exist under a profound insistence on greatness in all that they do. Exceptionalists fully understand that their creative output, no matter if they are bricklayers or bakers, chief executive officers or dairy farmers, astronomers or cashiers, represents their reputation. The best in an endeavor appreciate the fact that your good name is branched onto every piece of work that you release. And they get that you can't put a price tag on people saying superb things about you. The billionaire rubbed the bottle. Then he held it up and viewed the last evidence of the disappearing moon through his glass before continuing his discourse. But it goes deeper than social approval, the industrialist indicated. The grade of work you offer to the world reflects the strength of the respect you have for yourself. Those with unfathomable personal esteem wouldn't dare send out anything average. It will diminish them too much. If you want to lead your life, Mr. Riley went on, become a performer and person of depth. He reinforced. Commit to being a highly unusual human being instead of one of those timid souls who behave like everyone else, living a sloppy life instead of magnificent one, a derivative life instead of original one. Profound, the artist contributed, showing great exuberance while taking off his muscle shirt to get some sun. In their work, the maestros of mastery are extraordinarily thoughtful. They think precisely about what they are doing. They hold their labor to the highest of standard and sweat the smallest of strokes like a master sculptor. Gian Lorenzo Bernini did as he crafted Fontana di Quattro Fiumi, the Fountain of Four Rivers, his masterpiece that sits gloriously in the center of Piazza Navona in Rome. Such producers are meticulous and crafted near flawless, and as obvious as this sounds, they just really care. But people have a lot to do in their days, these days, interjected the entrepreneur. This isn't the 1600s. My inbox is full, my schedule is packed, I have back to back meetings most day. I need to do pitches. I feel like I never give up with all that's coming at me. Shooting for mastery isn't easy. I understand, the billionaire replied kindly. Less is more, you know. You are attempting too much. Geniuses understand that it's smarter to create one masterwork than 1,000 ordinary pieces. One of the reasons I love being around the finest art is that the belief system, emotional inspiration, and ways of working of those great virtuosos rub off me. And I can tell you with absolute certainty, these epic performers inhabited an entirely different universe that most people in the business society populate today, as I have suggested. Just then, a brilliantly colored butterfly perched on the very tip of the stone relay's left ear. He smiled and said, Hey, little buddy, nice to see you again. The magnet they added. When you deconstruct how the superstars, virtuosos, and geniuses achieve what they did, you will realize that it was their heightened awareness of the opportunities for daily greatness that inspired them to make the better daily choices that yielded better daily results. Mr. Reddy pointed to the learning model. That's the power of self education, he went on. As you become aware of new ideas, You'll grow as a producer and as a person. As you escalate your personal professional development, the level at which you implement and execute around your gorgeous ambitions will rise. And of course, as your ability to make your dreams and vision onto reality increases, you will be rewarded with greater income and higher impact. The magnate spoke as he tapped a finger onto step 3 of the diagram. This is why agreeing to this training with me was such a smart move, and this is what this framework here is designed to teach you. The billionaire scratches lean abs and inhale a deep breath of ocean air. And may I say that because of the way of the remarkable ones saw the world and how they behaved when it came to their crafts. And because they showed up in their lives so very differently from the way the mass of humanity operates. They were called cooks, misfits, weirdos. They weren't, exclaimed the billionaire exuberantly. They just played at much higher level in rare air. They brought rigor to what they did. They did spend weeks, months, sometimes years getting the finishing touches perfect. They forced themselves to stay with the work when they felt alone or scared or bored. They persisted in the translation of their heroic visions into everyday reality when they were misunderstood, ridiculed, and even attacked. God, I admire the great geniuses of the world, I really do. The further a society drifts from the truth, the more it will hate that those that speak it, offered the artist succinctly. The entrepreneur looked at him as she began to rub a bracelet on her wrist. George Orwell said that, he pronounced, and whenever you are creating beauty around you, you are restoring your own soul. The artist carried on. Alice Walker said that. The masters produce in a way that ordinary workers will label as obsessive, expounded the industrialist. But the reality of remarkability is that the 95% of performers call picky behavior surrounding an important project. The top 5% of the creators know is simply the price of admission for the world class. Here, look at the model again so we can bring even more precision to your understanding around it, instructed the billionaire as he touched the diagram of the piece of silk. The majority of people on the planet today really are trapped in superficiality. He confirmed superficial understanding of their power to rise, superficial intimacy with the possibility of their potential, superficial knowledge superficial knowledge of the neurobiology of mastery, the daily routines of the world builders and the very ambitious. They wish to prioritize the remainder of their lives around. The majority is stuck in vague, imprecise thinking, and vague, imprecise thinking is vague, imprecise results. A quick example, ask the average person for directions, and most of the time you will discover the instructions are unclear. That's because the way they think is unclear, said the billionaire as he picked up the stick from the beach and pointed it toward the word granularity on the framework. Legendary achievers are vastly different. They get that amateur level of awareness will never lead to the highest grade of professional results. Another example that I hope will dial in this important insight for you too. I'm a huge fan of Formula One racing. I was invited to hang out with my favorite team in the pit area recently. Their attention to the slightest of particulars, their dedication to the demonstration of extreme excellence, and their willingness to do whatever it took to make things great was not only validating but tremendously inspiring. Again, to the ordinary person, the suggestion of the need for an obsessive attention to the most minor of details and the importance of a ridiculously rigorous approach in their pro and private lives seems odd. But that F1 crew, their flawless calibration of the race car, their superhuman speed in executing pit stops, and even the way they cleaned the pit area with an industrial vacuum cleaner after the car rode away, so there wasn't even a hint of dirt anywhere, was fantastic. This is my point. The top 5 go granular versus applying a superficial mindset to their daily attitudes, behavior, and activities. They really sweat the fine points so much they remove the dirt from the pit area after the rest scarlet. Questioned the artist. Fascinated. Yep, remarked the billionaire. They swept and vacuumed the whole bay, and when I asked them why, they told me that if even a molecule of sediment got into the race machine's engine, it could cause them a win, or even worse, it could result in the loss of life. Actually, any small failure of even one team member to act with precision could create a tragedy. One loose screw left by an unfocused crew member could lead to a calamity. One checklist item missed by a distracted associate might cause a catastrophe, or one missing measurement overlooked by a squad partner leaving some of his precious attention on the phone he was playing with prior to the pit stop could cost a victory. I'm beginning to agree with you that the approach you are speaking of is important, admitted the entrepreneur. Very few business people and those in other fields like the arts, science, and sports think and behave like this anymore. It used to be normal, I guess, developing high awareness around the things that we do and having a painstaking approach to making our work perfect. Refining the details, sweating the little points, producing with precision rather than being unprofessional and careless. Under promising and order delivering. Taking immense pride in our craft, going deep and embracing, to use your words, granularity versus superficiality. I must give credit where is due, said the billionaire humbly. This languaging and the model was taught to me by the spellbinder. But yes, small things matter when it comes to mastery. I read somewhere that the Space Shuttle Challenger disaster, which broke so many hearts, was caused by the failure of a single O ring seal that some experts valued at 70 cents. A horrific ending of life was caused by a flaw around what appeared to be an insignificant detail. This all makes me think of the Dutch genius Vermeer, the artist contributed. He was a painter who pursued work of the highest quality. He experimented with different techniques that would allow natural light to fall in a way that made his art look three dimensional. There was such a depth to what he created, such attractiveness to his stroke, and such refinement in every move. So I agree too. The average artist has a really light, basic, impatient approach to their painting. Their focus is more on the cash than on the craft. Their attention is on the fame, not the finesse. The I guess that because of this, they never build the higher awareness and acumen that will help them make the better choices, that will give them the better results, that will make them the legends of their fields. I'm starting to get how powerful this simple model is. I love women's woman in blue reading a letter, and of course, girl with a pearl earring, said the billionaire, cementing the fact that he appreciated great art. I love this insight that you are sharing with us, observed the entrepreneur as her eyes widened. She then grabs the artist's hand. Mr. Really winked. I knew this was coming, he muttered with obvious happiness on seeing their growing romantic connection. He closed his eyes once again. The butterfly was still sitting on the ear of the eccentric tycoon. As it flapped its exotic colored wings, Mr. Riley spoke these words from the mighty poet Rumi. Gamble everything for love if you are a true human being. If not, leave his gathering. Half heartedness doesn't reach into majesty. Can I ask you a question? Wondered the entrepreneur. Absolutely, replied the billionaire. How does this philosophy of rigor and granularity play out in personal relationships? Not well, was the candid reply of the shirtless baron. The spellbinder schooled me on a concept called the dark side of genius. Basically, the idea is that every human gift comes with a downside, and the very quality that makes you special in one area is the same one that makes you a misfit in another. The reality is that many of the great virtuosos of the world had messy private lives. The very gifts of seeing A vision few less schools see, holding themselves to the absolute highest of standards, being content alone for long stretches of time as they worked monomanically, detailing the most minor points of their projects, behaving relentlessly in following through on their masterpieces, acting with rarely seen self discipline, and listening to their hearts while ignoring their critics made personal relationships hard. They were misunderstood and seen as difficult and different, rigid and unbalanced. The billionaire then fell to the sand and started doing more push ups at a ferocious pace. Next, while staring at white dove that glided over the roof of his oceanside home, he did 20 burps. Then he carried on. And many of these legends of creativity, productivity, and world class performance were out of the balance, the magnate stated. They were perfectionists, mavericks, and fanatics. This is the dark side of genius. The very things that make you amazing at your craft can devastate your home life. Just telling you cats the truth. Observe the billionaire as he sipped from a water bottle that had tiny lettering on it. If you look at it closely and carefully, here's what you did read. Philip of Macedonia, in a message to Sparta, you are advised to submit without further delay, for if I bring my army into your land, I will destroy your farms, slay your people, and raze your city. Sparta's reply, if. But just because your gifts have downsides to them doesn't mean you shouldn't express them. Expounded the billionaire energetically. You just need to develop awareness around where they can lead you into trouble in your personal life and then manage those traps. And this brings me beautifully back to this morning's learning model that really does set the stage for everything you will learn about the transformational value of the 5 a.m. club and how to is lock it in as an enduring habit. The industrialist bent down, picked up a sea-worn stick and touched it to the silk watch. Please, away, remember the core maxim for elite performance that this framework for personal greatness has been built around. With better daily awareness, you can make better daily choices. And with better daily choices, you will start seeing better daily results. The spellbinder calls this the third step success formula. See, with better awareness of your natural ability to achieve great things, for example, or on how installing the 5 a.m. method into your morning routine will upgrade your productivity, you will rise from the community of superficiality that currently dominates the earth up into the society of granularity. This heightened level of insight and consciousness will then optimize your daily decisions, and logically, once you get your daily choices right, you will again accelerate your leadership, accomplishment, and impact dramatically because it's your decisions that make your results. For one of our coaching sessions, the billionaire continued, the spellbinder and I met in Lucerne, Switzerland, such a pretty city set on a magnificent lake surrounded by breathtaking mountains. Sort of a fairy tale kind of a place. Anywho, one morning he ordered a pot of hot water along with some lemon wedges so he could have the fresh lemon tea he enjoys sipping most mornings. Here's the thing. This should be interesting. The artist interrupted as he scratched an arm with a tattoo built around an Andy Warhol quote that said, I never think that people die, they just go to a department stores. The tray arrived. The billionaire went on. Perfect silverware, excellent china, everything calibrated to the highest order. And get this, whoever cut the lemons in the kitchen exercised a deep craft rigor essential to sustain mastery by actually going to the extra mile and carving the seeds out of the wedges. Amazing, right? The billionaire began to do the same quirky dance that he did at the conference center. Then he stopped. The entrepreneur and the artist shook their heads. A pretty uncommon level of care and attention to detail in a world of much superficiality and performers stuck in apathy, said the entrepreneur, pretending not to be distracted by the moguls dancing. The spellbinders calls the phenomenon pervading commerce These days, the collective deprofessionalization of business, noted the billionaire. People who should be working, delighting customers, showcasing extraordinary skills, unlocking otherworldly value for their organizations. So both they and their firms experience success, are watching inane videos on their phones, shopping online for shoes, or scrolling through their social feeds. I have never seen people so disengaged at work, so checked out and so exhausted. And I have never seen people making so many mistakes. The billionaire pointed the crooked stick at the three step success formula again. Deseeding the lemon wedges is a fine metaphor to challenge you to consistently make the shift from superficiality to granularity. Real rigor in terms of your approach to not only what you do at work but how you operate in your private life. True depth as it relates to how you think, behave, and deliver. Healthy perfectionism and an unyielding quest to be the best that you are capable of becoming is what I'm suggesting to you, two good folks here on this awesome beach. This will give you what the spellbinders calls a GCA, gargantuan competitive advantage. It's never been so easy to own the sport in business today because so few performers are doing the things required to reach industry dominance. Mastery is a rarity, and people who play at a brilliant level are a scarcity. So the field is yours. If you show up the way I'm encouraging you to show up, here's a powerful insight. There's a ton of competition at ordinary, but there's almost none at extraordinary. There has never been such a glamorous opportunity to become peerless because so few people are dedicated to world class in this age of such scattered focus, eroded values, and deteriorated faith in ourselves, along with the inherent primal power we hold. How often do you meet someone at a store or in a restaurant who is fully present? Astoundingly polite, unusually knowledgeable, full of enthusiasm, incredibly hardworking, intensely imaginative, noticeably inventive, and gasworthily great at what they do. Almost never, right? Yes, acknowledged the entrepreneur. I did have to interview those thousands of people to find one treasure like this. So you cats have a GCA. Lucky you, shouted the billionaire. You can pretty much dominate your fields because so few are like this now. Raise your commitment, step up your standards, and then get busy on hard wiring in this way of being as your default. And that's really important. You have to optimize daily consistency really is the DNA of mastery, and small daily seemingly insignificant improvements when done consistently over time yield staggering results. Please remember that great companies and wonderful lives that don't happen by sudden revolution. No, they materialize via incremental evolution, tiny daily wins, and iterations stacked into outcomes of excellence over the long term. But few of us have the patience these days to endure the long game. As a result, not many of us ever become legends. All this information is fantastic and so valuable for my art, the artist said gratefully as he put his shirt back on. Wonderful to hear, acknowledged the billionaire. Look, I know that you both have experienced a ton of learning in a very short time. I understand that getting up early is a new skill. You are installing in everything you have heard about chasing greatness, leaving the crowd, relinquishing average, and renouncing ordinary is probably overwhelming. So just breathe and relax, please. Exceptionalism is journey. Virtuosity is a voyage. Rome wasn't built in a day, right? Right, agreed the artist. Definitely, accepted the entrepreneur. And I also get that rising into the more pure riches of your superior strengths and most sovereign human gifts is an uncomfortable and scary process. I have been through it, and the rewards that are on their way too you as you remain dedicated to learning. The 5 a.m. method are worth more than any amount of money, fame, and worldly power you will ever have. And what I have taught you today is a necessary component to the system for waking before daybreak and preparing yourself to be a elite achiever and luminous human being that will go much deeper into our upcoming sessions together. I guess what I really want to say before I let you cats go for this morning so you can go have some fun is that while growth as a producer and as a person can be hard, it truly is the finest work as a human being can ever do. And fully remember that you are most alive when your heart beats quickest, and we are most awake when our fear screams loudest. So, we need to keep going ahead, right? Confirmed the entrepreneur as a lovely ocean breeze washed through her brown hair. Absolutely, said the tycoon. All shadows of insecurity dissolve in the warm glow of persistency. Okay, one last example about assuming a rigorous approach in your professional and home life and getting a GCA by going all granular on important projects around essential skills and during meaningful activities. After that, I'd love for you too to go swimming, snorkeling, sunbathing. You should see the spectacular lunch my team has prepared for you. I need to head into Port Louis for a meeting, but I really hope you both will make yourself at home. So, Mr. Really stopped for a moment, reached down and touched his toes 4 times while muttering the following mantra. Today is a glorious day and I'll leave it at excellence with boundless enthusiasm and limitless integrity, true to my visions and with a heart full of love. I remember reading an article, The Billionaire Continue, where the CEO of Moncler, the Italian fashion company, was asked what his favorite food was. He replied it was spaghetti pomodoro. Then he shared that while this dish seems strikingly simple to prepare, as it's only pasta, fresh tomatoes, olive oil, and basil, the executive remarked that to get the calibration correct takes unusual expertise and uncommon prowess. That's an important word for all three of us to keep top of the mind as we tighten up our A games, elevate our performance, and accelerate our contribution to the world. Calibration. Dining in the finest of attitudes and refining the littlest of details is what granularity and ascension into the orbit of your inherent genius and a life magically lived is all about. The eccentric magnate then placed the piece of silk from the bottle into a pocket of his shorts and vanished. Chapter 10. The Four Focuses of History Makers. The life given us by nature is short, but the memory of a well spent life is eternal. Written by Cicero. The sunrise was dazzling as the entrepreneur and the artist walked hand in hand along the seashore to meet the billionaire at the designated meeting point for the next morning's mentoring class. Mr. Riley was already there when they arrived, sitting on the sand, eyes closed in a deep meditation. He was shirtless, wearing camouflage patterned shorts similar to the ones the spellbinder style the day he appeared on the beach, and a pair of rubber diving boots with smiley face emojis scattered over them. You would have been more than amused if you saw him in them. An assistant rushed out of the billionaire's home the instant he raised a hand towards the heavens, displaying the universal victory sign. 3 crisp pages of paper were efficiently extracted from a shiny black leather satchel and handed to the titan of industry without a word being exchanged. Stone Relay simply offered a slight bow of appreciation. In turn, he gave a sheet to each of his two students. It was exactly 5 a.m. The billionaire then picked up a seashell and skipped it across the water. It appeared as if he had something profound on his mind this morning. Gone were the usual light-heartedness, festivity, and awkward antics. You okay? Inquired the entrepreneur as he touched a bracelet engraved with the words straight on hustle, rise and green, I'll sleep when I'm dead. The tycoon read the words on the bangle. He placed a finger onto his lips. Who will cry when you die? He asked. What? Exclaimed the artist. What will those who know you whisper about how you live once you are no longer here? The billionaire articulated the question in the manner of a skilled actor. You live as if you were destined to live forever. No thought of your frailty ever enters your head of how much time has already gone by you. Take no heed. You squander time as if you drew from a full and abundant supply, though all the while that day which you bestow on some person or thing is perhaps your last. Those are your thoughts. Brilliant, said the artist. Stated the artist. The billionaire looked mildly embarrassed. I wish. No, they belong to the Stoic philosopher Seneca. They came from this treatise on the shortness of life. So, why are we talking about that on this beautiful morning exactly? Queried the entrepreneur, appearing a little uncomfortable. Because most of us alive today wish we had more time. Yet we waste the time we have. Thinking about dying brings what matters most into much sharper focus. You will stop allowing digital distraction, divergence, and online nuisances to steal the irreplaceable hours of the blessing called your life. You never get your days back, said the billionaire in a friendly but firm fashion. I reread Chasing Daylight yesterday after my meeting in town. It's a true story of high power CEO Eugene O. Kelly, who was informed he had only a few months left to live when his doctor discovered he had three brain tumors. So, what did he do? Asked the artist softly. He organized his last days with the same commitment to orderliness he ran his business life by. Kelly tried to make up for the school concerts he did missed, the family outings he did passed up, and the friendships he had forgotten. In one part of the book, he shared how he asked a friend out for a walk in nature, and that this was sometimes not only the final time we will take such a leisurely walk together, but also the first time. Sad was the contribution of the entrepreneur as she nervously played with her bracelet. The worry lines on her forehead reappeared in full blazing glory. Then last night I watched The Diving Bell and the Butterfly, one of my favorite movies, the billionaire continued. It's also a true story about a man who was also atop the world and editor in chief of French Elle magazine. Jean Dominique Bauby had it all and then suffered a stroke that left him unable to move any muscle in his body, except for his left eyelid. The condition is called locked in syndrome. His mind still worked perfectly, but it was as if his body was encased in a diving bell, totally paralyzed. Sad, said the artist, echoing his companion. Get this, added Mr. Riley. His rehabilitation therapist taught him a communication method called silent alphabet, which allowed him to form letters of words by blinking, and with their help, he wrote a book about his experience and the essential meaning of life. It took him 200,000 blinks, but he completed the book. I have nothing to complain about, the entrepreneur said quietly. He passed away shortly after the book was published. The billionaire kept on, but the point I'm trying to offer with all this is that life is very, very fragile. There are people who will wake up today, take a shower, put on their clothes, drink their coffee, eat their oatmeals, and then be killed in a motor vehicle collision on their way to office. That's just life happening. So my advice to you two special human being is not to put off during doing whatever it takes to express your natural genius. Live in a way that feels true to you and pay attention to the small miracles every day brings. I hear you, commented the artist as he tucked a dreadlock and fidgeted with the Panama hat he had chosen to wear for this morning's coaching session. I do too, stated the entrepreneur somberly. Enjoy every sandwich, added the artist. Very wise insight, said Mr. Riley. It's not mine, the artist replied sheepishly. They are the words of strong writer Warren Zevon. He spoke them after he discovered he was terminally ill. Be grateful for every moment. Don't be timid when it comes to your ambitions. Stop wasting time on insanely trivial things and make it a priority to reclaim the creativity, fire, and potential that is dormant within you. It's so important to do so. Why do you think Plato encouraged us to know thyself? He understood intimately that we have vast reservoirs of ability that absolutely must be accessed and then applied in order for us to lead energetic, joyful, peaceful, and meaningful lives. To neglect this hidden force inside of us is to create a breeding ground for the pain of potential unused, the frustration of fearlessness unembraced, and the lethargy of mastery unexplored. A kite surfer whizzed by, and a school of crowned squirrelfish sailed through the water that was as clear as Abe Lincoln's concise. This brings us beautifully to what I wanted to walk you through this morning. Please look carefully at your sheet of paper, the billionaire instructed. Here is the learning model that the two students saw. The four focuses of history makers. First is capitalization, IQ. Second is freedom from distraction. Third is personal mastery practice. And fourth is day stacking. History, maker, focus, capitalization. The Mogul explained the concept of capitalization developed by eminent psychologist James Flynn. The valuable insight he conceived is that what makes a legendary performer so good isn't the amount of natural talent they are born into, but the extent of their potential they actualize and capitalize. Many of the finest athletes in the world, Mr. Riley observed, had less innate skill than their competition, but it was their exceptional dedication, commitment, and drive to maximize whatever strengths they had that made them iconic. Is not the size of the dog in the fight, is the size of the fight in the dog inside, declared the billionaire as he rubbed his chiseled abdominals absent-mindedly and put on a new pair of sunglasses, the kind you had seen on a surfer in Southern California. The spellbinder taught me early on that by joining the 5 a.m. club, I did have a gorgeous window of opportunity every morning to cultivate my highest assets, take some more time for myself, and do the preparation needed for me to make each day a tiny gem. He helped me understand that the successful people use their mornings well and that by rising before daybreak, I did win a primary victory that will set me up for a triumphant day. I never seem to have any me time, interjected the entrepreneur. My schedule's always so full, she repeated. I did love to have a block in the morning to recharge my batteries and do some things that will make me a happier and better person. Exactly, remarked the billionaire. So many of us lead time starved lives. We absolutely need to have at least one at least an hour first thing in the morning to refuel, grow, and become healthier, more peaceful people. Getting up at 5 am and then running the 20 by 20 by 20 formula, which you will soon learn, will give you an extraordinary head start on your days. You will be able to concentrate on high value activities instead of letting your day control you. You will experience energy you will never knew you had. The joyfulness and you reclaim will blow you away, and your sense of personal freedom will totally soar. Mr. Relay then turned around to display a temporary tattoo on his muscle back. It bore a quote by French philosopher Albert Camus that read, "The only way to deal with an unfree world is to become so absolutely free that your every existence is an act of rebellion." Below these words on the industrialist's back was an image of a phoenix rising from the flames. It looked exactly like this. "I also need this," entrepreneur said. "I know my productivity, gratefulness, and calmness will improve so much if I had some personal time every morning before it all gets so hectic." "Me too," said the artist. "An hour to myself every morning to reflect and prepare will be a game changer for my art and for my life." The spellbinder taught me early on that investing 60 minutes in developing my best self and my greatest skills during what he called the victory hour will transform the way the rest of my life unfolded mentally, emotionally, physically, and spiritually. He promised it will give me one of those gargantuan competitive advantages we discussed yesterday and lead to the formation of absolute empires of creativity, money, joy, and helpfulness to humanity. And I need to say he was completely right. Anywho, chirped the billionaire, back to the concept of capitalization and the importance of intelligently exploiting whatever primal gifts you have been given. Too many among us have bought into the collective hypnosis that those with extraordinary skill are cut from a different cloth and have been divinely blessed by the gods of exceptional talent. But that just ain't so, observed the millennial, a wisp of his farm boy manner emerging. Dedication and discipline beats brilliance and giftedness every day of this week. And players don't get lucky, they make lucky. Each time you resist a temptation and pursue an optimization, you invigorate your heroism. Every instant you do that which you know to be right over the thing that you feel will be easy, you facilitate your entry into the Hall of Fame of epic achievers. The billionaire stared at the gigantic seagull clutching its slimy breakfast. He then released a loud burp. "Oops, so sorry," he spoke in a tone of apology. As I mentioned earlier, a lot of the latest research emerging on successful people is confirming that a private story about our potential is the key performance indicator on whether we actually exploit that potential. "What do you mean?" requested the entrepreneur as she stopped taking notes on her device to look into the eyes of the billionaire who had now put on a tight t-shirt that read, "Victims have big TV leaders own large libraries." Well, if you're running a mental narrative that says that you don't have what it takes to be a superb leader, is business or an acclaimed expert of your craft, then you won't even start the adventure of getting there, will you? And world class is a process, not an event. Running a limiting psychological programs that says everyday people can't become great or genius is born, not developed, will cause you to think it will be complete waste of time to do the studying, put in the practice hours, and prioritize your days around your heartfelt desires. What will be the point of investing all the labor, vigor, and time making all those sacrifices when virtuous level results are impossible for someone like you? Under your belief system. And then, because your daily behavior is always a function of your deepest beliefs, that very perception of your inability to realize victory becomes real. Noted the billionaire. Human beings are hand-wired to act in alignment with our self-identity. Always. You'll never rise higher than your personal story. Important insight there. He then peered out into the ocean at a small fishing boat with a net strewn across the end of it. A fisherman in a red shirt was smoking a cigarette as he navigated the vessel away from some dangerous coral reef. The billionaire mumbled another mantra to himself. I'm grateful, I'm forgiving, I'm giving. My life is beautiful, creative, productive, prosperous, and magical. Then he continued the discussion around capitalization. The positive psychologists call the way we embrace a story about who we are and what we can achieve, and then behave in a way that makes that fantasy actually come true. The self fulfilling prophecy we subconsciously adopt a thinking pattern by learning it from the people who most influence us at an early age. Our parents, our teachers, and our friends. Then we act according to it, and since what we do creates the results we see, this generally faulty personal story becomes a reality of our very own causing. Amazing, right? But that's how most of us operate through the best years of our lives. The world is a mirror, and we get from life and not we want, but that which we are. And I guess that the more we accept that core belief about our inability to produce excellent results in whatever it is we hope to do, the more we not only reinforce it so it becomes a trusted conviction, but we also deepen the behavior that associated with it so it becomes a daily habit. Recited the artist, sounding professorish instead of bohemian in the pure morning air. Wonderfully said, replied the billionaire excitedly. I love the trusted conviction idea. That's good. You should share that phrase with the spellbinder if you see him today. I think he is out fishing, but knowing him, he'll be getting some sun here on his beach later in the morning. The billionaire continued. Every human being has an instinct for greatness, a hunger for the heroic, and a psychic need to rise towards the heaven of their finest capability. Whether we remember this consciously or not, a lot of us have been minimized and pushed down so much by the dark and toxic influences around us, we have forgotten all we truly are. We have become masters of compromise, slowly and steadily allowing in more aspects of mediocrity until a point arrives where our standards operating system. Real leaders never negotiate their standard. They no, there's always a room to improve. They understand that we are most connected to our sovereign nature when we are reaching for a best. Alexander the Great once said, I'm not afraid of any army of lions led by a sheep. I'm afraid of an army of sheep led by a lion. The billionaire inhaled audibly. Butterfly fluttered by and a crab scampered past him. I'm here to remind you, he carried on, that each one of us holds a profound capacity for leadership within us. And as you now know, I'm not speaking of leadership in the sense of having a lit title, a lofty position, or needing some formal authority. What I'm referring to is so much weighty and equity than that is the true power inside a human heart versus the transitory power delivered by a big office, a fast car, and a large bank balance. What I'm speaking of is the potential to do work that is so great we just can't take our eyes off you. The capability to create massive value in our marketplace, the capacity to impact and disrupt an entire industry, and the power to live with honor, nobility, audacity, and integrity so that you fulfill your opportunity to make history in your own original way. Doesn't matter if you are a CEO or a janitor, a billionaire or a ditch digger, a movie star or a student, if you are alive today, you have the ability to lead without title and mark your mark on the world, even if you don't currently believe you can due to the limits of your current perception. Your perception isn't reality, it just isn't. It's just your current perception on reality. Kindly remember that it's simply the lens you happens to be looking at reality through at this moment of your ascent towards world class. Makes me think of the words of the German philosopher Arthur Schopenhauer, who wrote, most people take the limits of their vision to be the limits of the world. A few do not join them. So, there's a large difference between reality and our perception of reality, right? Inquired the entrepreneur. It seems from what you are saying that it's almost as if we see the world through a filter that's made up of all our personal programming. And we run the program so much we get brainwashed into believing that the way we are seeing the world is real, right? You have got me rethinking the way I see everything now, she admitted as the skin on her forehead scrunched together like a rose contracting in the cold. I'm beginning to question so much, she went on. Why I started my business in the first place? Why social status is so important to me? Why I have such urges to eat in the sleekest restaurants, live in the best neighborhoods, and drive the most stylish cars? I think part of the reason I have been so crushed by a takeover attempt at my company is because I get my identity as a human being from being the founder. Honestly, I have been so busy driving my career, I haven't stopped for gas in terms of really thinking things through and living intentionally. And it's like the three-step success formula you taught us yesterday. As I develop better daily awareness around myself and why it is that I do what I do, I'll make the better daily choices that will give me better daily results. The entrepreneur was unstoppable. I have no clue what my authentic values are, what I want to represent as a leader, why I'm building what I'm building, what really makes me happy, and how I want to be remembered when I'm no longer here. The story of the CEO and the stroke of the editor really spoke to me. Life really is a super fragile. And now that I'm speaking so openly, I think I have been spending many days chasing the wrong things, stuck in the noise of complexity, instead of hearing the signal of those top value pursuits in my career and my private life that will really make a difference. And I think about the past a lot. What happened to me in my childhood? I also haven't had any time for any friendships. I have no real passions. I have never watched the sunrise until now. And I never found true love, said the entrepreneur as she anxiously rubbed her bracelet. The entrepreneur looked over to the artist. Until now. Tears filled his eyes. Trillions of planets in this universe, he pronounced. Billions of people on a planet, and I was fortunate enough to meet you. The entrepreneur smiled and then proceeded to respond in a gentle tone. I hope I never lose you. Don't be too hard on yourself, interjected the billionaire. We are all on our paths, know what I mean? We are exactly where we need to be, receive the growth lessons we are meant to learn, and a problem will persist until you get the education it showed up to bring. And I do agree with you that human beings have a tragic habit of remembering the things that will be smart to forget and forgetting the wonderful things it will be wise to remember. Anywho, I do understand you. Please just trust that the highest and wisest part of you is leading you. There are no accidents on this path to legendary and the making of a life that matters. And if you ask me, there is nothing wrong with magnificent homes, fast cars, and lot of money. I really need you to hear me on that. Please, we are spiritual beings having a human experience, as the old saying goes. Having plenty of money is what life wants for you. Abundance is nature's way. There is no scarcity of flowers, lemon trees, and stars in the sky. Money allows you to do superb things for yourself and for the people you care most about, and it offers you the chance to help those in need. A tourist water skiing behind a speedboat zoomed by. You could hear him laughing with glee. I'll let you in on a little secret, the magnate continued. I have given away most of my vast liquid fortune. Yes, I still have the jets and the Zurich flat and this oceanside place. And though my business interests are still valued at an amount that makes me a billionaire, I need none of it. I'm not attached to any of this. I read a story that I think you like. Share the artist. Kurt Vonnegut, the writer, and Joseph Heller, the author of Catch 22, were at a party hosted by renowned financier on Long Island. Vonnegut asked, his companion how it feels to know that their host made more money in the day before the gala than he had made from all royalties of his best selling book. Heller replied, I have got something he can never have. Vonnegut asked, what on earth could that be, Joe? Heller's reply was priceless, the knowledge that I have got enough. Brilliant, enthused the billionaire. Love it. He shouted inappropriately loudly as he high fived the artist. Then he performed a little dance he loved to do when he was happy yet again, before launching into a series of jumping jacks. His eyes were closed as he did them. Such an oddball. The artist went on talking. Anyway, I understand what you are teaching us on this point about capitalization and the self fulfilling prophecy. No one will believe in our ability to do great things until we first believe in our greatness and then put in the sincere and rigorous effort to realize it. You know what Pablo Picasso once said? Tell us, please, implored the entrepreneur. Her stance showing that she was very open in this instant. Picasso announced, my mother said to me, if you are a soldier, you will become a general. If you are a monk, you will become the Pope. Instead, I was a painter and became Picasso. Gladly, man. The billionaire remarked. Now that's faith and confidence in one's potential. The billionaire ran a fist along his tangent, looking down at the white sand for a moment. And it's not only our parents who are responsible for the limited programs. Most people are running though through their minds during the finest hours of their greatest days. Like I suggested, many well meaning yet unaware teachers reinforce the idea that the heroic geniuses of the arts, sciences, sports, and humanities are special, and that we need to accept that we are ordinary, incapable of producing towering work that leaves people breathless by its excellence and generating a life that is matchless. And then we have the association of our friends and relentless messaging of the media supporting the same facts. Essentially, it all becomes this consistent hypnotization where, without us even knowing it, the once blazing fire of genius within us grows dimmer, and the once passionate voices of possibility get quieter. We minimize our abilities and be in a lifelong process of playing small with our powers and constructing prisons around our strengths. We stop behaving as leaders, creative producers, and possibilitarians, and we start acting as a victims. Disappointing what happens to so many good people, and most of us can't see this brainwashing away from our best self happening, reflected the entrepreneur. Yup, responded the billionaire. Even worse, the potential unexpressed turns to pain. I need to emphasize. What do you mean by that? Wondered the artist, turning his eyes away and shifting his posture somewhat nervously. Maybe I'm sabotaging creating art as original and exceptional as the great masters did because I have avoided capitalizing on my potential for so long that I am hurting deep inside. The artist thought to himself. Well, our noblest selves know the truth. Each of us are built to do astonishing things with our human gifts and materialize astounding feats with our productive talents. The word astonish is actually derived from the Latin word extraordinary, which means to leave someone thunderstruck. Every single person alive today carries the capacity deep within their hearts and spirit to do this. The more we decrease the volume of a unhealthy narrative, which neurobiologically speaking, is a creation of our limbic system. The more we will hear this sublime call on ourselves to rise up to the blatant expressions of our greatest genius. This is true whether you are supervisor within a large organization, a programmer in a small cubicle, a teacher in a school, or a chef in a restaurant. You absolutely have the capacity to lift your work to the level of artistry and have an impact for the betterment of humanity. And yet we resign our lives to apathy because of this faulty perception of who we truly are and what we can really accomplish, staying violently stuck in a half alive life. And here's the really big idea as we betray our true power, a part of us starts to die, noted the billionaire. Dramatic insight, acknowledged the artist. I seriously need to make some massive changes. I'm tired of feeling tired, and neglecting my creative abilities. I'm beginning to get that I'm special. You are, affirmed the entrepreneur. You are, affirmed the entrepreneur. You are, she repeated in a voice of tenderness. I'm also starting to see that I care too much about what others think. Some of my friends make fun of my paintings and they say I'm a screwball behind my back. I'm realizing they just don't understand me and my vision of for my art. Many of the great geniuses of the world were not appreciated until decades after they died. The billionaire offered in a murmur. And on your point about your friends, I'm not so sure you are surrounding yourself with the right ones. And maybe now it's time to do you rather than limiting your talent and aliveness because you are seduced by the opinions of others. Kurt Cobain said it better than I ever could. I was tired of pretending that I was someone else just to get along with people, just for the sake of having friendships. Was the artist's only response. What I'm sharing is accurate. We become our associations, and you will never have a positive influence in your field and make a beautiful life if you hang with negative people. Continued the billionaire. Oh, and that pain I was just speaking of. If not attended to and really starts to form a deep reservoir of fear and self hatred within us, most of us don't have the awareness or possesses the tools to process through this well of suppressed anguish. Most of us are unconscious to this quiet torment created by the disrespect we have shown to our promise. And so we deny it if someone even suggests it. We flee from it when presented with an opportunity to manifest it. And we subconsciously develop a series of soul crushing escape routes to avoid feeling this pain generated by our talents denied. Like what? Quizzed the entrepreneur. Addictions like constantly checking for messages or scanning for likes or spending vast chunks of our daily lives watching too much television. TV shows have become so superb these days. It's so easy to get hooked, and when one episode ends on some viewing platforms, the next one begins automatically. Many among us also make flights from their greatness by chatting and gossiping and listening, not really understanding that there's a staggering difference between being busy and being productive. High impact performers and genuine world builders aren't really available to whoever seeks their attention and demands their time. They are hard to reach, waste few moments, and are far more focused on doing real work versus artificial work. So they deliver the breathtaking result that advance our world. Other avoidance tactics from the pain of potential unexpressed are ours mindlessly surfing online, electronic shopping, working too much, drinking too much, eating too much, complaining too much, and sleeping too much. The tycoon sipped from his water bottle, another fishing boat motored by. The woman who captained it waved to Mr. Ridley, who bowed mightily in reply. The spellbinder calls this whole phenomenon learned victimhood. The billionaire carried on in a worldfully exuberant way. As we leave our youth, there's pull towards complacency. We can start to coast, settle for what's familiar, and lose the juicy desire to expand our frontiers. We adopt the paradigm of a victim. We can make excuses and then recite them so many times we train our subconscious mind to think they are true. We blame other people and outer conditions for our struggles, and we condemn past events for our private wars. We grow cynical and lose the curiosity, wonder, compassion, and innocence we knew as kids. We become apathetic, critical, hardened within this personal ecosystem the majority of us create for ourselves. Mediocrity then becomes acceptable, and because this mindset is running within us each day, the viewpoint seems to very real to us. I believe that the story we are running reveals the truth because we are so close to it. So rather than showing leadership in our fields, owning our crafts by producing dazzling work and handcrafting delicious lives, we resign ourselves to average. See how it all happens. Yes, at least it's all becoming clearer. So the key is to rescript a person's story, right? Inquired the entrepreneur. Absolutely confront the billionaire. Every time you become aware of yourself dropping into victim mode and make a more courageous choice, you rewrite the narrative, you raise your self identity, elevate your self respect, and enrich your self confidence. Each time you vote for your superior self, you starve your weaker side and feed your inherent power. And as you do this with the consistency demanded by mastery, your capitalization IQ, that is, your ability to materialize whatever gifts you have been born with, will only grow. The billionaire invited his two students to move to the terrace of his home to continue the morning lessons on the fourth focus of History Makers. History Makers Focus 2, Freedom from Distraction. The billionaire pointed to the model with the pinky finger. Remember that important brain tattoo of successful people. An addiction to distraction is the death of your creative production. It will guide us through this section of today's mentoring session, and I have decided to go deep into the importance of winning the war against diversion and cyber nuisances because it's an extremely serious issue in our culture. In some ways, the new technologies and social media are not only eroding the Everest of a glorious productive potential, they are also training us to be less human. We have fewer real conversations, fewer true connections, and fewer meaningful interactions. Yes, I'm realizing this more and more as the morning pass on this beach, admitted the entrepreneur. Filling valuable hours with meaningless moves in the drug of choice for most people, the billionaire continued. Intellectually, we know we shouldn't be wasting time on zero value activities, but emotionally, we just can't beat the temptation. We just can't fight the hook. This behavior is costing organizations billions of dollars in lost productivity and deficient quality. And as I suggested earlier, people are making more mistakes in the work than ever before because they aren't present to what they are doing. Their precious concentration has been hijacked by a foolish use of technology, and their priceless focus has been kidnapped, costing them their chance to create their best work and calibrate their finest lives. The stillness and quietude that only the day's earliest hours provide was still evident. The industrialist paused. He scanned the entire scene, gazing at the flowers neatly ordered around his home, then at the cargo ships on the horizon that looked like they hadn't moved, and finally at the ocean. Look, cats, he said at last. I love the modern world, I really do. Without all the technology we have available to us, life will be a lot harder. My businesses wouldn't be as successful as they are. I wouldn't be as efficient as I am, and I possibly wouldn't be here with you too. Why? Wondered the artist as a single dolphin swam by gracefully. Astoundingly, it then soared high out of the ocean and spun in the air 4 times before returning to the water with a lavish splash. Mr. Relay looked delighted. I'm so happy I discovered how to become a magnet for miracles, he whispered to himself, and I can't wait to teach these good folks how to do the same for themselves. He then kept on with his discourse. All the innovations in healthcare tech saved my life when I was sick, the billionaire explained. Anywho, technology well used is a phenomenal thing. It's all the silly ways people apply it now that really concerns me. So many potentially outstanding people are suffering from broken focus syndrome because they have filled their professional and personal life with so many gadgets, interruptions, and cyber noise. If you are in the sport of winning, please model all of the great masters of history and strip away all the layers of complexity from our days. From your days, simplify, streamline everything. Become a purist. Less really is more. Concentrate on just a few work projects so you make them amazing versus diluting your attention on too many. And socially have fewer friends but go deep with them so the relationship is rich. Accept fewer invitations, measure in fewer leisure activities, and study them. Master a smaller number of books versus skimming many. An intense concentration only on what matters most is how the pros really realize victory. Simplify, simplify, simplify. Stop managing your time and start managing your focus, added the billionaire. Now there is a principle for greatness in this overstimulated society we live in. Thanks to your teaching so far, said the artist, I now understand that being busy doesn't mean you are being productive. I have also come to see that when I work on a new painting, the closer I get to great art, the more some darker part of me wants to get me distracted so that I avoid doing something and mind blowing. It happens fairly often now that I think about it. I'll get nearer to fantastic work and then begin to break my work routine. I'll go online and just surf. I'll sleep later and watch entire seasons of my favorite shows or play video games with my virtual friends all night. Sometimes I'll just drink too much and cheap red wine. The closer you get to your genius, the more you'll face the sabotage of your fears. Agree the billionaire powerfully. You'll become scared of leaving the majority and having to deal with the byproducts of mastery, like being different from most people, jealousy from competitors, and the pressure to make your next project even better. As you rise towards virtuosity, you'll become anxious about failure, threatened by a concern of not being good enough, and insecure about blazing new paths. So, your amygdala, an almond shaped mass of a grey matter in the brain that detects fear, gets all fired up, and you begin to tear down the productivity you have built up. We all have subconscious saboteur that lurks within our weakest selves. The good news is that once you become aware of this condition, I can make the better daily choices that will give me better daily results. The artist interrupted with all the energy of a puppy seeing its owner after a long day alone. Exactly, said the billionaire. Once you are aware of the fact that near as you near your highest talents and most luminous gifts, the scared inside of you will rear its ugly and head and try to mess up the masterpieces you have been creating by pursuing every distraction and escape route possible to avoid finishings. You can manage that self destructive behavior. You can step outside of it. You can disempower it simply by watching its attempts to denounce your mastery. Really profound insights here, contributed the entrepreneur. This explains so much about why I'm limiting my productivity, performance, and influence at my company. I will set an important target, I get the team enrolled in it, we sequence the key deliverables. Then I get distracted, I'll say yes to another opportunity that adds more complexity to our business. I will fill my days with useless meetings with people who love to hear the sound of their own voice. I'll check my notifications obsessively and watch breaking news reports religiously. This morning it's become super clear how I am totally sabotaging my effectiveness. It's also pretty obvious that I'm addicted to the digital nonsense you are speaking about. I'll be honest, I haven't gotten over some of my exes because it's so easy to watch their lives on social media. I'm understanding now that a lot of the hours I could be super creative I trade for online recreation. Like you said, Mr. Relay, it's a form of escape. I can't seem to stop shopping on my devices. It's just too easy and it makes me feel happy for a few minutes. I'm getting why Steve Jobs didn't give his kids the very things he sold to the world. He understood how addictive they could be if improperly used, and how they could make us less human and less alive. The billionaire raised a hand. Another assistant sprinted from the beach hut up to the now sun-soaked terrace. He wore a crisp white shirt, charcoal grey sailing shorts, and well cared for black leather sandals. Here you are, sir, the young man said with a French accent as he handed the mogul a tray with mysterious markings on it. In the center was a model of the human brain. It looked exactly like this. Mercy Biocop, Pierre, now let's explore the neuroscience of self-sabotage so you cats can understand it better and then bait it. Remember, each of us has what the spellbinder calls the ancient brain. This is made up of limbic system, a set of brain structures that sit on both sides of the thalamus, right under the cerebrum. The amygdala that I mentioned a few moments ago is a part of this. This basic and lower functioning brain served to keep us safe thousands of years ago in a primitive world of relentless threats like starvation, temperature extremes, warring tribes, and saber-toothed tigers. It functions to do one main thing: maintain a steady state while warning us against dangers so we survive and propagate our species. With me so far, asked the billionaire politely. Understood. And the entrepreneur and the artist responded in unison as the housekeeper served fresh lemon tea with some chunks of ginger in it. Excellent. One of the fascinating traits of our ancient brain is negativity bias. To keep us safe is far less interested in what's positive in our environment and significantly more invested in letting us know what's bad. The brain's default is to hunt for danger. The millennia continue happily. So back when life was much more brutal, we could respond swiftly and stay alive. The mechanism served our ancestors exceedingly well, but in today's world, most of us don't face death daily. The reality is that the ordinary person lives a higher quality life than most members of royalty did even just a few hundred years ago. Please think about these blessings. The tycoons slurp some tea, and yet because of this built-in negativity bias with our ancient brains, we are constantly scanning for breaches against our security. We are in hypervigilance mode, mostly anxious and uptight, even when everything is going great. Fascinating, right? Explain a lot of why we think the way we do, noted the entrepreneur as she to enjoy the tea. Now I see why I always seem to feel I have never achieved enough, even though I have accomplished more than anyone I know. The entrepreneur carried on. I have such a successful business, a robust net worth, and before my investors got greedy, a fairly wonderful life, yet. Despite everything I have, my brain seems to always focus on what I'm missing, where I don't have enough and how I'm falling short of expectations around winning drives me crazy. I hardly feel any peace ever. The entrepreneur crossed her arms. The artist gave her a kiss as his red locks dangled in the fragrant breeze. Theodore Roosevelt said something I think is important you hear, expounded the billionaire. What did he say? Inquired the entrepreneur, her arms clenched tightly. Comparison is a thief of joy, responded the billionaire. Someone will always have more fortune, fame, and stuff than you do. Think about my earlier point about detachment and embracing the wisdom of knowing when enough is enough. Yes, I remember, said the entrepreneur courteously. More and more of this hunger you have comes from deeper feelings of scarcity, and a lot of this is stemming from the workings of a Asian brain. It's scanning your environment and negativity blast is being activated, preventing you from enjoying all the good you have. Okay, said the millennial, let's go even more granular. As time advances, our brains evolve and the prefrontal cortex develop. This is the part of our brain responsible for higher thinking. Neuroscientists consider is the crown jewel of advanced reasoning. The spellbinder calls it the mastery brain. But here's the thing as we begin to dream bigger, learn quicker, and raise our level of creativity, productivity, and performance. The ancient brains and the mastery brain begin a conflict. They went to war. The primitive brain senses our growth, knows we are living our safe harbor of the known, and gets fired up because we are living our traditional way of being. It senses the threat. Even though the threat is essential to our personal ascension and professional advancement, we absolutely must venture into those unexplored places where possibly lives to become more intimate with our primal genius and to become all we are meant to be. Knowingly, we have higher reaches of talent, courage left to visit floods a human heart with immense excitement. This knowledge is one of the war treasures that makes life worthy living. The celebrated psychologist Abraham Maslow once stated, if you plan on being anything less than who you are capable of being, but you will probably be unhappy all the days of your life. But the amygdala kicks into high gear as we exit what's familiar and try something new. The vagus nerve gets provoked, the fear hormone cortisol gets released, and we begin to destroy the very intention and implementations that our mastery brain so intelligently wants us to realize. This explains why so people are highly creative and extremely productive, the artist observed. As we leave our comfort zones, the ancient brain gets triggered. As we raise our expertise and lift our influence, it gets frightened by the change. Exactly, I applauded Mr. Relay. Then cortisol is released, our perception narrows, our breathing grows shallow, and we drop into fight or flight mode. Actually, the three options of fear are fight, or freeze. The artist added, our higher thinking wants us to grow, evolve, do more masterful work, lead better lives, and inspire the world, continued the artist. But there's a battle of our brain going on, and the ancient, lower, more primitive brain inside all of us wants to stop our evolution. Exactly, said the billionaire as he first bumped the painter. And so, speaking to a second focus of history makers on the model, you are walking us through freedom from distraction. I guess it's because of this fear we face that we embrace as many diversions as people possible to make us feel better, even if only for a minute, questioned the entrepreneur. Truth come from the billionaire, and to escape the discomfort that comes with us becoming more intimate with our inherent genius. This is such a big piece for me. The artist couldn't contain his enthusiasm. You are just walked us through why our culture is so addicted to distractions and why the majority don't experience the greatness. And I guess why creative and productive people are real warriors of a society. We not only have to face the insults of our naysayers and the arrow of those critics who don't understand our art, we also need to have the guts to push past the alarm bells of our Asian brains pleading with us not to reach for our brilliance. Poetically said by my friend, explained the billionaire gleefully. He did that little dance again. The housekeeper who was sweeping the veranda just shook her head. It takes an awesome amount of courage to feel the terror of true personal and professional growth and to keep going even when you sort of feel you are dying, thought the titan. By continuing when you are frightened is how you become a legend. You two cats are makers, builders of great things. And builders consistently break through their fear daily to find higher level of prowess, impact, and human freedom. Oh, and the fantastic reward you will receive as you fully express your strengths and gift isn't only the product of your heroic efforts. It's who you will become by advancing through the fire of your fears and the heat of your trials. Along the process to mastery, you get to know who you are, you see your abilities more clearly, your confidence soars, you need the stroking of the crowd a lot less, and you begin to live your authentic life versus the plastic one manufactured by a world that doesn't want you to be free. The billionaire sipped from his water bottle before continuing to explain the importance of breaking free from the death grip of device, distraction, and digital diversions. And that's why being a member of the Fine Club can also work its magic for you. He told his audience of two. One of the ways the great men and women of the world avoided complexity was by incorporating tranquility and serenity into the front part of their days. This beautiful discipline gave them absolutely essential away from overstimulation to savor life itself. Replenish their creative reservoirs, develop their supreme selves, count the blessings, and ground the virtues that they will then leave out their days under. Many of the people who fuel the progress of a civilization share the habit of rising before daybreak. Could you name a few of those people? Quizzed the entrepreneur. John Grisham, the famous novelist, for one, replied the billionaire. Other celebrity early risers included Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart, Georgia O'Keeffe, Frank Lloyd Wright, and Ernest Hemingway, who said that early in the morning there is no one to disturb you, and it is that cool or cold, and you come to your work and warm as you write. Beethoven rose at dawn, said the artist. The great ones all spent a lot of time alone, offered the billionaire. Solitude, the kind that you can access before the sun comes up, is a force multiplier around your power, expertise, and connection to being human. And your escalation requires your isolation. See, you can be in the world all day long, chatting endlessly on your phone about 1000 senseless things, or you can change the world by exploiting your talent, refining your skills, and being a light of upliftment that raises us all. But you can't do both. Princeton psychologist Eldar Shafir had used the term cognitive bandwidth to explain the point that we have a limited amount of mental capacity when we rise each morning, and as we give our attention to numerous influences ranging from the news, messages, and online platforms to our families, our work, our fitness, and our spiritual lives, we leave bits of our focus on each activity we pursue. Massively important insight to consider. No wonder most of us have trouble concentrating on important tasks by noon. We have spent our bandwidth. Sophie Leroy, a business professor at the University of Minnesota, calls the concentration we deposit on distraction and other stimuli attention residue. She found that people are far less productive when they are constantly interrupting themselves by shifting from one task to another throughout the day because they leave valuable pieces of their attention on too many different pursuits. The solution is exactly what I'm suggesting. Work on one high value activity at a time instead of relentlessly multitasking, and to do so in a quiet environment. Albert Einstein made the point exquisitely when he wrote, only one who devotes himself to a cause with his whole strength and soul can be a true master. For this reason, mastery demands all of a person. This really is one of the most closely guarded secrets of the virtuosos and history maker. They doesn't refuse their cognitive bandwidth. They don't dilute their creative gifts, chasing every shiny divergence and every attractive opportunity that comes their way. No, instead they exercise the fierce discipline required to do only few things. But at an absolutely world class level, it's like I said before, the great ones understand that it's far smarter to create one piece of art, a genuine masterpiece that endures for generations, rather than thousands of projects that expresses no genius. And please also remember the hours that the 95% wears a top 5% treasure. 5 is the time of least distraction, highest human glory, and greatest peace. So leverage the victory hour well. You'll make quantum leaps in your productivity as well as in your personal mastery. I don't want to get too much further into the neuroscience that I have shared this morning, and I have an amazing surprise planned. But there is one more concept that I'd love to share with you too. It's called transient hypofrontality. Transient, what inquired the artist as he laughed. The brainiac walked over to a towering palm tree with a thick trunk revealing its vast age. A sun-bleached wooden table with a wide circular top sat under it. A model had been meticulously carved into the wood. You would have been most impressed and fascinated if you saw it. The magnate cleared his throat and chugged some of the lemon tea. After a few seconds, they began to gargle. Yes, gargle. Then he carried on his discourse. When you are up early and all alone, away from the over stimulation and noise, your attention isn't being fragmented by technology, meetings, and other forces that can limit maximum productivity, mused the millennial. And so the prefrontal cortex, the part of your brain responsible for rational thinking as well as constant worrying, actually shuts off for a short time. Lovely information, right? That's the transient part of the transient hyperfrontality. It happens only temporarily. Your non stopping analyzing, ruminating, and stressful overthinking stops. You pause from trying to figure everything and being so concerned about things that will probably never happen. Your brain waves actually shift from their unusual beta to alpha and sometimes even down into the theta state. The solitude, silence, and stillness of daybreak also triggers the production of neurotransmitters like dopamine, the inspirational fuel that serves superproducers so well, and serotonin, the beautiful pleasure drug of the brain. Automatically and naturally, you enter what I described earlier as a flow state. Mr. Riley waved his left hand over the diagram on the table. It looked like this: the secret of morning genius, transient hypofrontality, entry into the flow state, the prefrontal cortex quiets, access to genius level insights, advanced creativity, world class performance. A pharmacy of mastery is stimulated in our brain, which supercharges it. Cortisol decreases, dopamine rises, serotonin soars. Brain waves change from beta, alpha, theta, solitude. The time, fine club hours, stillness, silence. The flow state is the peak mindset that all the exceptionalists like top violinists, iconic athletes, elite chef, brilliant scientists, empire building entrepreneurs, and legendary leaders inhabit when they produce their finest product. The industrialist added enthusiastically, when you give yourself the gift of some morning peace away from your busyness, the hardwired capacity of every human brain to access the realm of pure genius becomes activated. The excellent news for you two cats is that with the right moves you can habituate this state of awesome performance so it shows up with absolute predictability. Transient hyperfrontality, a very helpful model, declared the entrepreneur as she gingerly placed her phone into her shorts. The entire world will transform if people knew this information, pronounced the artist. They should be teaching all this to kids in schools, the entrepreneur suggested. So true, agreed the billionaire, but again I need to give All the credit for this philosophy I'm sharing with you and the transformational methodology that I'll soon walk you through so you implement all this potent information to the spellbinder. He has been my greatest teacher and with zero doubt the finest human being I know. Ingenuity without integrity isn't so impressive to me. Unusual accomplishment free of uncommon compassion is senseless, and yet, if every person on this planet was educated in this material and then they had the commitment to apply it, the entire world will be advanced because each of us will own and then leave our latent power to realize extraordinary results and rise into completely glorious people. History Maker Focus 3 Personal Mastery Practice. The billionaire walked his two students past the expensive terrace that offered delightful views and the ocean around to the front of his house. A black SUV shimmered in the driveway as the rays of the morning sun washed over it. Where are we going? Asked the entrepreneur. Well, I promised you both at the dramatic meeting we had at the conference that you will swim with the dolphins if you came to visit me in Mauritius. So I'm delivering on my promise. We are going to the western part of the island to a small seaside village called Flick and Flag. The two young and delightful dudes are waiting there for us. They are skilled at finding where the dolphins are. Get ready to be blown away by what you are about to experience, my friends. This will be unforgettable for you. The SUV was soon veering through the charming pocket-sized town that surrounded the compound of the industrialists and rolling out onto a perfectly kept highway. The billionaire sat in front with his driver, asking about his children, his latest fascinations, and his aspirations for the future. Throughout the journey, Mr. Relay would ask a thoughtful question, then lean back and listen carefully. One could see he was a man of towering depth with a mammoth heart. As the vehicle eased up, a lovely harbor graced by a sandy beach, a few white cottages, a quaint fish restaurant, and many aging boats moved in the water. A rooster proudly sang his morning anthem, and the miraculous sight of the double rainbow unfolded across the magnificent blue sky. Two young fishermen greeted the billionaire with hugs. The group then set off into the vast Indian Ocean, searching for a school of dolphins they could swim and play with. The song Strength of a Woman by Jamaican singer Shaggy blasted from an inexpensive speaker roughly installed into the side of the boat with great duct tape. The spray coming off the motorboat as it struck the waves soaked the faces of the billionaire, the entrepreneur, and the artist, make them giggle like children dancing in puddles left after the rain. After a few attempts, dolphins were spotted swimming jubilantly in a small cove surrounded by soaring cliffs, the kind you did see along the Pacific Coast Highway in California. The way those creatures rejoiced as they glided through the ocean will make you feel as if there were a thousand of them in that little inlet. But there were only about 11 or so. The billionaire threw on a diving mask and quickly stepped into the water from a platform at the back of the motorboat. Come on, cats, he said excitedly. Let's go. The entrepreneur went in next, her eyes alive and her heart beating with an elation she hadn't accessed since her youth. Her breathing sounded shallow and rapid through her snorkel. It sounded like whoosh, whoosh. The artist followed, doing a belly flop off the end of the boat, guided by one of the young fishermen who was wearing surf shorts with a colored tropical print and sporting rubber shoes. The three adventurers frolicked with the dolphins as they swam smoothly just below the water surface. When the dolphins descended, so did their three euphoric companions. When they would twirl around, so would the members of the 5am club. When they will flirt with one another, so will the entrepreneur and the artist. The experience only lasted about 15 minutes, but it was miraculous. That was unbelievable, exuded the artist breathlessly as he emerged from the water and struggled to get back into the boat from the small stage near the motor. One of the most amazing experiences of my life, gushed the entrepreneur as she kissed him lavishly. The billionaire soon surfaced. He was hooting with laughter. Boy, that was a blast. On returning to the harbor, the morning mentoring class resumed on the beach, next to a pile of stones that locals used for barbecuing fish, the double rainbow remained extended across the sweeping sky. The billionaire lifted a hand toward the heavens. Four white doves appeared abruptly out of nowhere. Then a cluster of pink and yellowish butterflies sailed by. Good, announced the tycoon as he stared at them. After letting out a few throaty coughs that also seemed to come out of nowhere, he proceeded to point to the third area of these four focuses of history makers. Model he had been walking his two students through on this particular day. It had personal mastery practice printed on it. What are we talking about here? Wondered the artist, his dreadlocks dripping and his thick tattooed arms around the entrepreneur to keep her warm. She was shivering. Train the best parts of you, was the straightforward reply. Remember, the Spartan warrior credo that the spellbinders shared at this seminar. Sweat more in practices, bleed less in war. Well, the quality of your morning practice determines the caliber of your daily performance. Battles are won in the early light of intense training when no one is watching. Victories occur before warriors walk into the field. Triumph belongs to the one who prepares the most. It's obvious that if you want to be the best in the world at business or at chess or as a designer or a mechanic or a manager, you need to put in enormous amounts of practice time to advance your expertise. Specifically, a performer must invest at least 2 hours and 44 minutes of daily improvement of their chosen skills for 10 years. As preeminent psychologist Anders Ericsson of Florida State University has taught us through his groundbreaking research. This is the minimum viable amount of practice required for the first sign of genius to appear within any domain. Yet, so few of us think of the importance of putting what amounts to 10,000 hours of training into becoming better human being. And that's why so few among us unlock that code which one cracked, liberate our sovereign selves with all the wisdom, creativity, bravery, love, and inner peace that comes with that manifestation. It's only when we improve that our lives improve. Know what I mean? What I'm suggesting to you too is that you need to practice advancing towards personal mastery daily, just as we must dedicate ourselves to any other skill we seek to the world. Class at fortify and bulletproof and nourish the core dimensions of your inner life, and trust me, you will be in 200 your life. Everything you do in the outer world is an absolute consequence of what's happening within you. This is where you need to do the real morning preparation. Walk out into the world every day thinking, feeling, and producing at levels that make you unconquerable. You owe this gift to yourself. I'll never believed much in self improvement before. The Spellbinders Conference stated the entrepreneur flatly. It's never seemed real to me. Have you ever tried it? I mean, seriously practice it over an extended period of time? Asked the billionaire firmly. Yet another dove flew overhead, and when the mogul glanced up at the sun, it almost appeared that clouds parted. Not really, admitted the entrepreneur. Until now, until I joined the FIAM club. Okay, good. So let's keep going. Here's the key, said the billionaire. During your victory hour from 5 to 6 am each morning, concentrate on upgrading what the spellbinder calls the four interior empires. This will be the smartest and sometimes the most difficult work you will ever do in your life. Deeply working on you, cultivating the four central inner arenas that I'll walk you through in a moment is your golden key to transformation. It won't be easy, I need to reinforce that, but it will be totally worth it. Why? Wondered the entrepreneur. Sridhar stopped shaking from the cold water of the Indian Ocean, but the artist still held her. His dreadlocks still dripped, and the renegade rooster still crowed. Because inner empires need to be unfolded up to world class before you will ever see outer ones, and your fortune always follows your fearlessness. Powerful inside cats, your influence in the world mirrors the glory, nobility, vitality, and luminosity you have accessed in yourself. Very few people in this time of superficiality and human creatures behaving like artificial machines. Remember this essential life truth. External always expresses internal without always reflects within. Your creativity, productivity, prosperity, performance, and impact on the planet are always a sublime expression of what's going on inside of you. For example, if you lack faith in your ability to get your ambitions done, you will never achieve them. If you don't feel deserving of abundance, you will never do what's required to realize it. And if your drive to capitalize on your genius is weak, your fire to train is deep, and your stamina to optimize is low, it's clear you will never take flight into the realm of outright mastery and realize domain dominance. External always expresses internal, and to experience empires in your outer life, you need to develop your inner ones. Reinforce the billionaire. He started to sip from a bottle of green color liquid that one of the fishermen had given him when he hopped out of the motorboat. If you looked very closely at the next printed on the glass, you did read these words of Mahatma Gandhi: "The only devils in the world are those running in our own hearts." That is where the battle should be fought. As you consistently increase the inherent power inside you, Mr. Really continue, you'll actually begin to see an alternate reality flush with gorgeous opportunity and luxurious possibility. You will play in a universe of the marvelous that members of the majority can't even perceive, because their eyes are blinded by doubt, disbelief, and fear. Greatness is an inside game. The billionaire affirmed as a dream yet another learning model into the sand. It looked like this: the four interior empires, E1 mindsets, psychology, E2 heart set, emotionally, E3 health set, physicality, E4 soul set, spirituality. Okay, let's go granular on this framework so you cats have a high and ultra clear awareness of what aspects of your inner life to improve during your victory hour. I will provide you with the complete morning routine to run soon when I teach the 20 by 20 by 20 formula. For now, please just know that there are four interior empires to train, cultivate, and iterate before the sun comes up: mindset, heart set, health set, and soul set together. These four private arenas form the foundation of the true primal power that rests inside every human being alive today. Most of us have disowned and discredited this formidable force as we have spent our days pursuing things outside ourselves. But we all have this profound and illustrious capacity within us, and the best time to optimize your four interior empire is from 5 am to 6 am. That's the most special time of the day. Own your morning and you will elevate your life. Encourage the tycoon. Oh, a question. What if I only want to do this 5 days a week and take weekends off? How strict is this whole 5 am method? Asks the entrepreneur. An ancient dog shuffle by and the song Ochi by Italian music legend Zuserio could be heard playing from the fish restaurant. You will probably have found that the part of this scene quite strange, but it really did happen this way. It's your life. Do what it feels best for you and feels you right to you. What I'm revealing is the information the spellbinder shared with me. It caused me to make my fortune and helped me find a consummate sense of jelly joy and ongoing peace. Really, all of this gave me personal freedom. Apply it all in whatever way works for our values, aspirations, and lifestyle. Yet also know that part-time commitment truly does deliver part-time results, stated the billionaire as he turned to catch a fly with his fist. Could you please go deeper into the four interior empires? The entrepreneur asks. This space you are teaching us will really help me become a lot stronger in my fight with those investors and get even more of my hope, happiness, and confidence back. I haven't told you this, but this past day since I met you, I have been applying so much of what you have been so generous to share with us, as I'm sure you saw. At first, I resisted a lot of the spellbinder's philosophies. I really didn't want to go to this seminar, but at least I was open to his and your teachings. Desperately open. I love life, and now plan to live a long time. Good, the artist said as he picked up a heart-shaped seashell and placed it tenderly into a palm of the entrepreneur. He closed her fingers around it and pressed her hand to his chest. I'm already noticing some significant improvements. The entrepreneur went on. By rising at 5, I feel more focused, less stressed, more secure, and way more energetic. I have a larger sense of perspective over all the aspects of my life. I'm becoming more grateful for all the positive in my world, a lot less concerned with the attack of my company, and a lot more excited about my future. Look, those investors are bad guys, and I'm not ready to handle them yet. I will though, but the fear I felt around the whole thing and the dark sense of hopelessness about it all, well, that's faded. Niato, said the billionaire, using the vintage slang of hipsters of a bygone era. He then changed his t-shirt on the beach. The SUV had returned and the driver was parked directly in front of the seafood restaurant. And you are wise, the billionaire added. All this information is priceless, but as you are finding is the ceaseless of practice and daily application of it that will make you a heroic human being and as inspirational leader in business and a worldwide uplifter for many. And I congratulate you for letting go of your past. No one suggesting you act irresponsibly and not deal with the issue you are facing at your firm, but your past is a place to be learned from and not a home to be lived in. The three friends climbed into the waiting vehicle and pushed ahead to return to the estate of the athletic eclectic host. So let's talk more about this learning model because it is also so crucial to your success and happiness, the billionaire commented as the SUV sailed along. Many gurus speak of mindset. They teach the importance of installing the psychology and of possibility. To use Harvard psychologist Ellen Langer's phrase, they coach you to think optimistic thoughts every day. This teaches tells you that your thinking forms your reality and that by improving your mind, you will improve your life. For sure, calibrating your mindset is an essential move to make toward the personal mastery that will then lead to a legendary outer reality. Yet the billionaire continued, and it's incredibly important that you to understand this because most people don't. The spellbinder taught me that elevating your mindset, the first of the four interior empires, is only 25% of the personal mastery equation. Seriously, the artist asked, I always thought that our thinking determines everything. That there wasn't much more to it than that. The whole change your thinking and you will change your life and your attitude determines your altitude kind of thing. Looks at the billionaire. It's definitely true that your deepest beliefs drive your daily behavior. I believe that, and I also agree that the way you perceive the world drives the way you perform it. Yet, a superbly developed mindset without a magnificently purified heart set is a hollow triumph. Just working on your mindset will never deliver the fullness of your sovereignty and full express your resident genius. The interestingly said with great clarity. I think I'm getting you, noted the artist with the grin, the size of the Mount Kilimanjaro. Charles Bukowski said, stop insisting on clearing your head. Clear your heart instead. He was right, agreed the billionaire, as he relaxed deeper into his rich leather seat in the SUV. So help me understand exactly what heart set is, asked the entrepreneur. She was watching a group of school kids running in a playground with unsparing exhilaration. Her thoughts drifted to her childhood. Heartset is your emotional life, even with battle-proof beliefs and the distinguished thinking of a world-class mindset. You won't win if your heart is full of anger, sadness, disappointment, resentment, and fear. Just think about it. How can you produce amazing work and realize astonishing results if are weighing you down? It seems like everyone's talking about building a healthy and undefeatable mindset these days. You hear it everywhere, but no one's speaking of heart set or health set and soul set. All four of these interior empires must be polished beautifully through morning practice for you to know the awe-inspiring power that lurks within you. And it's only when you grow and deepen your relationship with this natural authority that exists at your core that you can ascend into the company of the virtue source. And the gods, as you elevate your four interior empires, will begin to achieve success in the external world at a level you will never believe you could achieve, and more elegantly than you ever imagined. It's as if you have developed the capabilities of a magic worker. You start to increase the power of others by your very presence. An improbable yet consistently reliable stream of miracles will infuse your common hours, and a prolific joyfulness born of brilliant accomplishments and worldwide service will come to you as life rewards for the admirable ways you have behaved. Mr. Relay looked out of the vehicle window. He then continued his discourse. So many of us know what we should do mentally, but nothing extraordinary ever happens because our emotional life remains a mess. We stay all those we stay stuck in the past. We have forgiven the unforgiven. We have repressed all those unhealthy emotions from all that had hurt us. Sigmund Freud wrote that unexpressed emotions will never die. They are buried alive and they will come forth later in uglier ways. And we wonder why our attempts at positive thinking aren't working. What I'm sharing with you explains why so many self improvement books don't lead to lasting evolution and why so few conferences make an enduring difference. Our intellectual intentions are good. We really wish to become brighter producers and better people, but we merely get the information at the level of thought, and then we sabotage our lofty aspirations with the residue of our broken hearts. So nothing shifts, so nothing increases, so nothing transforms. If you want to experience exponential growth and unparalleled performance, you need to dial in a masterful mindset but also repair, rebuild, and reinforce a winning heart set so that all the dark and toxic emotion from your past pains are cleared out, released and cleansed and purified forever, so your heart once hardened by life trials reopens in all its noble glory. Amazing insights. The entrepreneur acknowledged, but how exactly to do? I do this during my victory hour from 5 to 6 am. You will learn how to implement the 5 method in the next future. The billionaire replied, you two cats are becoming open enough and strong enough to embrace the 20 by 20 by 20 formula soon. And like I have suggested, since we have hung together, your life will never be the same once you know and run. The 20 by 20 by 20 formula is an absolute game changer for now. Please just understand that a great mindset with a poor heart is a giant reason good people end up dissolving their attempts at greatness. Oh, added Blenio. I should also mention that working on your heart isn't only about removing negative emotions that have built up from life, frustration, disappointments, and burdens. It's also about amplifying the heart healthy ones. That's why a part of your morning routine needs to have a gratitude practice as part of it to feed your sense of awful and fuel your reservoirs of exuberance. Love it, said the artist. Profound what you are sharing, brother. Revolutionary, I'll admit, he emphasized. Yes, absolutely. And so the spellbinder taught me to do some profound work on my heart set each morning during my victory hour. Yet, here's the thing, everyone upgrading your heart set along with growing your mindset before the first rays of the sun display themselves still means you are only doing 50% of the personal mastery work required to materialize the interior empires that will yield the outer empires of your highest wishes. After mindset and heart set, you also need to fortify your health set each morning. Never new word for me, observe the entrepreneur. Health set, I like it. Well, this one speaks to your physical dimensions. Explain the billionaire as we pass one of the many tea plantations in Mauritius. One of the main elements of your rise to legendary is longevity. Here's a quick tip if you want to lead your field and experience continuous escalations of your eminence. Do not die. You will never become a titan of your industry and an icon who makes history if you are dead. Both the entrepreneur and the artist grinned as the billionaire began to clap vigorously, apparently as happy as a family of squirrels playing in a forest on hearing his own words. But I'm being serious. Beautiful things happen once you commit seriously to peak fitness and go hard on cheating, aging. Just imagine living an extra few decades and staying ultra healthy as you do so. That's another few decades to refine your craft, to grow into an even more influential leader, to produce work that's radical artistry, to compound your prosperity and to build a luminous legacy that will enrich all of humanity. Epic producers and great leaders understand that you just can't rise to mastery without leveraging and then armor plating your vitality. Every day just dramatically better with some exercise in it. I need to say that again because it's so essential to a life amazingly lived. Every day is just dramatically better with some exercise in it, and few things feel as good as getting uber fit. I guess what I'm offering to you is that health set is all about dialing into your physical dimensions so your brain is operating at its highest level of cognition, and so your energy is igniting, and so your stress is dissolving, and so your joy is expanding. Getting really healthy and ultra fit to work wonders for my business. The billionaire paused. He drew his hands together as in the custom in India where people say namaste, which is Sanskrit for I bow to the divine in you. And that brings me to soul set, ladies and gentlemen. I have learned that every single one of us has an unstained spirit and spotless soulfulness that rests at our very center. Most of the world is uninterested in whispers from and the requirements of the soul. As a race, we have been neglected that the portion of ourselves that is most wise, wonderful, and eternal. The majority program by society is all about getting the goods that will boost popularity, gaining validation and social currency from the selfies, and accomplishing popular results that will give them legitimacy. However, feeding your spirit daily is the activity of genuine leadership royalty. And tell me, Mr. Willie, when you refer to soul state, what exactly are you speaking of? Inquired the entrepreneur. Clearly making steady progress as a student of the spellbinder's teaching, she also appeared more present, strong, and free than at any time since the artist had met her. Yea, I'm not clear either, brother, mentioned the artist sincerely as he reclined in his seat as the chauffeur navigated the vehicle up the winding driveway of the tycoon's home. More butterflies floated by. Double rainbow remained transfixed in the sky. The billionaire peered at it and then went on. There is no exquisite beauty without some strangeness in the explosions, observed the billionaire as he waved to his gardeners and stuck his tongue out at a frog. The English poet Christopher Marlowe said that, and Jude, he was speaking some truth there. Anywho, to help you understand the Fourth Inter Empire, please allow me to bring this learning all together by simply saying that since mindset is all about your psychology and heart set is all about your emotionality, and health that relates to your relates to your physiology, soul says refers to your spirituality. That's it. Nothing mystical, really, nothing religious, nothing voodoo or freaky. Go deeper, please. Press the entrepreneur. You are reordering my perception with all of these points. Well, it's all the spellbinder's work, not mine. Kindly remember that. Anywho, my encouragement is to become a devout spiritualist, and just so that term doesn't spook you and shut you down to this education, all I mean to say is spend some time in the quietude of the early morning to make the return of the courage, conviction, and compassion within you. And all I am encouraging is that you soar with the angels of your highest nature and dance with the gods of your most precious talents for a little time before sunrise as a tribute of what's most wise and true within you. Only then will you begin to know and understand the Shangri-Las of greatness and Nirvanas of light that inhabit your sovereign self. That is all about remembering who you truly are. The sages, saints, and seers of history all rose at dawn to forge even wettier bonds with the hero we all have at our cores. Insecurity, scarcity, selfishness, and unhappiness are all children of fear. These characteristics were taught to you. They sure aren't your natural state. After we are born, we begin the departure from a spiritual power and descend into more of what this damaged world wants us to be. We become more about acquiring, hoarding, and comparing instead of creating, helping, and adventuring. Awake human beings work on elevating their soul state in the serene hours before daybreak in the sanctuary of solitude, silence, and stillness. Through hope filled contemplation of the finest version of yourself without errors in your character, by marvelous meditation on how you wish to show up during the day ahead, by thoughtful consideration of the quickness of life and the suddenness of the exit, and by rich reflections on what gifts you aim to materialize so you leave the world in better shape than you encountered it on your birth. These are some of the ways you can raise your soul set game. Yes, continued the billionaire, the vulnerability of his open hearted delivery displaying itself even more potently in his now soft voice. You too have a brave, loving, and widely powerful hero at your foundation. I know to most people this idea sounds crazy, but it is truth that I speak, and by spending some time on your soul set during your victory hour, you will improve your awareness of and relationship with this most magnificent part of you. So you are consistently serving society instead of gratifying the ego hungers of your smaller self. And with better daily awareness of your mindset, the heart set, health set, and soul set will make the better daily choices that will guarantee better daily results, right? Pronounced the entrepreneur. Reciting the three-step success formula she did discover in an early mentoring session. Precisely, applauded the billionaire. Exactly, he added, nodding his head. And please always stay sincere to what's important in a life greatly lived, pleaded the billionaire. Be not seduced by the superficialities that suffocate the human spirit and divorce us from the best within us. He pulled a thin wallet out of a front pocket and read the words of Tolstoy from a tattered pieces of paper that had been folded in a sleeve. Here's what you would have heard him say in his raspy yet dignified voice if you were in the SUV with them. A quiet, secluded life in the country with the possibility of being useful to people to whom it is easy to do good and who you are accustomed to have it done to them. Then work which one hopes may be of some use. Then rest, nature, books, music, love for one's neighbor. Such is my idea of happiness. The three companions were now standing outside the magnate's house. An owl was perched on a lemon tree. It hooted terrifically as it saw the billionaire. He replied with a smile wave. Nice to see you, buddy. The billionaire said, what took you so long to come home? History Maker Focus 4. Day stacking. Remember that each of you prize day represents your precious life in miniature. The billionaire observed. As you live each day, so you craft your life. Well, we all are so focused on pursuing our futures that we generally ignore the exceedingly important value of a single day. And yet, what we are doing today is creating our future. It's like that the sailboat over there expounded. Mr. Relay, pointing to a watercraft off in the distance, a few navigational ships, seemingly irrelevant and infinitesimal when done says consistently over long voyage, make the difference between ending up in breathtaking Brazil or fantastic Japan. All you need to do to pretty much guarantee a hugely successful and a splendidly meaningful life is own the day. Make those 1% course corrections and improvements over each 24-hour allotment you receive, and these days will sleep into weeks, and your weeks into months, and your months will sleep into your years. The spellbinder calls such daily personal and professional optimizations micro wins, enhancing anything in your daily day ranging from your morning routine to a thought pattern to a business skill to a personal relationship by only 1% delivers at least a 30%, yes, 30% elevation only a month from starting. Stay with the program, and in just 1 year, the pursuit you have been focusing on has elevated 365% at least. The main point I'm making here is concentrate monomaniacally on creating great days, and they will stack into a gorgeous life. Small, daily, seemingly insignificant improvements, when done consistently over time, yield staggering results. Reinforce the entrepreneur, recalling one of the brain tattoos she had been schooled in during this magical adventure. Yes, declared the billionaire cheerfully as he stretched and then touched his toes while whispering to himself, life is good, and I must help these two kind souls become great before it's too late. Here's the real takeaway, the billionaire carried on. Elite producers and everyday heroes understand that what you do each day matters far more than what you do once in a while. Consistency really is a key ingredient of mastery, and regularity is a necessity if you are amped to make history. In that moment, the entrepreneur's attention was stolen by a phone on the screen lit up. As the screen lit up, suddenly the following words showed up in lettering that resembled blood dripping, leaving her trembling and shaken. A killer eyes is coming. Baby, what's up? Asked the artist, revealing more of the growing intimacy of the relationship. Yes, what happened? Wondered the billionaire on seeing the ghost wise face of the entrepreneur. It's it's she sputtered. She fell to her knees in a flower bed close to where the chauffeur had parked the SUV. Almost as quickly she stood up again. It's another death threat. They're telling me someone is on the way to kill me. The investor again, pushing me to leave the firm. Guess what, guys? The entrepreneur said, pivoting into a posture of high confidence and mighty defiance. I'm not leaving. I built this company. I love what I do. I will do anything for my team. Our products are incredible, and growing the enterprise has given me great fulfillment. I'm ready to fight them. Let's go. Bring it on, I say. It's been handled, murmured the billionaire, echoing what he did said at his speech on first learning about the situation. Just stay full present to the teaching you are learning and the special opportunity of being a new member of the Fine Club. Keep having a blast here with me in Mauritius. Continue this little love story unfolding between you and my tattooed friend over here. Smile the billionaire and keep strengthening the awareness of your natural power as a leader, performer, and human being. I'm really happy to see you progress. You already seem brave, lighter, and much more peaceful. Good on you. Getting up at 5 am getting easier as each day passes. The entrepreneur said, feeling comforted and sounding composed. The insights you are sharing are valuable. I'm growing a lot. I can't wait to go granular on how to make the habit stick and learn the 20 by 20 by 20 formula so I know exactly what to do during my victory hour. I have been practicing some yoga and walking along the sea in the darkness before the sun comes up. Yet I did love some help on a more specific ritual. I know you have one, but the philosophy so far has been remarkably helpful. The precise methodology is coming soon at this point. Uh, I simply want you to know that the concept I have just shared with you both is called the Day Stacking Foundation. Winning definitely does start at your beginning. Own your morning and the quality of your day rises exponentially, which in turn upgrades the caliber of your life exceptionally. You'll be so much more energetic, productive, confident, excellent, happy, and serene. Even on the most difficult of days when you calibrate the front end of it. Okay, now you two go and have an amazing day together. I love the words of the poet John Keats, who wrote, I almost wish we were butterflies and I lived but 3 summer days, 3 such days with you I could fill with more delight than 50 common years could ever contain. Pretty great, right? Totally, voiced the artist as he tugged on 3 dreadlocks, patted his stomach, and then laced up a black combat boot. Totally agree. And what time should we meet tomorrow, cool cat? Inquired the billionaire with a look that confirmed he was quite sure of the answer. 5 am, the entrepreneur and the artist replied, enthusiastically in unison. Chapter 11, Navigating the Tides of Life. The best and most beautiful things in this world cannot be seen or even heard, but must be felt with the heart. Helen Keller. The entrepreneur had learned to sail as a child. She did love the sensation of salt water on a young face and the feelings of freedom that beam out on the vast sea brought her spirit. She wondered why she had stopped sailing. In that instant, she also considered why she gave up so many of the pursuits that had brought her so much harmony. And she cherished the fact that in this basic moment, in a small boat gliding through the endless Indian Ocean, she was truly open and widely alive. Our culture measures success by how much money we have, the amount of achievement we complete, and how much influence we reach. Yet the entrepreneur, yet thought the entrepreneur. While both the spellbinder and Mr. Riley agree that those victories are important, they have encouraged me to consider how well I am running my life by another series of metrics as well. By my connection with my natural power and by my intimacy with my authenticity and by the vitality around my physicality and by the seas of my joy. This seems like a much better way to look at success, being both accomplished in the world yet peaceful within myself. Her time at the Spellbinders Conference and a wonderful days her on here on this pristine island with people who still look the time to say good morning, smile at strangers, and show genuine warmth continued to inspire and provoke both tiny and large shifts in understanding of the true nature of a productive, prosperous, and fulfilling life. The entrepreneur was noticing she was becoming less machine like and more human. She no longer checked her technology compulsively. She couldn't remember feeling so creative, so available to the miraculous wonders of life. She had never been so awake to the blessings every day on earth brings, and she did never, or at least she couldn't recall a time when she had felt so thankful. Yes, utterly appreciative for everything she did experience. She realized the hard options she realized the hard points of her life had strengthened her and made her more insightful, interesting, and wise. A fascinating and richly colorful life is stamped with many scars, she began to understand. She promised herself that she would exploit the challenge she was facing with the investor to raise her grade of courage. The partner's takeover attempt would simply escalate her commitment to defending the natural heroism she did learn we all have within us at our center beneath the layers of fear, insecurity, and limitation that we all collect as we advance through life. The behaviors of untrustworthy partners will only serve to make her braver, better, and more decent person. Often, a bad example teaches us more about who we wish to become than a good one could ever provide. And in this world of so many hardened human beings who have lost access to who they truly are, she vowed to conduct the remainder of her days modeling an excellent resilience and the utmost of kindness. As the entrepreneur and the artist navigated their life wooden vessels through the waters that were as clear as crystal around coral that could be brutal if struck and farther away from the beach where the billionaire had delivered his morning instruction. The entrepreneur spotted the distant landmass where Mr. Riley suggested she and her new love have a picnic. She also detected an ever growing affection for the large man who sat next to her. Though they came from entirely different universes, their chemistry was undeniable. It was as if galaxies had collided, and though they had different ways of operating, their compatibility was as nothing she did experience before. Her mother had once told her that if you are fortunate enough to fall in love even 2 or 3 times within a lifetime, make each of the stories count fully. Her companion's artistic powers intrigued her. His desire to be a great of his own terms attracted her. His occasional hard edges challenged her. His sense of humor amused her. His palpable compassion moved her, and his dark eyes melted her. This was a good idea, the artist said as the entrepreneur adjusted the set of the sail and skillfully directed the boat around some buoys placed there by early morning fishermen. To come out there, away from everything. I needed a break from the learning. I'm loving all the information. I'm getting so much from Mr. Riley. Man, he is a treasure. But my head is full. I don't want to think for a while. I just want to have some fun and enjoy life. Being out here with you is special. Thanks, replied the entrepreneur simply as a hair waved playfully in the wind and a sparkling eyes stayed fixed on the water in front of her. This is the happiest I've ever this is the happiest I have seen her look since I met her at the conference to the artist. He put an arm around the entrepreneur. She didn't retreat anyway, remaining relaxed as the brightly painted vessel ventured deeper into the ocean. After a while, the small island they had been heading toward came into clearer focus. The billionaire's team stocked up the billionaire's team stocked us up for a pretty good picnic, noted the entrepreneur. How about we drop anchor in the shallow area over there and have lunch on the white sand part of the beach? The island looked deserted aside from the well fed seagulls, some with live fish dangling from their skinny yellow beaks that soared overhead, and the gigantic turtle ambling along the damp shoreline as though he ruled it. Cool, the artist replied. I'm good with that, he added as he took off his shirt unself consciously and dove into the water with a wide splash. The delightful meal the two enjoyed consisted of grilled spicy prawn and a fresh mango salad, along with a humongous chunk of pecorino cheese flown in that morning from Italy. Watermelon mixed with pineapple and kiwi had been provided for dessert. The entrepreneur shared her longing to build one of the world's greatest companies as they savored the food and relaxed in that sanctuary of peaceful isolation. She spoke of her desire to build a genuine empire and then perhaps to retire in style to the rustic side of Ibiza. She also confided even more of her pained childhood from the terrible divorce of her parents to the depth of her trauma around the violent passage of her beloved father. She spoke in further detail of the series of failed relationships that had caused her to concentrate most of her time on her work and the loneliness she felt when she wasn't in the process of advancing her business. Those weren't failed relationships, mused the artist as he munched joyfully on a chunk of watermelon. They made you who you are, right? And I really like who you are. Actually, said the artist candidly, I love who you are. He leaned over and kissed the entrepreneur. What took you so long to say that? She asked. I don't know. My confidence has been low for a long time, confessed the artist. But hearing the spellbinder at the seminar and meeting you and feeling an amazing vibe and then being on this totally insane yet incredible adventure, I don't know, it's making me believe more in myself again. This is all helping me to trust life again. I guess. To open up to someone again is great. I shall paint later today. Something special is going to show up. I just know it. Yes, you should, encourage the entrepreneur. I sense it too. You are going to be a hugely successful and truly legendary painter. And then, after legendary pause, she added, I love you too, by the way. The romance of that moment being shared by the two new members of the 5 Club was suddenly broken by the sound of loud hip hop music. A figure could be seen in the water moving dazzlingly fast, zigzagging and then racing along straightaways. It soon became evident who this noisy and uninvited intruder was. Stone Relay, riding on a souped up jet ski and wearing a top hat that had been strapped to his chin. Yes, a top hat. And if you look closely, you will see a skull and crossbones symbol on it, the sort that sits on pirate flags. Soon he, too, was up on the unspoiled beach with these two lovers. Soon he, too, was eating the prawns and mango salad and wolfing down large pieces of the fresh fruit dessert. And soon he was holding hands with the entrepreneur and the artist. This man was a pure oddball and a most human hero. The entrepreneur and the artist looked at each other as the billionaire did his thing. They shook their heads, clapped their hands, and laughed, easy laugh. Dudes, shouted the billionaire above the volume of the thumping music as his jet ski bobbed in the shallow water. Missed you too. Hope you don't mind me crashing your picnic. He communicated with food in his mouth without waiting for an answer. He turned up the decibel level on the song and sang along to the words. Larry tune. He asked with the energy of a power plant. Deaf, replied the artist instinctively. I mean definitely, he corrected. The three companions spent the rest of that unforgettable afternoon swimming, singing, dancing, and talking. That evening, the billionaire hosted a magnificent dinner out of his beach, which was lit with tiki torches, cream colored lanterns, and what you will have guessed were thousands of candles. A long wooded table draped with the fitness of linen supported platters of exquisitely prepared food. The spellbinder also appeared at the banquet, swapping stories with the billionaire while a few of Mr. Riley's other friends showed up later to play the bongos, share in the fabulous meal, and snip some fine wine. Even the ultra professional and exceptionally hospitable attendants were encouraged to join the festivities. It was all surreal and special. For an instant, the entrepreneur reflected on the preciousness of the evening and recalled a quote her father had placed on the door of the family's fridge. It was from Dale Carnegie, the self-help author, and it read, one of the most tragic things I know about human nature is that all of us tend to put off living. We are all dreaming of some magical rose garden over the horizon instead of enjoying the roses that are blooming outside our windows today. The entrepreneur smiled to herself. She realized she would postpone living fully no more. She did not only fall in love with a good man, she was beginning to experience a lavish lust for life itself. At 5 a.m. the next morning, the sound of a helicopter pierced the serenescence that only presents itself at that hour of the day. The entrepreneur and the artist waited on the beach as they did promise the billionaire they would. They held hands tightly and awaited the next lesson he told them he did share. But the billionaire was nowhere to be found. An assistant wearing a crisp shirt the color of the sky and pressed Bermuda shorts, the hue of a tomato with red leather sandals, ran down from the home of the titan of the industry. Bonjour, she said in a highly polished way. Mr. Riley has requested that I escort you to his helipad. He has a huge gift for you both, but you will need to hurry. Please, we are on a strict timeline. The three of the men scampered along the beach up a groomed trail through lush trees, past a herb garden with wooden signs containing quotes from famous leaders, as well as one that said, trespassers will be composted, and finally to a expansive manicured meadow. At the center of it sat a gleaming helicopter with its rotors whirling against the radiance of the early morning lightfall. Inside the aircraft, a single pilot could be seen. He wore aviator glasses, a black flat brimmed baseball cap, and all black uniform. As his passengers were led inside, the pilot remained silent, manipulating the controls and writing on what appeared to be a detailed checklist attached to a scuffed up clipboard with the phrase, Rise and shine so you'll escape the misery of mediocrity. Written at the top in red, a smiley face emoji was evident below this line. Good morning, said the entrepreneur enthusiastically to the pilot. Where's Mr. Relay? The pilot didn't answer. He tuned a dial, tweaked a knob, and made another tick mark on the white page. Good luck and have a safe flight, you two, announced the assistant as she adjusted the seat belts and placed headphones with the microphone snugly onto the heads of a VIP guest. Where's the heck we are going? Demanded the artist, reverting to the angry man's status. No reply. The door shut with a thud. They locked with a click. The engine noise grew louder and the propeller accelerated its rotations. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh went the sound. The pilot, seemingly in some sort of imperturbable trance and certainly not at all friendly, pushed the control stick. The helicopter began to rise above the grassy field unexpectedly. The aircraft tilted to the left dramatically. Then it descended aggressively toward the earth in a free fall before jerking upward again. Total disaster, shouted the artist. This pilot is incompetent. I hate him. Just breathe, all will be well, reasoned the entrepreneur. She looked relaxed, secure, and in complete control. Her morning training was working. She pulled the artist closer to her. I'm here, we'll be safe. This will end well. Soon the helicopter was high in the sky, moving steadily, efficiently, and gracefully. The quiet pilot fiddled with the dials and tinkered with the controls, seemingly oblivious to the fact he carried two passengers. I have seen that watch before, observed the artist as he sipped the big timepiece on the pilot's lean wrist. Same one Stone had on at the spellbinder's presentation. This is nuts, he said, stated in a quavering voice. The painter was sweating like a polar bear in a heat wave. Own your morning, elevate your life, came the singing voice from the front of the helicopter. Hi cats, bonjour, enjoy being members of the 5 club this morning? He questioned in a raspy tone. Boy, oh boy, you're gonna love the surprise that's coming. Another country for another lesson on the morning routine of legendary leaders, creative geniuses, and the great women and the men of the world. The pilot turned his head around radically and whipped off his sunglasses intensely. Then he let out a monumental bow. It was the billionaire. Hey people, I didn't mean to scare you two glorious human beings. I do have a helicopter pilot's license, said Mr. Reilly, sincerely, almost apologetically. Sure, remarked the artist, still clinging to the entrepreneur like a gambler holding his last chip. Got it years ago, the billionaire continued. Helicopters are uber cool, but with all my business ventures these days, I don't get in the airtime I used to. Sorry for the rough liftoff. I guess I need more practice. So, where are we going? The entrepreneur asked as she eased onto her supple leather seat. Agra was the billionaire's one word answer. What does that mean? Asked the artist. What's an Agra? I'm taking you guys back to the airport, said the billionaire. Gotta keep us moving on this once in a lifetime adventure we are on. We are leaving Mauritius, wondered the entrepreneur with disappointment. Her bracelets dangled and knocked against each other as she said this. What about everything you still have to share with us? The artist asked. We still haven't learned the 20 by 20 by 20 formula you say will revolutionize our lives. You told us that it's pretty much the foundation of the 5M method. I've been waiting to learn it, argued the artist, punching at fist into a hand again. And I really, really love Mauritius. I wasn't ready to leave. So do I, agreed the entrepreneur. I thought you promised you did get into the detailed tactics around what to do after we get up at 5 am. And at the Spellbinders conference, you promised that you did share practical productivity hacks so I could scale up my business and some key techniques to build my own fortune. And me and my man only had one picnic together. And you crashed it with your loud music and your pimped up ski. No one spoke for a moment. Then slowly everyone in the helicopter began to giggle. Relax, guys, hollered the billionaire. My home is your home. You can come back to Mauritius anytime you want. I'll send the same drivers and the same jet. And I'll make sure you feel the same love from me and my awesome team. No sweat. Happy to be helpful. Always. He adjusted another dialer before adding, I have got a plane waiting for us on the runway right now. You lovebirds have been tremendous students, absolutely first rate. You have passionately embraced the spellbinder's teaching. You have been up with the sun and on time every morning. I have seen all your progress, so I wanted to give you a great present today. A present? Artist queried. I will need to get back to my studio at home pretty soon. I've got some serious restructuring of my craft and fixing of my life to do after all this. And I will need to be at my company soon too, the entrepreneur said. Some of the worry lines returned to her forehead as she pronounced these words, though there were many fewer than before she had joined the 5 club. Well, not yet, guys, not yet. Please, pleaded the billionaire. We are going to Agra. I have no idea where that is, admitted the entrepreneur. Agra is in India, the billionaire explained. I am taking you to see one of the 7 wonders of the world and get set to learn the next part of the 5 method. Everything you have learned so far has been preparation for all that's coming. Lock a load, dudes. We are now ready to get into the advanced information to help you drive exponential productivity, maximum performance, legendary leadership, and a towering life that upgrades the world. Get set to receive the most practical information you could ever learn on the morning routine of world builders and history makers. The best is about to come. The billionaire expertly landed to the helicopter next to a pristine private jet that had its turbines running. Unlike the first one, this aircraft was all black, but like the one that brought the 2 students to Mauritius, it had 5 AC emblazoned on the tail, also in a huge orange similar to a mandarin. Let's go to the incredible India, exclaimed the billionaire energetically. Let's go then, replied the entrepreneur and the artist. One of the most valuable experiences of the extraordinary esca- escapade with stone relay, the eccentric magnet, was about to begin. Chapter 12. The 5 am Club discovers the habit installation protocol. I hated every minute of training, but I said don't quit. Suffer now and live the rest of your life as a champion. Written by Muhammad Ali. The next morning lessons was scheduled to be on how the most productive leaders and performers on the planet install the habits that make them superstars and live fascinating, adventurous, and purposeful lives. In reply to Mr. Riley's request, both the entrepreneur and the artist had arranged to extend their time away. They understood the profound value of the training they were being exposed to, and they knew their smartest move was to embrace it fully. Hi, cats! Shouted the billionaire, running up to his companions as the Indian sun rose timidly against a horizon that was at once barren and electrifying. It was precisely 5 am. The tycoon wore a black collared shirt, cargo shorts, and black sandals. He was smiling broadly. He still glowed from the sunshine of Mauritius, and today he wore a turban. This morning, I'll be walking you through the spellbinders insights of installing the peak performance regimes that will help you activate your greatness in business life and in regular life. And I shared with you in an early lesson, what makes the best is not their genetics but their habits, and not the extent of their gifts but the strength of their grit. Today's lesson will walk you through what the science and research tell us we must do to let go of the behaviors that weaken us and to code in the ones that will serve us. What's grit? Asks the entrepreneur, paying attention to every word the billionaire spoke. Today she had her hair in a ponytail and simple shoes on her feet. It's a term popularized by social psychologist Angela Duckworth, who studied elite performers in the fields of business, education, the military, and the sports. She found that what makes the most successful achievers so great isn't their inherent talent but their levels of commitment, discipline, resilience, and perseverance. Grit is a word to describe these traits. Cool, brother, said the artist. That inspires me not to give up on a painting when I hit a wall of self doubt, or when I get frustrated by my lack of progress, or when I get scared others in my field will laugh because I'm producing art that is fresh and original instead of copied and derivative. Good, responded the billionaire as he rubbed his muscular abs. Albert Einstein wrote, great spirits have always encountered violent oppositions from mediocre minds. The mediocre mind is incapable of understanding the man who refuses to bow blindly to conventional prejudices and chooses instead to express his opinions courageously and honestly. Now that, spoke the artist exuberantly, displaying an expression that showed his growing pride in trusting his personal vision when it came to his craft. Anywho, let's get back on track and keep jamming on the most potent ways to install world class habits that last versus ones that dissolve after a few weeks of trying to make them stick. Of course, this morning's mentoring class is absolutely essential for you too because even though you guys are up at 5 Delhi now, we want the discipline to become a lifetime routine. Oh, and an essential part of the world class habit installation involves learning how the pros build remarkable self control and unleash rare amounts of willpower, so we should start there. The three companions were standing in front of the Taj Mahal. They were alone. The structure was unspeakably sublime as they stared at it, a genuine testimony to the rewards of architectural and engineering mastery. I love India so much, declared the billionaire. One of the greatest nations on earth, and this place, well, is one of the seven wonders of the world for a reason. Breathtakingly beautiful, right? True, admitted the entrepreneur as she sipped some very hot coffee. The billionaire held a large water bottle in his left hand. It had a statement printed on it, as his water bottles often did, which he read to his two students with gusto. The hero does not become great during periods of comfort. The illustrious and noble souls of our world became strong. Brave and moral will stand resolutely in the storms of adversity, difficulty, and doubt. It is in the moment that you face your deepest weakness that you receive the chance to forge your greatest strength. Real power then comes not from a life of ease but one of the intense effort, devoted discipline, and demanding action in the direction of what Supreme Self knows to be right. To continue at a time when you age to stop, to advance when you long to quit, to persist in the instant when you feel like giving up, is to claim your membership among the great warriors and honorable characters who led humanity to a better place through their own invincibility. Wow, uttered the artist. Some great poet wrote that. Nope, mentioned the billionaire. Those words are all mine. Mr. Riley then raised a hand into the air. And you know what happened? Out of the early morning mist appeared an impeccably dressed and very attractive eyed. We are all so happy you are back in India, sir. We have missed you, she uttered. Here's what you asked for. The billionaire bowed slightly and gave his assistant a friendly smile. A spectacularly ornate Pashima shawl was handed to a titan who stretched it out in the light. As you know, Pashmina is a fine type of wool from Kashmir. The term itself translates a spectacularly ornate pashmina shawl was handed to the titan who stretched it out in the light. As you know, pashmina is a fine type of wool from Kashmir. The term itself translates into soft gold in the Kashmiri language, and if you saw it, you will agree it looks so. Detailed stitching had gone into the fabric, and as the two students focused more closely on it, they could see the fine 3-1 creed of the willpower warriors sieve into the shawl. Below this title was a series of statements that explained what the 5-3-1 meant. It was all quite unique. Here's what the handcrafted stitching said. The five scientific truths behind excellent habits. Truth number one. World class willpower isn't an inborn strength but a skill developed through relentless practice. Getting up at dawn is perfect self control training. Truth number two, personal discipline is a muscle. The more you stretch it, the stronger it grows. Therefore, the samurais of self regulation actively create conditions of hardship to build their natural power. Truth number three, like other muscles, willpower weakness when tired, recovery is therefore absolutely necessary for the expression of mastery and to manage decision fatigue. Truth number 4. Installing any great habit successfully follows a distinct four-part pattern for automation of the routine. Follow it explicitly for lasting results. Truth number 5. Increasing self control in one area of your life elevates self control in all areas of your life. This is why joining the FIRE Club is the game changing habit that will lift everything else that you do. The three values of heroic habit makers. Value number one, victory demands consistency and persistency. Value number two, following through on what is started determines the size of the personal respect that will be generated. Value number three, the way you practice in private is precisely the way you will perform once you are in public. The one general theory of self discipline Spartans to regularly do that which is hard but important when it feels most uncomfortable is how warriors are born. The billionaire closed his eyes and repeated this phrase. I don't wish for an easy life because there is no growth of my powers there. Give me a challenging life, one that brings out the finest in me. For this makes an iron will and an unconquerable character. This shawl is my gift to you too. The industrialist went on. Please do study the five scientific truths and three values along with the one general theory that make up the 5-3-1 creed of the willpower warrior. This will serve you brilliantly as you encode habits that endure. Within a few moments, an auto rickshaw sped up from an empty parking area off in the distance. Out came a smiling young man dressed smartly in a dark grey jacket, perfectly pressed trousers, and a polished brown shoes. Namaste, Arjun, said the billionaire as he clasped his hands together. Hey, boss, was the warmly reply of the assistant. Though his words were casual, the way he articulated them demonstrated immense respect for his employer. You too know the story behind the Taj Mahal, the billionaire asked as the aide stood off to the side, looking ready to offer any help Mr. Ray required. Please tell us, the entrepreneur requested. She carried a single legal notepad with a simple black rollerball pen, and all the millionaires' early talk of how the misuse of technology leads to a destruction of creativity and an extreme reduction in productivity was having a major impact on her. Today she wrote a bangle engraved with the words, Dreams don't come true while you are sleeping. Sure, it's a rad story, gushed Melania, retreating to more of his California surfer slang. Like your two sweethearts, the Mughal Emperor Shah Jahan, who masterminded this marvel, was very much in love. As a symbol of his devotion to and adoration of his wife Mumtaz after her death in 1631, He committed himself to the construction of a monument the likes of which the world had never seen. One so extravagantly sensational, staggeringly inspirational, and structurally exceptional that all onlookers will understand the depth of this man's affection as they experience all its splendor. It does something to my heart when I look at it, murmured the artist, staring at the marble facade that glimmered in front of him. He squinted as the early morning rays struck his eyes. He was looking more fit, calm, confident, and poised than the entrepreneur had ever observed. Me too, agreed the billionaire, with a note of melancholy in his voice. Seeing the Taj Mahal isn't just an excursion of the intellect, it's also a resurrection of the spirit. It wakes even the numbest person up to what we as human creatures are capable of producing. But to continue, once the Maharaja set his bold intention, his workers started the process of translating that lofty vision into a definite reality. Because, as you both now not know, ambition without implementation is a ridiculous delusion. You two are now much more fluent in the insight that anything legendary requires generous amounts of industry, artistry, and persistency. Mastery isn't a sudden event. It really is a ceaseless process that may take years of painstaking craftsmanship, practice, sacrifice, and suffering before the finished product intensifies to a level that moves the world. This is yet another GCA, a gargantuan competitive advantage, continued Mr. Relay. To remain loyal to your noble ideal, not only during the weeks after you thought of the dream, but over the long months and perhaps extended years in the parched desert of creative implementation while you endure rejection, exhaustion, the stones of jealous peers, the skepticism of your loved ones, being diverted by other attractive opportunities, and finding your way through the isolated winters of self doubt. This is what separates the also rants from the icons. Anyone can be great for a minute. The sport of icons is sustaining genius, great performance over a lifetime. And that takes unusual grit and patience uncommon in these superficial times. The kind that the majority of society today has sadly failed to develop. Know what I mean? The billionaire was animated, energetic, and completely jacked up. He threw an arm into the air and flashed the universal victory sign with two fingers. It seemed he did so just to protect his inspiration and to insulate the fire that had been activated within his heart. Many decades ago, Albert Ian Gray delivered an address for salespeople in the insurance industry. He called it the common denominator of success, and it distilled what the author had identified over 30 years of study as the greatest key to fortune in one's business, family, health, financial, and spiritual lives. What, what was it? Inquired the entrepreneur with acute interest as she sipped her own tepid coffee. Well, offered the billionaire, from my recollection of the pamphlet that was made from the talk and then widely circulated to top sales professionals, he said, I had been brought up on the popular belief that the secret of success is hard work, but I had seen so many people work hard without succeeding that I became convinced hard work was not the real secret. So, what was it? Implored the artist impatiently. Dude, I'm getting into it, the magnate replied playfully. So, Albert Grace said, this common denominator of success is so big, so powerful, and it is, interjected the entrepreneur, equally unable to wait for the answer. Gray explained that the common denominator of success, the secret of success of every man and woman who has ever been successful, lies in the fact that they form the habit of doing things that failures don't like to do. Simple and profound. Observed the artist as he ran one hand down on red lock, he too sniffed some now cold coffee. Top producers make it a habit to do the high value activities that average ones don't feel like doing, even when they too don't feel like doing them, the billionaire continued. And by practicing the desired behavior over and over, their self mastery and personal discipline grows, and the new routine becomes automated. The artist nodded, then stroked his goatee He was thinking about his art. I truly have been limiting myself because of my insecurities. He thought once again, I'm so worried about what others will say about my work that I'm not creating enough. And Mr. Really is right. I'm not being patient and building the self control that doing difficult but valuable thing brings. I sort of just do what I want anytime I want. Some days I have some drive and other times I sleep all day. Sometimes I'm lazy, some days I work hard. I'm like a cock bobbing in the water with no steady direction, no real structure, no real discipline. I play video games a lot, sometimes for many hours, I have this habit of rushing to create paintings that sell fast when I need some money instead of slowing down and concentrating all my skill on the one opus that will define the extent of my expertise and turn my whole field on its head by its genius. So, the billionaire expounded, returning to his story about the making of Taj Mahal for 22 years, not 22 days and not 22 months, 22 years, over 20,000 workers toiled in the scorching Indian sun, block of marble by block of marble, carried from immense distance by over 1,000 elephants. The army of craftsmen steadily erected the structure you are seeing. They faced architectural roadblocks, environmental extremes, and unexpected tragedies along the journey. Yet they were focused, fearless, and relentless, dazzling, committed to doing whatever it took to get the Emperor's gorgeous dream done. Really incredible, said the artist as he surveyed the landmark. A butterfly sailed by, a few raindrops sprinkled on his face, and believe it or not, more doves soared high above the billionaire's head. What's with all the doves, rainbows, and butterflies that seem to surround you a lot of time? Pressed the entrepreneur as she adjusted the t-shirt she was wearing. It had a quote from Oscar Wilde on it that seemed to fit the newfound awareness of the businesswoman. It read, Be yourself, everyone else is already taken. We all have the magic, most of us don't know how to use it, was the Baron's brief and mysterious reply. So, getting back to Taj Mahal, after 2 decades, this mausoleum was complete, he remarked in a harsh tone, and humankind was given one of the greatest products of poetic audacity it has ever received. I am beyond inspired, confided the entrepreneur. Thank you so much for bringing us here to Agra. I am ever so grateful. The emperor must have really cared for his wife, mused the artist, delivering a penetrating reveal of the wonderfully obvious. He then looked intently at the entrepreneur. Her radiance went far beyond the basic beauty of starless models and women of high glamour. Hers was a quieter, more profound loveliness, and the kind that makes sunrise special and moonbeams enchanting. He thought to himself that this woman's magnetism comes from a place deeper than merely an attractive face. It was a charm born of struggle, and electricity emanating from heart and energy emitting through a formidable intellect and prettiness formed by her robust resolve to step into a person of true power, wisdom, and love. The Taj Mahal is such a direct metaphor for you cats to consider on the subject of staying with the commitment to a new habit through whatever hardship show up and remaining sincere to your ideals not only in the seasons of comfort but especially when it all gets terrifically difficult. And that's why this morning's coaching is so exceedingly important. What you are about to learn will help you implement so much about the philosophies I have shared with you up till now. The spellbinder has carefully developed the model I am about to reveal over many, many years working with business builders, masterful achievers, and change makers like myself. Today's session isn't so much about why you should embrace the morning ritual or rising before the sun. It's much more about how you can get this routine done. As a lifetime regime, explained the industrialist as he rubbed an earlobe like an imaginating child rubbing a magic lamp. Awesome, said the artist. I need this. The practical ways to make sure I don't stop getting up at 5 am after this adventure ends. Cool, indicated the billionaire. Then let's go. Two burly security guards then led the billionaire, the entrepreneur, and the artist to a private entrance into the complex, usually reserved for heads of state, members of royalty, and other global leaders. One inside the monument, which was dark and still, the billionaire began his discourse. This is a fascinating, riveting, confusing, and exciting period in the lifetime of the world. For those showing up as victims each morning and every day, the future will be very hard, dangerous, and frightening because they won't know what hit them. And they'll be absolutely unprotected to deal with the environmental, economic, and social upheaval that is coming. Yet for the dedicated minority who have habituated a battle-proof morning routine to defend their gifts, cultivated heroic personal restraint, and develop a bulletproof character through the rigorous training of their muscles of self discipline, the times ahead will be phenomenally rich, harmonious, and ultra productive. Those who have armored themselves against the turbulence on its way by installing a world class and carefully granulated morning ritual will actually be in a position to leverage all the messiness into humongous opportunity and transform all the confusion into supreme sense of clarity, genius, and calmness that allows them to win. The billionaire rubbed his turban and then, for some reason unknown to his two students, began to whisper. The first insight I'll offer you here is that your brain is constructed for expansion. Yes, I'll agree those who are stuck into in their pro and personal lives and those who are working under a mentality of can't versus may running a psychology of possibility will argue that there is no way they can make the improvements they need to make by wearing in a great habitus like members of the 5 Club. They'll fight to the death on the reality of why it is impossible for them to accelerate their creativity, productivity, prosperity, performance, and impact. They will totally try to get you to believe their rationalizations for being unable to materialize an amazing career and manifest an exquisite private life. They have given away their power to make change for so long. They have come to believe their powerlessness represents the truth. Neglect your power long enough and you will eventually believe you don't have any. But the reality of their condition is a very different story. The fact is that such people, good, well intentioned, talent-filled people, have allowed the forces of their sovereign selves to become corrupted so often they have succumbed to a state of acute passivity. Yes, most people are passive instead of active builders of the ambitions within them. And then unconsciously they have manufactured a series of excuses about why they can't show up as the leaders in their work and capable creators of their lives because they are so scared to leave the safety of their stuckedness and make the very improvements that will bring them to glory. The billionaire stopped to draw a giant pulp of air, a ray of golden sunlight picked into a Taj Mahal. Then he carried on. Science now confirms that our brains are continued to grow throughout our lives. This beautiful phenomenon is called neuroplasticity and it speaks to the fact that the human brain, like personal willpower, is a lot more like a muscle than previously understood. It's plastic in a way. Push it and I'll expand. Flex it and I will extend and become more potent for your use in the tallest expressions of your most radiant gifts. So you want to make sure you exercise your brain aggressively to make new habits like getting up early, your new normal, neurons that fire together, wire together. As you repeat the routine you wish to add to your lifestyle, it becomes easier and more familiar. That's a really important point to contemplate and then act on. I have never been aware that we actually have the ability to grow our brains, noted the entrepreneur excitedly. And I guess what you are saying is the more we practice a fresh habit, the more our brains will work with us and evolve to make it part of who we are, right? Yup, responded the billionaire. He loved seeing how the two human beings he was mentoring were improving through his sharing. Real leaders always feel great joy when they shine a light on the talents of others. Powerful idea, he went on with his finger now on the wall of the wonder of the world. You don't have the brain you want, you have the brain you have earned. Or to put it another way, you don't have the brain you desire, you have the brain you deserve. Based on how you have been operating, spend your days diverted by your devices, tethered to televisions and measuring in mindless pursuits, and your brain will be weak and flabby through your mistreatment of it. Just like other muscles, it will atrophy. and this will result in weaker recognition, slow learning, and low processing power. Your competition will destroy you and your targets will elude you. On the other hand, when you use your brain intelligently by expanding its limits and running it like a titan, it will expand and increase its connectivity, causing important gains in your productivity, performance, and influence. The brains of London taxi drivers were studied, and the area responsible for spatial reasoning, the hippocampus, was found to be significantly larger in them compared to the brains of ordinary people. Guess why? Because of the complexity of the street system in London, the artist responded confidently. You got it, applauded the billionaire. So, just as you develop your biceps in the gym by lifting dumbbells or doing push ups, the cabins in London flex their hippocampi as they draw each day. And, like I said, given that the brain is a lot more like a muscle than neuroanatomists previously understood, that part of it grows stronger. See how powerful we human beings are. This is a superb example of the neuroplasticity we all have at our disposal. The brain can be strengthened, sculpted, and optimized if we choose to make it so. When you guys get home, study this phenomenon as well as the awesome process of neurogenesis, which describes the brain's natural ability to actually breed new neurons. The emerging neuroscience explaining the availability of mastery to every single person alive today, no matter where they live or how old they are, or what they do or how hard their past have been, is so incredibly exciting the tycoon gushed. Anywho, he added, for now please just know that the brain has a malleability and a muscularity to it. And what makes the great ones is they truly understand that daily discomfort is the price of enduring success, and that pushing ourselves hard builds the kind of brain that generates military grade discipline. It's such a myth that the super producers had easy lives. The billionaire reached into a pocket, pulled out a sealed envelope, and handed it to the entrepreneur. Please open this and read it for us with as much conviction and passion as you have, the Baron instructed politely. Inside, on a neatly folded piece of fine stationery, the businesswoman found the following words of the illustrious philosophers, philosopher Fred, Friedrich Nietzsche. Do not talk about giftedness in born talents. One can name great men of all kinds who were very little gifted. They acquired greatness, became geniuses, as we put it, through qualities the lack of which no one who knew what they were would boast of. They all possessed that seriousness of the efficient workman which first learns to construct the parts properly before it ventures to fashion a great whole. They allow themselves time for it because it took more pleasure in making the little secondary things well than in the effect of a dazzling whole. Flip the page over, please, requested the billionaire as his eyes twinkled in the light entering the Taj Mahal. The entrepreneur read a second quote that had been carefully written with what she guessed was an indigo inked fountain pen. The phrase was from the English poet William Ernest Henley. Imagine these words infusing the deepest and most unstained part of your soul. It matters not how straight the gate, how charged with punishments the scroll. I am the master of my fate, I am the captain of my soul. The masters and the geniuses and the heroes of your civilization all live hard lives, expanded the billionaire. They trained tough, they played through pain. To borrow a term a lot of superstar athletes use these days. They pushed their potential fiercely. They were ambitious, ceaseless, and ferocious when it came to the complete capitalization of their grandest potential. The Latin root of the word passion means to suffer. These women and men suffered for their visions, ideals, and aspirations. They suffered for the increase of their skill and sacrificed for the realization of their prowess. They endured enormous anguish as they advanced their crafts and abandoned their temptations. And I must tell you, these illustrious performers also suffered for the state of the world. Playing small with your promise demotes our world, because the planet becomes a poorer place without your greatness in it. Suddenly, the billionaire fell to his knees. He lay flat on the floor and closed his eyes, folding his arms over his heart. The tycoon then began to snore loudly. What the heck are you doing now, brother? Asked the artist, appearing both confused and amused. Voluntary discomfort, was the speedy reply. More snoring. I want my teddy bear, he cried, and my jammies. Stone really then began to suck his thumb. He is unreal, laughed the entrepreneur, clearly entertained by yet another stunt of this maverick industrialist. One could see the billionaire was now smiling, apparently impressed with his comedic skills as well as his unusual ability to make a teaching point. Remaining on the ground, he said, the single best way to build your willpower is to voluntarily put yourself into conditions of discomfort. The spellbinder calls this strengthening scenarios. When I was much younger and my ability to command myself to do what I needed to do when I didn't feel like doing it was much weaker, I did give into my lesser urges so easily. My self discipline muscles were very flabby because I wasn't exercising them. The spellbinder knew I needed to become a lot stronger so I could install the 5 routine in a way that stayed with me my whole career. So he had me actively put myself into situations of hardship and it worked like magic. What kind of situation? Asked the artist. Once a week I slept on the floor. You are serious? Quizzed the entrepreneur. Really? Absolutely, the billionaire confirmed. And I began taking cold showers every morning. Twice a week I did fast, like so many of the most accomplished women and men of the world have done to capitalize on and manifest their primal power. It's remarkable how much time I did save during the fasting windows when I wouldn't eat, and striking how clear my thinking would be and how much my energy I did have. Oh, and when I did be at my loft in Zurich to promote my toughness and grit. I did do some hard winter training by running in the snow with only a t-shirt and a pair of shorts on. The billionaire stood up. Is exactly what I have been suggesting since we got to a Taj Mahal. You have the capacity for a world-class self-control. Science confirms it. The real key is to push your brain to develop new neural pathways and to force your willpower muscles to flex and stretch, intentionally working these natural resources up to their highest level. This is how anyone can become so strong, courageous, and undefeatable that no matter what obstacles they face and difficulties they experience, they continue on their quest to meet their glorious goals. Why do you think Navy SEALs and members of the SAS, true willpower warriors, actively expose themselves to such a potentially spirit crushing scenarios? All those long runs in the rain with heavy backpacks on, crawling through thick mud in the middle of night, eating brutal food and living in a Spartan setting, confronting their fears by performing tests like jumping into the ocean from cliff backwards with blindfolds on, or enduring exercise involving psychological degradation so they train themselves to transcend what most limits them. Look, cats' bravery and the capacity to do the difficult things that are necessary for the fullest expression of your greatness isn't a divine blessing. No, not at all. It's a voluntary practice. Toughness and a will of iron takes devotion. So, I very much suggest you begin to suffocate your demons, slay your dragons, and hug your monster by doing more demanding things. This is one of the surest routes to masterful achievement and a private life you will be ever so proud of at the end. This makes me think of Irish playwright George Bernard Shaw. Boy, did that dude have a cool beard, the billionaire said awkwardly. Ever seen it? He kept on. I have not, the artist responded. You should, is gnarly, the mogul noted. Then he snapped his finger 8 times. After this, an unknown voice bellowed from somewhere within the mausoleum. The reasonable man adapts himself to the world. The unreasonable one persists in trying to adapt the world to himself. Therefore, all progress depends on the unreasonable man. The voice grew silent. George Bernard Shaw wrote that in his play Man and the Superman, a four-act drama, and he produced in 1903. All I'm trying to say is this: when it comes to fulfilling your gifts, talents, admirable ambitions, and instinct to change the world in whatever way most resonates with you, never ever be reasonable with yourself. The billionaire paused and then did something his two students had not seen anyone do before. He kissed the area of a flesh between the index finger and the thumb of his left hand. You gotta love yourself before you can lift the world, by the way, he muttered with a grin before proceeding with his mentoring. Inspiring, the artist admitted what George Bernard Shaw said. Research proves that training yourself so your willpower becomes maximized is one of the crowning achievements of an epic life. The billionaire continued. The Welsh explorer Henry Morton Stanley observed that self-control is more indispensable than gunpowder. Definitely inspiring, the entrepreneur echoed. Look, said the billionaire, is such a myth that celebrated athletes and legendary artists and revered salesmen, statesmen, and stateswomen had more natural willpower than the rest of us. That's just a big lie. What's real? He declared is that these exceptionalists began an ordinary people, and through relentless practice and constant drilling to wire in excellent daily habits, their power to manage themselves against their cravings and temptation grew stronger until the culture perceived them as superhumans. Small, daily, seemingly insignificant improvements, when done consistently over time, yielding staggering results, commented the artist, happily reciting the valuable brain tattoo that he had embraced on his wondrous journey. He reached over and grasped the hand of the entrepreneur. That's right, acknowledged the billionaire. What looks to the human eye like invisible and infinitesimal optimizations around your willpower when performed daily are what make you into a Michelangelo or a Da Vinci or a Disney or a Chopping or a Coco Channel or a Roger Bannister or a Pele or a Marcus Aurelius or a Corporal Nickers over extended periods of training. The true geniuses all started out as ordinary people, but they practiced building up their strength so much and so often that showing up at world class became automated. Here is another brain tattoo the spellbinder taught me. Legendary performers practice being spectacular for so long that they no longer remember how to behave in non spectacular ways. So, practically speaking, where do we start? The entrepreneur asks because I know both of us want a lot of more self-discipline and to have excellent habits that last a lifetime, especially getting up at 5 a.m. Follow me, instructed the industrialist. Mr. Relay led them down a corridor of the monument, past a series of dim rooms, and into a small chamber. In one corner sat a blackboard. The billionaire picked up a piece of chalk and proceeded to draw this diagram. The first, the trigger, the lifetime habit arc. First, the trigger, second, the ritual, third, the reward, fourth, the repetition. This simple model is based on the latest study on how habits are formed, he began. Your starting point is to create some kind of a trigger, to embed the early rising rituals into your mornings. This could be as simple as having an old school alarm clock next to your bed that goes off at 5 am. When we get to Rome, I'll explain why you shouldn't have any technology in your bedroom. Rome, the entrepreneur and the artist exclaim at the same time. The billionaire ignored them. Once you got trigger of your alarm clock in place, the next step, as you can see from my diagram, is to run the routine you want to encode. So we just get out of bed, right? Queried the entrepreneur. Queried the entrepreneur. Yup, said the billionaire. It sounds obvious, but jump straight out of bed before your reasoning mind, the prefrontal cortex, can give you a bunch of excuses about why you should go back to sleep. It's in this very moment that by getting out of bed, you build a early rising neural circuit in your brain through the power of neuroplasticity. And remember, brain pathways that wire together into a potent neural highway over time. It's in the very instant when you are faced with staying on the mattresses or standing up and starting your morning in great way that you have the chance to make your willpower stronger. It's uncomfortable at the start, I know. All changes hard at first, messy in the middle, and gorgeous at the end, interrupted the artist, reinforcing another of the spellbinder's brain tattoos. Yes, agreed the millennial. The next step of the four-part pattern to program in a new ritual is to make sure you have a present reward in place. The reward is what kickstarts and then grows your drive to get the new habit done. Always use the power of rewards for the advancement of your triumphs. So let's assume you do what you know to be right instead of following what's easy and sprint out of bed fast. As soon as the alarm goes off, I'll explain exactly what to do during your victory hours from 5 a.m. to 6 a.m. when I walk you through the 20 by 20 by 20 formula. Man, are you ever going to teach it to us? The artist interrupted again. He wasn't being rude. If you were in that chamber with those three, you'd sense that he only spoke that way because he was so interested in the 5M method. That's all. The 20 by 20 by 20 formula is the subject of tomorrow's morning coaching session. The billionaire offered with the utmost grace. For now, let's stay centered on the third step. You need to set up a reward. That's what the eminent researchers on willpower tell us is essential to create behaviors that stick. Your reward for rising with the sun could be a nice piece of dark chocolate for dessert at lunch. It could be taking a nap later in the day, another favorite right of the planet's great creatives. It could be treating yourself to the book you have been wanting to buy for for your library. You can figure out what feels right for you. Got it, said the entrepreneur. She was now sure that all this information would significantly elevate her business game and dramatically uplift her mindset, heart set, health set, and soul set, leading her into a truly excellent life. Good, that brings us to the final point in the pattern, said the billionaire as he touched a piece of chalk to the word repetition on the blackboard in that room of the Taj Mahal. The way to annihilate the weakest impulses of your lower self and to free yourself of the cravings and temptations that are blocking your best is through ceaseless repetition of the new behavior you're working hard to install. The word that comes to mind here is steadfast. Be steadfast in your commitment to remaining a lifelong member of the 5M Club. Be absolutely dedicated and excuseless in following through on this life altering self promise. Each time you follow through, you will deepen the relationship with your sovereign self. Each time you rise at dawn, you will purify your character, fortify your willpower, and magnify the fires of your soul. I guess what I'm trying to help you to wonderful people appreciate is that real measure of your majesty is shown not in your outer moments before an audience, but in the soft and early light of the lonely practice. You become undefeatable in the world by what you do when no one is watching. I have read a fair amount about championship sports teams, said the entrepreneur. Really helped me build superb squads at my company. And if there's one thing I have learned is that what took the winning team to victory was less how they played in the last seconds of a close final game and more how disciplined they were at practice. Exactly, agreed the billionaire. The brilliant moves in the last seconds of the championship match were automatic. The result of tireless hours of repetition of those splendid moves during training. Cool point, the artist thought to himself. I want to get to one remaining learning model this morning before I let you cats go. One that will make it incredibly clear how installing the habit follows a 66-day process. Yet, before I do, Before I do, I did want to share a few more fast practical points on self discipline. Great, the artist replied. Today's lesson has been big for me. I know it will help me beat procrastination and I'm sure it will improve the qualify of my art. And I have already been making progress on calibrating my physical fitness. He has agreed the entrepreneur with a wink. Well, just remember that willpower weakens once it gets tired. Scientists call the condition ego depletion. See you wake up each morning with a full battery of self control. That's why I want you to do the activities that are most important to the rise of your inner empires at the time when your capacity is strongest at 5 am. Here's the thing: as you go through your day, going to meetings, checking messages, and performing tasks, your ability to self regulate decreases, and so does your capability to handle temptations and manage weak impulses. The fact that human discipline muscles get tired from all the decision fatigue explains why so many massively successful people end up doing something foolish that destroys their careers. They gave into the urge. They gave into the urge that causes they gave into the urge that causes their downfall because all day long they were making important decisions. By the time it was evening, they had no willpower left in their battery to manage the craving. Super fascinating, remarked the entrepreneur. This explains a lot. So, the key is rest and recovery of the self control muscle, explained the billionaire. Never allow it to get too tired. Your willpower really is weakest when you are most tired. Key awareness to build on here. We make our worst decisions and our lowest choices when we are exhausted. So don't allow yourself to get exhausted. Period. I have a powerful mentoring session on how the best in the world protect priceless assets like the willpower to the lost art of personal regeneration plan for you later. Mr. Relay began to cough, a concerning throat cough, not an insignificant one. Oh, he added, regaining his composure. Please also know that research also supports the idea that external order increases your discipline. That's why Steve Jobs made sure the workplace at Next was minimalist and painted all white when he was there. Mess lowers your self control as well as steals your cognitive bandwidth. Maybe that's why so many so called geniuses wear the same uniform every day, artists commented. They want to keep order and structure in their lives, and they understand that each morning we wake up with a limited amount of willpower as well as mental focus. So rather than wasting these valuable gifts by spreading them over many travel choices like what to wear and what to eat, they automate as many basic things as possible so they can concentrate their highest power on just a few important activities. Now I'm getting how geniuses become geniuses even more. If all I did every day was my art and only a handful of other things, I wouldn't suffer from decisions fatigue, as you call it. And that would mean I wouldn't waste so much time in evening and make so many bad choices as the day ends, like watching stupid TV shows, eating so much junk food, and sipping too much tequila. Okay, declared the billionaire. You folks clearly now know all change is hard at first, messy in the middle, and gorgeous at the end. That insight should be well on its way to settling in as a default belief of your mindset. Now let's reconstruct that powerful brain tattoo of the spellbinder into a potent model which explains the three phases every habit installation goes through so you have even more firepower to lock in the regime of rising at dawn. You'll be absolutely love what you are about to learn. Promise me you'll turn up the volume of your listening so as we go through this. Then we'll call it a morning. We promise. The entrepreneur and the artist expressed together. Pinky promise, asked the billionaire, putting out little finger. Yes, responded the entrepreneur as she locked pinkies with her mentor. Yes, agreed the artist, and he did the same. Terrific, enthused the magnate. One of the security guards who had led the three companions into the structure walked in and pulled a chart out of a backpack. He shone his flashlight onto it so all could see what had been printed on it. The teaching framework that came into view looked like this: the habit installation protocol. Stage 1, Stage 2, Stage 3. For Stage 1, destruction for 22 days. It's a minimum 66-day plan. Stage 2 installation for 22 days and stage 3 is integration for 22 days. On the coding of any new habit, you will move through an initial period of destruction, said Mr. Riley as he pointed to the first phase on a diagram. Keep at it and you'll definitely move ahead into the second stage of the process, where new neural pathways are formed and the real installation begins. This is a messy middle. Finally, as you stick with your practice of making any fresh routine and your normal way of being, you will arrive at the final and wonderful stage integration. The whole exercise takes approximately 66 days according to research data of University College London. The spellbinder in his teaching calls this powerful fact the 66-day minimum. 66 days of training to make a new habit yours. So don't quit after a few days or a few weeks or even after 2 months. As it relates to becoming a member of the FIME club, stick with your self promise for at least 66 days. No matter what, do this one thing and remainder of your life will be exponentially better. This is promised you from my heart, said the billionaire. See, all the change is hard at first. That's what the spellbinder named Stage 1 Destruction. If it wasn't difficult at the start, it wouldn't be real change. It's supposed to be hard because you're rewriting the past pattern of your mind and destroying old ways of operating and rewiring past programs of your heart and emotions. Do you know why the space shuttle uses more fuel in the 60 seconds after liftoff than it uses over the entire orbit around the Earth? It needs to overcome the powerful forces of gravity after it takes off, the artist answered confidently. Exactly, the billionaire affirmed. It requires a large amount of fuel to overcome those initial forces and reach escape velocity. But once it does, momentum kicks in and the craft just goes. The first phase of creating any new habit, the destruction stage, is precisely like this. You need to overcome your deeply ingrained habits, dominant rituals, and traditional states of performance. You need to rise above your own forces of gravity until your escape velocity kicks in. It's so challenging at the beginning. I'm not going to lie to you. You both have done very well getting up at 5 a.m. over the mornings you have been with me. But you will hit a wall over this first 22 days while you are in phase 1. Nothing wrong, just part of the habit installation process anyone seeking peak productivity and a richer life must go through. For most people ready to get up before daybreak, each day of this first phase is a hardship. They feel like giving up. They complain that rising early just isn't for them, that they are not built for this routine and that it's just not worth the pain. My advice is simple. Continue at all costs. Persistency sits at the threshold of mastery. The things that feel hardest are also the ones that most are valuable. Keep remembering that doing difficult things that are very important was how the highest achievers and greatest heroes of our civilization embrace their power. Please also remember this rule. When faced with a choice, always choose the one that pushes you to the most, increases your growth, and promotes the unfoldment of your gifts, talents, and personal prowess. So, when you feel like quitting, persevere. You will get to the next stage soon. I understand negative thoughts, cranky emotions, and strong desires to surrender are a normal part of the process of hardwiring hardwiring any new regime. The first 22 days are supposed to feel like a mild form of torture because stage 1 is all about the destruction of old ways of being so that new ones can be set upright. The entrepreneur asks, precisely, the billionaire confirmed. And just because you couldn't do something before doesn't mean you can't do it now. He added while nodding in an encouraging way. I need to repeat what I said so you absolutely lock it in. If it wasn't hard initially, it wouldn't be real and valuable change. Society has programmed us to think that because it's difficult at first, something bad is happening, that we should stop what we are doing and return to the safe house of our former normal. Zero growth and evolution to a legendary in that mode of operating. Zero. So true, agreed the entrepreneur. Everyone I know repeats the familiar every day. Okay, maybe not everyone, but definitely most people some same thoughts, same behaviors and the same moves. The truth is not that they can't change, said Mr. Relay. It's just that they didn't make the commitment to improve and then stay with the process long enough for their neurobiology as well as their psy- psychology physiology, emotionality, and spirituality to work its natural wonders. Everything you know find easy you once found hard, The billionaire then asks the security guard's flashlight and focus it onto the part of the learning model related to the second stage of routinization. Thanks, Krishna, he added. See here, all change is messy in the middle. Stage 2 is called installation because it's like you're going through an interior renovation of sorts. Former foundations need to be toned down so that much better ones can be put up. This stage will make you feel confused, stressed, and frustrated. You'll feel like quitting even more and dismissing your decision to join the 5 club as a terrible one. You'll long to go back to staying in your warm bed and counting more sheep. Just know and trust that all is good, very good actually. And though you can't see it, you are advancing even further in the habituation of making the early rising routine yours for the rest of your life. Things are about to get easier, they really are. You are just going through the second stage of the procedure, and it only feels messy and it only looks chaotic. The reality is, we are growing beautifully and closing in on a whole new grade of performing. In all disorder, there is a secret order, said famed psychologist Carl Jung. So, when you are wiring in this priceless new morning routine, the entire structure of your brain really is an upheaval as you manufacture new neural pathways. Your whole system is really being reconstructed. You're honestly in seriously unfamiliar territory. Sprouting green shoots, going blue ocean, conquering new territories of self potential, and accessing higher universe of human optimization. Cortisol, the fear hormone, is elevated at this time, so you'll feel scared a lot of this time. So you will feel scared a lot of the time. All that's happening, all that happening within your brain is consuming huge reserves of energy. So you'll be exhausted often at stage 2 of habit installation. The ancient sages, seers, and philosophers called such a profound personal transformation the dark night of the soul. What once a caterpillar is messily yet almost magically becoming a butterfly. The mystics wrote of deep and real change as a journey involving a series of little deaths. The old you must die so a better you can be reborn. The spellbinder says that for you to upgrade to greatness, you must undergo an annihilation of your weakness. Dramatic words, I'll admit. But the Guru speaks truthfully. In stage 2, sometimes you might even feel like everything's falling apart, but actually all is coming together. Even better, your human perception is often not reality, as you have learned, it's just you seeing the world through a lens. The fact is that illusion of safety is always so much more deadly than your rise towards personal mastery. Stay in the stage 2 of the process for around 22 days and just know that unfathomable rewards are coming. I love all that you just said, interjected the artist. I'll install the early rising ritual for the rest of my life, even if it kills me trying, he promised to himself. The brain agreed quite. I've been through this shedding and transforming process many, many times. Each time I go for a new habit or greater skill, or even a more evolved core belief, I go into this death and rebirth cycle. And I need to tell you that it does feel like the end. You will be so scared at times, tired a lot for a while, and confused by what the dark voice of your ego will say. Even feel like you're going crazy sometimes. That's why few people do this work, and why so few reach the rare air of epic performance and make a worldwide impact on the culture. It's a sport only for outright warriors. It requires enormous courage, immense conviction, and uncommon strength of character. You have all this is you. You just resolve to apply it. As I said, with practice and patience, all it will all get easier and eventually automatic. Okay, cats, spoke the billionaire as he clapped his hands together like an encouraging football coach. I know you're getting this beautifully, so let's keep jamming. Stick with the process of new habit installation through the breakdown of old patterns, which happens in stage 1. Then continue through the formation of new circuitry, circuitry in your brain, which happens through neuroplasticity and the manufacturing of better pathways in your emotional core in stage 2. Do that and you will most certainly reach stage 3, the final part of your ascension Integration, remember, all changes hard first, messy in the middle, and gorgeous at the end. The billionaire paused, smiled gently, and then touched his toes. He kissed the flesh between his fingers again. Then he went on. The final stage is when it all comes together, he explained, and you get to experience the benefits of a fantastic commitment to being a lifetime member of the FIME Club. You are nearing the end of the roughly 66-day period required for a human brain and being to encode a routine. So now is success time. You have advanced to the initial disruption. You have made it through the dangerousness and chaos of the middle phase, and you have come out of the other side stronger, more skilled, and greater intimacy of your most supreme and invisible nature. You are now the next version of your greatest self, able to bring on a bigger game, influence more people by the glorious power of your example, and be more useful to the world because you have owned more of your primal heroism. All your hard work, sacrifice, and suffering, careful consistency, and brilliant bravery come together in this stage at the new habit you have been working on. Integrates at the psychological, emotional, physical, and spiritual level and becomes your new normal. Normal? Wondered the artist. Life gets easy. The billionaire suddenly fell into the marble floor of the Taj Mahal and started doing more push ups. He looked sort of like a boxer training for the main event. What the heck are you doing now? Questioned the entrepreneur, amused. He's crazier than I ever imagined, she thought. I do love him. The primary purpose of life is growth. To be continuously pushing yourself to materialize more of your potential. My daily push ups not only keep me in a state of continual optimization to a world class, it's also a tremendous way to keep myself feeling young, happy, alive. Boredom kills the human spirit. The industrialist stood up. For the A player, the top of one mountain is the bottom of the next. The installation of one great new habit brings on the outstanding opportunity to begin the next. I do 1000 push ups a day. Superb exercise, one of the best. So simple, keeps me lean and chiseled, good for my core, and the exercise also recruits my glutes. The billionaire said with an awkward expression. But doing 1000 push ups a day is also a ritual to remind me to keep going, keep expanding, keep elevating my mindset, heart set, health set, and soul set, and escalating my rise to my best. Honestly, I'm not afraid of failing. That's just part of learning to fly. I'm just horrified of not growing. Got you, the entrepreneur said, scribbling frantically on her notepad. The billionaire then moved an index finger across the teaching model and rested it at the area that said the automaticity point. The exciting fact is that once you arrive at the automaticity point, you no longer need any willpower to get up at 5 am. The new regime implementation into your human operating system is complete. Awakening before dawn becomes second nature. And easy, here's a real gift from your excellence and devotion over the 66 or so days. The willpower you were using to lay down the early rising habit is now freed up for another world class behavior, so you have the chance to grow even more productive, prosperous, joyful, and successful. This is the hidden secret of all pro athletes. For example, it's not that they have more self discipline than the average person, it's just that they capitalize on whatever impulse control they had for 66 days until the game winning routine got installed. After that, they redirected their willpower to something else that will improve their expertise. Another practice that will help them lead their field and achieve victory. One habit installation after another habit installation is how the pros play. Over time, the winning behaviors became automated, systematized, institutionalized. Absolutely no effort was required to run them once they got hardwired. And these superstars practice the habits of victory so often they arrive at a place where they forgot how to not do them. They got to a point where it was easier to run them than not to run them right, commented the entrepreneur. Absolutely correct, responded the billionaire. The artist was excited, so valuable to me personally and to my work as a painter. And so I'm completely understand this process fully. Each of the three stages, destruction, installation, integration, takes about 22 days, right? Right. And at round the 66-day mark, it locks it as an automatic routine. That's the automaticity point because habits take around 9 weeks to implement. Don't stop getting up at 5 am after a week. Don't give up when it gets messy in the middle of the process. Stay relentless through the entire exercise, through all this ritual, and challenge just like Shah Jahan did as he and his workers constructed Taj Mahal, building it into one of the wonders of the world. Awesome takes patience, and genius takes time. Stay true in your dedication to carving out an hour for yourself as the sun rises, and while the majority sleeps, to develop your four interior empire that will set you up to realize all the outer ones that your big hearts long to actualize. Do not neglect the call on you to deploy your fullest talent, magnify your spectacular strengths, multiply your happiness, and discover a paradise of peace within you that no outer event can ever reduce. This, my friends, is now how you become undefeatable, unbreakable, and a true master of your domain, as well as a wonder of the world in your own unique way. Love it, beam the entrepreneur. Bravo, totally helpful. Explain why so few people have the habits necessary to achieve mastery. They just don't stay with the initial commitment long enough for it to work. They could, but they don't. Yup, agree the billionaire. Agree the billionaire. That's why information, education, learning, and growing are so vitally important. The majority just don't know this life changing model and the practical insights that I revealed to you around it. And because they don't know, they can't apply. And knowledge and unimplemented leaves potential undercapitalized. We are built for triumph in whatever way we choose to define it. Sadly, most of us have never been schooled in the philosophy and methodology that the spellbinder taught to me. The same teaching. I'm not paying forward to you. You just need to make sure you tell as many people as possible about the spellbinder's work. Please, this way we can help people leave the darkness of apathy, mediocrity, and scarcity and find their inherent power to do astonishing things with the rest of their lives. God, we need to make this world a better, healthier, safer, and a more loving place. For sure, the entrepreneur and the artist promise together. The entrepreneur then stopped to take in the unforgettable nature of the scene that enveloped her. She was standing next to the man she had unexpectedly fallen in love with over a bizarre, beautiful, and marvelous adventure. She was standing inside one of the seven wonders of the world located in India, a nation she did always long to visit for the breathtaking sights, exotic delights, and the country's extraordinary special citizens. She paused to consider what had unfolded back in her usual world the manipulations, the thievery, the disloyalties, and the treachery. In In that moment, she laughed. Not some forced laugh that so many of us hear at business meeting where good people in quiet fear, where social mask is an effort to fit in, appear powerful, and look cool. No, this was the palpable joy of a person who did just discover some of the true treasures of life wisely lived. The entrepreneur in that instant realized how blessed she was. The takeover attempt will resolve itself since life always has a way of working things out for the best. Sure, she did learn not to repress the natural feelings of anger, disappointment, and sometimes sadness that were arising within her from time to time when she did think about the situation. They were just her being human and real and even brave, not weak. Yet, she also now understood there were things more important than wealth, acclaim, and fame, and that many financially rich people are actually desperately poor. Nothing is as valuable as my happiness, nothing is as precious as my peace of mind, the businesswoman thought. She did found love. She was still in excellent health. She has so many things to be grateful for. Two eyes to see the splendors of this wonderful world. Two legs to explore it all. Food on a table each night at a time when billions have empty bellies. And a roof over her head for ample shelter. She had wise books to read in her library, work that fed her creativity, and as the billionaire says so often, an opportunity to achieve outright mastery, not only to benefit herself but also in service of society. And so, inside the majestic mausoleum that has electrified the inspiration of so many visitors from across the earth, and as the sun rose into the abundant Indian sky, the entrepreneur found it in her heart to do something we all need to do more. She forgave. She let go of her hostility toward her investors. She released her resentment for her detractors, and she let go of every single one of her weighty disappointment. Life is too short to take things so seriously, and at the end of her life, what will matter most will not be whether those venture capitalists had ownership of her enterprise, but who she became as a human being and the quality of the craft she produced, and how many people she helped, and how much she laughed, and how well she lived. The billionaire was right. Every human being does the best they can do based on the level of consciousness they are currently at and on the grade of true power they can command. And if our investors had known better, they would have done better. These people generated pain and suffering for because at a deep and subconscious level they are in pain. And because they are suffering, those who hurt others silently lower themselves. Yes, this sort of higher way of seeing things is not so common in our civilization, but maybe that's why our world is filled with so many wars, so many danger, and so much hatred. Just maybe she considered these corporate bandits with her were her teachers, sent by life's better nature to push her to the edge, so she would reach such a place of disheartenment and despair that she did have to change and learn to soar. Just maybe all she did experience was, as the billionaires thought, precious preparation for who she needed to become to fulfill the potential of her most luminous gifts and realize the promise of her most high density in a way that benefited humanity, and perhaps it's when we face losing everything that we come to know our grandest selves. This strange, quirky, and most genuine mentor in front of her, Mr. Stone Relay, was pouring his heart out, explaining how the simple yet not initially easy daily discipline of joining the 5 Club could and indeed would transfer the productivity, prosperity, and well being of any person who applied the method. He really kept each of the lofty vows he had made at their bizarre first encounter at the Spellbinders Mesmerizing Conference. He had shown himself to be a titan not only of industry but also of integrity and decency. We need more of his kind, she thought. Women and men who are pure leaders, people who influence not through the strength of a large title and by the threat of big position, but via the power of their characters, the nobility of their expertise, the compassion in their hearts, and by their unusual dedication to leaving everyone they meet better than they found them. Leaders run less by selfish addictions of the ego and more by the selfless dictates of our greater wisdom. The entrepreneur remember the words of the poet Maya Angelou. My wish for you is that you continue to be who you are, to astonish a mean world with your acts of kindness. The instructions of Mother Teresa also enter the mind of the entrepreneur in that instant. If everyone will only clean their own doorstep, the whole world will be clean. And so, on that very special early morning, inside one of the splendid monuments of the world, she not only forgave, she made a pact with herself, understanding as never before that optimizing oneself is the best way to improve the state of the world, and that developing the genius within was the fastest way to uplift her relationship with everything externally. The entrepreneur forged an argument. She made herself a promise not only to never again consider taking her own life. She also pledged that every day for the remainder of a day she did rise at 5 a.m. and give herself the gift of that victory hour free from all trivial diversions, unimportant stimulations, and unnecessary complications, so that she could continues calibrating her mindset, purifying her heart set, fortifying her health set, and escalating her soul set. She will demand this of herself no matter what excuses and rationalizations the weaker and scared part of her personality would argue for. Because she deserved to experience her greatness and because she hoped to be one of the heroes that we all are waiting for. Anywho, the billionaire shouted improperly loudly. 3 final and ultra practical tactics to help you lock in new habits. I have spent a lot of time on this subject because it's so absolutely essential to your success. I will quickly walk you through three techniques and that research confirms will help the 5 Club morning routine stick. Then we are out of here. He pulled out the flashlight and focused his rays on the ceiling of the chamber. The following brain tattoo slowly appeared. First, to make a habit last, never install it alone. Second, the teacher learns the most. Third, when you most feel like quitting in this time, you must continue advancing. The billionaire smiled again. Pretty simple instructions, right? Profoundly simple because they are simply profound. The first point will remind you that rituals run deepest when performing in group. That's why being a member of the 5 Club is so potent. You are not installing this morning routine alone. We are all in this together. And my sincere wish is that when you cats get home, you bring as many people as you can. People who are ready to rise early so they can do world class work and craft phenomenal lives into the club. Support groups have long been a proven way to make improvements that last. So leverage this concept brilliantly, please. The billionaire coughed. Then he rubbed his chest as if he were in pain. He pretended no one noticed and advanced the dialogue. The second point will remind you to actually teach the philosophy and methodology you have been learning from me. As you do so, your own understanding of the material will deepen even more superbly. In many ways, educating others on all I have shared will be a gift you provide to yourself. I have never looked at it that way, observed the entrepreneur. Is truth informed the billionaire, and the final line you see on the ceiling is the most important. Remember that persistence is necessary for all forms of mastery. In that moment, you feel you can't go further lies an enormous opportunity to forge an entirely new level of willpower. When when you feel you can't continue, progress a little longer. Your self disciplining muscle will be amplified considerably, and the degree of your self respect will increase vastly. And few things are as essential to the exponential productivity, leading your life and the creations of a life you adore as raising the appreciation you have for yourself. Stunningly and without any clue about what was coming, the billionaire flipped over and held a headstand. With eyes closed, he recited a phrase from Gerald Skies, the writer and philosopher, that went like this: any solid achievement must of necessity take years of humble apprenticeship and estrangement from most of society. You two amazing humans deserve to materialize your best self and realize epic achievements. The billionaire said as he returned to earth. Do not betray the powers that sleep within you by staying too late in a soft bed that keeps you sedated. The great men and women of the world became so not because they longed glamorously under the covers, but because they set sublime ambitions that they, when proceeded to do, even as the majority called them crazy. World class takes time and commitment and sacrifice and patience, like a Taj Mahal shows us, and heroism never occurs in a single season. Encode the 5 am habit state with the process indefinitely and move ahead when you most feel like stopping. Doing so will make you a legend and seal your fate as someone who is worth. In the 5 Club learns the 20 by 20 by 20 formula. Early in the morning, when you are reluctant in your laziness to get up, let this thought be at hand. I am rising to do the work of a human being. Written by Marcus Aurelius, Roman Emperor. Rome is in my veins. Its energy courses through my blood, and his unique type of magic resists my spirit. Thought the billionaire as his jet taxied along the tarmac of that city private airport. The song Magnolia by Dylan Music Group Negrita pulsed through the speakers of the aircraft as the tycoon swayed his taut shoulders to the beat. The fierce pride, fantastic passions, and glorious hearts of the Romans inspire me so much, he affirmed to himself. The way the light falls on Trinita di Monte, the church that crowns the Spanish steps, never fails to lift my soul and often brings tears into my eyes. The exquisite food, including the mozzarella di bufala, cacio e pepe, amatriciana, and carbonara, along with the fire-cooked abbacchio, feeds my desire to maximize the enjoyment of my life. and the painstakingly handcrafted architecture in this open air museum of a city where I love to walk in the rain speaks to both the warrior as well as the poet within me. The magnet reflected as his jet neared the gate. The billionaire had spent many of the finest years of his fantastic, though far from perfect life in Rome, staying at the apartment in the historical center on Via Vittoria. Zurich and his other homes were the places he did go mostly to work on projects and manage his global commercial pursuits. But Rome, well, Rome was to fuel his sense of awe and to nourish his appetite for joy. Inhaling the fragrance of gardenias at springtime and taking long treks past a temple that sits at the lake in the park called Villa Borghese were two of his favorite things in life. Rising at 5 a.m. before Rome's dense traffic could stifle some of his magnificence, and riding his mountain bike past the Trevi Fountain up to Monte and by the Colosseum and finally over to Piazza Navona to just sit and embrace the marvelousness of the church in that exalted square reminded him of the brilliance that only early morning brings. Much more than his wealth, such experiences made him feel prosperous and alive. You should know that the greatest love of his life hailed from Rome. The millionaire met her in an English bookstore just off Via di Condotti, the fabulous street where Italy's iconic fashion houses have their flagship stores. Though he was in his late 30s, the Titan was still a bachelor at that first encounter. Something of a playboy and a man known for his taste in the finer pleasure of the world. He still remembered the book he sought her help to find. Jonathan Livingstone's Seagull by Richard Bach, the wonderful transformational novel about a seagull who knew he was made to fly higher than the flock and embark on the unforgettable journey to make that inner knowing real. Vanessa put her hands on the copy quickly, was excellently polite, yet frustratingly aloof, and then moved on to help another customer. It took the billionaire over a year of visiting that cramped bookshop with books arranged on old wooden shelves that lined the time-worn walls for this young woman to agree to have dinner with him. The billionaire's quest was driven by her under the radar kind of beauty, her ardent intelligence, her bohemian personal style, and her awkward laugh that made him feel as happy as a family of bees in the huge honey pot. They were married in the enchanting seaside town of Monopoli in the southern Italian region of Puglia. What a special day that was, the Baron mused wistfully. The music that rang through the main square as we all danced with the wild lamented under the melting glow of a full moon. The farm fresh burrata cheese, the origiti pasta made by the chef's grandmother, the townspeople joined a lively party displaying the boundless Italian hospitality by bringing bottles of homemade Negro Amaro and Primitivo wine as a wedding gifts. The whole experience still touched him considerably. The billionaire's relationship with Vanessa had been both sensational and volatile. As in many epic love stories, sometimes often actually intense romance connection raises deep-rooted pain. With a special person, you finally feel safe to take off our social armor and show our truest self, and so they get to see us is the fullness of our wonder, passion, and light. Yet that also bring intense glimpse of the shadow side we have, the side that develops from the hurts we have had as we have lived. In the prophet Khalil Gibran wrote, "When love becomes to you, follow him. Though his ways are hard and steep, though the sword hidden among his pinions may wound you, though his voice may shatter your dreams at the north wind lays west the garden, all these things shall love do unto you so that you may know the secrets of your heart." Yet, despite the turbulent nature of their marriage, the billionaire and his statuesque wife made it work for decades. Though she had passed away suddenly many years earlier, he never remarried. He wouldn't allow himself to fall in love again, preferring to concentrate on growing his business empire, expanding his philanthropic pursuits, and enjoying the genuinely lovely life he had earned alone. The mogul took out his wallet and slowly removed a creased photograph of Vanessa. He stared at her, transfixed by the image. Then he started coughing again vigorously. Yogi boss, inquired one of the pilots from the cockpit. The billionaire remained silent, looking at the photo. The entrepreneur and the artist had flown to Rome a few days earlier and had been mesmerized by the size, splendor, and rarities of the eternal city. With hands locked together, taking in the energy and beauty of Rome, they traversed the cobblestone streets previously walked by great builders and noble emperors. Today was a day they had waited a long time. This morning they did learn the 20 by 20 by 20 formula that rested at the core of the 5M method. The two students would be taught with granularity precisely what to do within the victory hour, that window of opportunity that runs between 5 and 6 am. So they did consistently enjoy amazing days. Today they will discover in intimate detail how to use their mornings as well. To create a world-class existence as requested by the billionaire, two stood at the very top of the Spanish steps. It was precisely 5 am. If you stood on the platform under the obelisk that there are if you stood on the platform under the obelisk that's there and looked down to the steps beneath it, you will see the exact spot where the mentor and his two students met on this morning. The first rays of the Roman sun kissed Trinita de Monte as the lovers looked out over the city of such culture. The early Romans were remarkable for the grandeur of their regions, for the scale of their buildings, and for their otherworldly ability to construct monuments that betrayed engineering reality. The two of them could see each St. Peter's Basilica and the tomb of Emperor Augustus, as well as the seven hills that were so central to the protection of the empire that began as tiny village on the banks of the Tibet River and grew to what now included 40 different countries spanning Europe, Asia, and Africa. The air was fragrant with a blend of floral notes and smokiness, as if a fire were burning in the far distance. Buongiorno, cried a voice amid the tranquility. Own your morning, elevate your life. The billionaire shouted with a kind of enthusiasm you did hear from Roman soldiers on achieving a crucial victory. Mr. Really walked into the first amble of the light first, smiling a man in the magic of light type of smile. He had chosen to wear a pair of chic Italian sunglasses for this all-important coaching session. He also wore an Italian windbreaker over a black t-shirt with the initials SPQR emblazoned on it, black sweatpants and orange running shoes. Tutto bene, he asked cheerfully. We are good, said the entrepreneur, happily understanding a few words of Italian. Really good, offered the artist. Big day, Cass. Today's lesson is to be taught to you by me. Your cheese gulping, tonarelli pasta gobbling mentor is all about the 20 by 20 by 20 formula. We are finally here, finally ready to calibrate your morning routine so you both materialize your promise for genius and lead a life of limitless joyfulness. You will so love what you are about to hear. The rest of your life will never be the same. The illustrious industrialist declared. As the sun slowly ascended, for the first time a tattoo could be seen on the back of the billionaire's left hand. It had numbers on it. They simply read 20 by 20 by 20. The rays of light congregated over his head to give the appearance of a halo. The entire scene was ethereal. You would have been impressed. Is that new? Wondered the artist, showing a clear curiosity. Didn't notice it before. Yep, responded the tycoon. I had someone in Trastevere to do it for me last night. Cool, right? Spoke the billionaire, appearing as innocent as a newborn. Sort of, pronounced the artist as he let out a monstrous yawn, then sipped from a takeaway cup of coffee. Great coffee here in Italy, he added. Well, the tattoo is temporary, admitted the billionaire. I got it because today is 20 by 20 by 20 Formula Day. It really is one of the most important two of all our training days together. I feel blessed to be here with you too. I'm starting to feel we are family now. And to be back in Rome is so incredibly special. I stopped coming here after my wife, Vanessa, passed away. Just hurt too much to be here without her, he confessed before looking away. Stone relayed and dug into a pocket of his sweatpants and pulled out a wishbone. He carefully placed the object on one of the steps that had a series of mysterious drawings on it. Just so you know what it looked like this. The billionaire asked his two guests to make a wish before instructing them to pull it apart as a sign of good luck. I bought this to our session this morning not only to create even more great vibes for you two cats, Continued the billionaire. I also want you both to remember that a wishbone without a backbone doesn't really get you very far. He explained, sort of the part time commitment delivers part time results. Insight we learned earlier, query the artist. And the no idea works without doing the work inside. Reinforce the entrepreneur as she did a yoga stretch into the increasing sun. Sort of, replied the billionaire. I know you both long to lead productive, excellent, happy, and meaningful lives. Being a member of the FIAM Club truly is the one habit of all possible habits that will guarantee this mighty ambition comes true. It's the single finest practice I have ever encountered to translate the intentions of living gloriously into a everyday reality. Yes, dreams and desires are just wishbones rising before daybreak. Is your backbone to get them done. The power of getting up early really comes from the daily application of the 20 by 20 by 20 formula. The magnet continued, and you are not just few seconds away from being exposed to this astonishingly potent morning routine. It's really is about time, said the artist as he put on his own green lens sunglasses to shield his eyes from the light which was now beginning to wash into the empty spaces around the Spanish steps and down onto the cobblestone square that features a famous fountain built around Bernini's sculpture of an old boat. Give me a hug before we get going, people. Below the billionaire affectionately as he embraced the artist and entrepreneur. Welcome to my beloved Roma. He added a song, Come On, Pittore, by the group of Mora began to play from an open window of a nearby apartment. A curtain hung out of it, flirting with the soft breeze. Okay, let's rock this piece. Please know that your creativity, productivity, and prosperity, performance, and usefulness to the world, as well as the quality of a private life, won't transform by simply rising at 5 am alone. It's not just rising early that makes this regime so powerful. It's what you do over the 60 minutes after you wake up that makes the 5 am club so game changing. Remember this. Your victory hour gives you one of life's greatest windows of opportunity, as you now know. The way you start your day dramatically influences how it unfolds. Some people get up early but destroy the value of their morning routine by watching the news, surfing online, scanning social feeds, and checking the messages. I'm sure you both understand that such behavior comes from the need for a quick pleasure rush of dopamine and escape from what is truly important. This way of acting causes members of the majority to miss out on doing the things that will allow them to leverage the quietude of the special time to help them maximize greatness so awesome days shows up consistently. And as we create each day so we craft our life right, asserted the artist, confirming a key piece of information he did learn on the beach of the billionaire's oceanfront compound. That's the day's stacking foundation and is one of the four focus of history makers that you explained to us. I still remember that model. Absolutely correct, applauded the billionaire. And I need to say that beginning your day intelligently, healthily, and peacefully isn't only about optimizing your public and private success. It's also about protecting it. Suddenly, a man driving a horse carriage and dressed as a gladiator rolled through the square known as Piazza di Spagna and shouted, Beyond you or no, Mr. Relay, and then continued on his way. A dopo, replied the billionaire loud enough for the man to hear. Navally costume, right? He said to his students. The billionaire rubbed his fake tattoo and looked toward the Colosseum. That man we just saw makes me think of the Auriga, a type of slave in ancient Rome, who will transport important Roman leaders and were chosen for his trustworthiness. Here's the neat thing. Another key job for Auriga was to stand behind the military journal known as the Dust and whisper the words Memento Homo carefully into his ear as he placed a laurel crown on his head. What does that mean? Asked the entrepreneur. Today she did dress in faded jeans, a bright red t-shirt with a V-neck and white running shoes. Her hair was tied in the ponytail that she liked. She had her bracelets on and she absolutely radiated optimism. Memento Homo is Latin for remember you are only a man, the billionaire answered. The Auriga did this to keep the leader's arrogance in check and to help the leader manage the inevitable invitation to egotism that all great success inescapably brings. The ritual was a profound discipline to ensure the ducks remained monomaniacally focused on his true mission of making himself and the empire he ruled even better and not directing all his energies on the amusements and exercise the cause dynasties to fall. You know what? Indicated the artist. I have seen some artistic geniuses blow up their creative empires and destroy their good reputations because they didn't manage success properly. So I hear you, Def, said the entrepreneur. I mean, definitely, she quickly corrected as she clasped the hand of her new boyfriend. I have seen so many rocket ship companies lose their market share because they fell in love with their winning formula. They lost their fire, they got bloated and cocky. They bought into the faulty belief that because there were long lineups for their excellent products, there will always be the long lineups. Even without iterating their goals, improving customer service, and ensuring that every single employee continued to raise their leadership performance. So I hear you too, Mr. Riley. Awesome, was his one word reply. As you apply the 20 by 20 by 20 formula, always remember to keep improving the way you run it each morning. Stay hungry, keep a white belt mentality around it. Because nothing feels like success. Once you experience how transformational the practice is, it will be easy to start coasting and maybe even neglecting a few steps of the process. The billionaire touched the index finger down to one of the steps. He closed his eyes and quietly recited this word. It's time to stop being a fugitive from your highest self and accept membership into a new order of ability, bravery, understanding of the call on your lives to inspire humanity. He then walked across the stone platform atop the Spanish steps and raised two fingers on his right hand to show the universal sign for peace. Next, he waved an arm in direction of a man on a seat heating up chestnuts in Piazza di Spagna near the foot of Via di Condotti. The man wore a grey shirt that had wrinkles over the chest area, navy blue trousers, and yellow running shoes. On seeing the sign, the man immediately stood up and darted through the square up the steps, three at a time. All the way to the peak where the billionaire was stationed, he lifted his rumpled shirt, revealing a bulletproof vest, and pulled out a laminated sheet of paper from beneath it. Here you go, Grande. Good to see you back in Roma, boss. The man spoke with a rich Italian accent and a voice as gritty as the sandpaper. Grazie mille, molto gentile, Adriano, the billionaire said as he kissed the palm of a hand before extending it for a handshake. Adriano's on my security team, noted Mr. Riley while studying the page that had been presented to him. He is one of my best. He grew up in the town of Alba in the Piemonte region of the exceptional nation. You cats like Tartufo. What's that? Queried the artist, looking a little confused by the scenario that had just played out. Truffles, baby, enthused the billionaire. My goodness, they taste incredible. Oh, on tagliolini pasta with melted butter drizzled over it or when grated over jiggly fried eggs. My food of the emperors is. It is. The billionaire's eyes were as wide as the prairie while he imagined the meal he was describing. A razor thin line of drool meandered out of the right corner of his mouth. Yes, a line of drool. Beyond weird, right? Adriano, who had remained in position, discreetly handed his employer handkerchief. He looked at the entrepreneur and the artist with a glance that seemed to say, I know he's strange, but we love him too. And then all four people, perched upon the overwhelming, alluring sight, started to laugh together. Have a great morning, boss, Adriano said as he prepared to leave. I'll meet you in Testaccio this evening. Thank you so much for inviting me to eat with you tonight. Are we eating cacio e pepe as usual? See, confirmed the billionaire. A presto. Alba is where white truffles come from, explained the billionaire. Specially trained dogs sniff them out. Or pigs. Maybe in the future I'll take you guys on truffle hunt with me. I promise you it will be unforgettable anywho. Have a look at this fantastic learning model. The spellbinder actually deconstructed the victory hour and a 20 by 20 by 20 formula for us. Zero questions about how to run your morning routine now. No room for excuses. It's all laid out for you. Just run the play and you'll own your day. Procrastination is an act of self-hatred, Really, asked the artist. Absolutely. If you really loved yourself and you did relinquish all your feelings of not being good enough to be great and renounce all slavery to your weakness, you did stop focusing on your deficiencies and celebrate your amazing qualities. Just think about it. There is no person on the planet today who has a unique stack of gifts that you have. Actually, in all of history, there has never been even one person exactly like you, and there never will be. Yes, you are that special. That's an indisputable fact. So embrace the full force of your lavish talent, luminous strengths, and breathtaking powers. Let go of the destructive habit of breaking the commitments you make to yourself. Failing to keep self promises is one of the reasons so many of us don't love ourselves. Not following not following through on what we tell ourselves we will do so destroys our sense of personal worth and dissolves our self esteem. Keep behaving like that, and the unconscious part of you will begin to believe you are not worth anything. And remember the psychological phenomenon known as a self fulfilling prophecy I walked you through earlier. We always perform in a way that is aligned with the way we see ourselves, and so our thinking creates our results. And the less we value ourselves and our powers we went on, the less power we have to access to. The billionaire watched a group of butterflies fly by before continuing. That's just the way it all works. So, my suggestion is that you stop putting things off. Flex those willpower muscles we talk about inside the Taj Mahal and make the remainder of your life an exercise in audacity, a testimony to exceptional productivity, and a rare expression of unstained beauty. Honor all you truly are by living your genius instead of floating yourself, by denying your specialness. Procrastination is an act of self hatred, the billionaire repeated. So, really go all in on installing the 20 by 20 by 20 formula as the core way of managing your morning. The billionaire showed the framework to the entrepreneur and the artist. It looked like this. Pocket 1, Pocket 2, Pocket 3. In Pocket 1, 5 am to 5:20 am. Move. What? Intense exercise. Sweat hard, learn, hydrate, breathe deeply. Why? It cleanses cortisol, BDNF flows, dopamine rises, serotonin increases, metabolism elevates. Benefits: more focus plus productivity. Focus plus brain optimized. Energy grows, less stress, live longer. Pocket 2, 5:20 to 5:40 am. Journal, meditate, plan, pray, contemplate. Gratitude boosted, awareness soars, happiness lifts, wisdom develops, serenity expands. Greater positivity, decreased reactivity, higher creativity, stronger performance, richer life. Third, Pocket 3, 5:40 am to 6 am. Grow. Review goals, read books, consume audiobooks, listen to podcasts, study online. The 2 into 3 into mindset knowledge deepens, accumulates, escalates, confidence accelerates, master change. Better income plus impact, craft calibrates, domain dominance, personal growth, inspiration rises. As you can see from this learning model, there are three 20-minute pockets to install and then practice to mastery level. The first 20-minute pocket of 20 by 20 formula requires that you move simply. Put doing some sweaty exercise first thing every morning will revolutionize the quality of your day. The second pocket encourages you to reflect for 20 minutes. The segment is designed to help you re-access your natural power, boost self-awareness, resolve your stress, fuel your happiness, and restore your inner peace in an era of acute overstimulation and excessive activity. And you will round out the 60-minute victory hour of personal fortification with 20 minutes centered around ensuring that you grow, whether that means investing some time reading a book that will improve your understanding of how the best life we were made, or an article that will refine your professional prowess, or listening to an audio session on how the virtue source accomplished their unusual results, or watching an educational video that will show you how to lift a relationship or increase your finances or deepen your spirituality. As you guys now know, the leader who learns the most wins. One of the most helpful things I ever learned from the Spellbinder was the starting my mornings with a stronger workout. Pretty much right after I jumped out of bed was of the utmost importance. I still remember his actual words, and they were firm. You must begin your day with the intense exercise. This is non negotiable. Otherwise, this 20 by 20 by 20 formula won't work, and it will take back your membership in the 5am club. Three doves flew over the billionaire. He eyed them with a giant grin, blew a kiss to one, and then advanced his discourse on the morning routine of history makers. Training rigorously first thing in the morning is a total game changer. Moving vigorously shortly after you get up will generate alchemy in your brain based on its neurobiology, which will not only wake you up fully but electrify your focus and energy, amplify your self-discipline, and launch your day in a way that makes it found to be ultra practical for you too. I will say that your workout could mean taking a spinning class or performing a bunch of jumping jacks and burpees or skipping like the pro boxers love to do or doing wind sprints. Not sure what will work best for you. The real key here though is to make sure you sweat. Why, asks the artist, now taking copious notes. For the reason you will see on the diagram. As you know now, cortisol is the hormone of fear. It's made in the cortex of the adrenal glands and is then released into the blood. Cortisol is one of the main materials that stunts your genius and devastates your implicit opportunity to make history. Very good scientific data confirms that your cortisol levels are highest in the morning. Fascinating information. Observe the entrepreneur as she performed another stretch in the Roman sunshine. Yes, it is. So exercising from 5 to 5:20 a.m. for just 20 minutes will significantly lower your cortisol and therefore dial you into your top performance. Fantastic way to start a morning right. Science has also shown there's a vital link between physical fitness and cognitive ability. The sweating from a powerful workout releases BDNF, brain derived neurotrophic factor, which subcharges that organ for a winning day. Wow, said the entrepreneur, also taking a notes at a furious pace. BDNF has been shown to repair brain cells damaged by stress and accelerate the formation of neural connections so you think better and process faster, expounded the billionaire. Another gargantuan competitive advantages for sure. Oh, and it also promotes neurogenesis so you will actually grow new brain cells. Was that alone worth to you? Wow, times two, shouted the artist, sounding very corny versus displaying any hint of cool. My business will be untouchable and I personally will become unbeatable as I execute on all these ideas you are so generously sharing with us, offered the entrepreneur, modeling what she had seen Mr. Really do when others had been kind to him. She performed a slight bow to show her appreciation. Absolutely agreed the billionaire, and by exercising intensely during the first 20-minute pocket of the 20 by 20 by 20 formula, you will also release dopamine, which you well know is the neurotransmitter of drive, along with elevating your amounts of serotonin, the wonderful chemical that regulates happiness. This means that by 5:20 am, while your competitors are counting sleep, you are ready amped to lead your field, achieve excellent results, and make the day ahead epic. Would it be possible for you to specific about what we need to do in order to make sure we are up with the sun? Requested the entrepreneur. I mean, can you get into a little bit of detail about what behaviors we must perform so we actually get out of bed when the alarm clock goes off? I hope that's not a dumb question. Is that too basic? It's a great question, said the artist as he stroked his girlfriend's back. It's fabulous question, exclaimed the tycoon, and sure, like I have suggested, buy an old school alarm clock. That's what I use. As I say in Agra, you never want to sleep with any technology in your bedroom. I will explain why soon. Once you have an alarm clock, advance the time on it from the actual time to 30 minutes ahead. Then set the alarm for 5:30 am. Really, indicated the artist. That seems odd. I know, admitted the billionaire, but it works like magic. You trick yourself into thinking you are getting up later, but you are actually rising at 5 am. This tactic just works, so do it. Next, and this sounds obvious, but it's another key hack. As soon as the alarm goes off, bolt out of bed before it's another key hack. As soon as the alarm goes off, bolt out of bed before your weaker self sucks you into all the reasons to stay in bed. Before your rational mind can come up with the reasons to remain under the covers, you just need to make it through the 66-day habit installation process so that waking up at 5 am reaches the automaticity point and it becomes easier to get up early from that sleep later. When I first joined the 5am club, I slept in my workout clothes. Mr. Lilly looked slightly embarrassed. Then more doves and butterflies passed by, and a wisp of rainbows could be seen spreading across the Spanish steps. You are kidding me, brother, right? Laughed the artist as he twirled a dreadlock. You really slept in your exercise gear. I did, admitted the billionaire, and my running shoes were laid out right next to my bed. I did whatever it took to eliminate the death grip that common excuses could have over me. The entrepreneur was nodding. She appeared stronger and happier as each day passed. Anyway, let me keep jamming on the point about exercising first thing in your morning. By working out intensely, you will stimulate that natural pharmacy of mastery which will make you feel fundamentally different than when you first woke up. The way you feel when you first wake up really isn't the way you feel only 20 minutes later at 5:20 am. When you run this strategy to bulletproof your neurobiology and battleproof your physiology, please remember that obviously the sweaty movement also transforms your psychology over time. Even if you are usually a non morning person and grumpy at the beginning of your day, you will change. The whole neurons that fire together, wire together thing. You will feel the confidence every leader with a little needs. You will have the focus to stay on task for hours and hours so you get your most brilliant work done and you will feel much calmer. See the boost in norepinephrine that fierce morning activity generates not only improves your attention, it leaves you feeling significantly more serene. And more good research provides that exercise regulates the amygdala in the limbic system, the Asian brain we discussed in an earlier class at my beach in Mauritius, so that your responses to stimuli ranging from a hard project or a difficult client to a rude driver or a screaming baby are much more graceful instead of hysterical. Pretty marvelous benefits, remarked the entrepreneur. You are right, Mr. Riley. I couldn't put a price tag on having all these weapons of mass productivity in my arsenal. Precisely, said the billionaire as he hugged the entrepreneur. I do love you too, he added. I'll miss you both. In that moment, the mentor's usual hopefulness shifted into some unknown sadness. Our time together is coming to an end. Maybe we will meet again. I really hope so, but I don't know. His voice trailed off as he looked away again up at the white church that stood behind where they had gathered, a glorious tribute to the brightest example of visionary architecture. The billionaire reached into pocket of his black sweatpants and pulled out a pill, popping it into his mouth like a child consuming a tiny piece of candy. Anywho, as you can also see on the reconstruction, he went on, holding up the model, working out first thing in the morning also elevates your metabolism and it fuels the fat burning engine of your body. So, you burn any excess of more efficiently and lean out more quickly. Another valuable triumph, right? Oh, and as you optimize your fitness, you will set yourself up to stay healthy and your entire lifetime. Train harder, live longer is a smart motto, but I built my empire by, that. One of the key to legendary is longevity. Do not die. You can't own your game and change the world if you are pushing up daisies in a cemetery, the titan of industry articulated energetically. The primary point that I'm trying to offer on the first part of this calibrated versus superficial morning protocol is essentially this: your life will feel and work 100 times better when you are in the finest physical condition you have been in. Sweaty exercise as your first move after rising with the sun really is a total life changer. Period. So do whatever it takes to code in this habit. Whatever it takes, cats. Can I ask you another question, Mr. Relay? The entrepreneur asked politely. Go for it, said the billionaire. What if I want to exercise for longer than 20 minutes? Totally cool, noted the billionaire. This morning routine isn't written in stone like those were carved into that obelisk up there. He added as he pointed up to the monument sitting on a small platform just above the Spanish steps. Take all I'm saying then and then make it yours. Customize it to fit your preferences and make it bespoke to suit your lifestyle. The billionaire inhaled a fresh breath of Roman air, the same air the emperors, gladiators, statesmen, and craftspeople breathed 1,000 years ago. Just imagine breathing that air and standing there with these three fascinating members of the 5 am club. This brings me to second 20-minute pocket of the 20 by 20 by 20 formula that you need to run over your victory hour. The time between 5:20 and 5:40 am is when you reflect. What exactly do you mean by reflect? Asked the artist, exemplifying his newfound confidence in being a great student. He rubbed his goatee as he voiced the question. His arm rested around the entrepreneur's shoulder. As I have been suggesting during our time together, managing your morning as well as is a main skill of exceptionalist. Using the front end of a day expertly is such a key determinant of business eminence and personal magnificence, and one element of a cleverly granulated morning routine is a period of deep peace, some quietude and solitude for yourself before the complexity starts arriving and your family needs your energy and all your other responsibilities take over. Tranquility is a new luxury of a society. So during this segment of your victory hour, savor some stillness, contemplate how you are living and on who you hope to become. Be thoughtful and intentional on the values you want to be loyal to over the hours ahead of you and how you wish to behave. Consider what needs to happen for this to be a great day amid the construction of a legendary life. This pocket will be super important to me, remarked the entrepreneur as the bracelets clinked together. One of them was shining and new. It bore the phrase, "All these early mornings will make me an icon someday." I agree with you, expressed the billionaire, reflecting on what's most important to a life beautifully lived will leave you with what the spellbinder calls residual wisdom. Throughout the rest of the day, for example, thinking quietly about the weighty value of purely producing work that represents mastery of remembering your commitment to treating people kindly and respectfully during the second pocket re-anchors those virtues within your awareness. And so, as you experience the remainder of your day, the residue of your reconnection with this wisdom stay in focus, infusing every single moment and guiding each one of your choices. Another butterfly flitted by. Three more soon followed the first. Almost poetically, the billionaire decided to deepen his explanation on reflection, but first popped another pill. He put a hand on his heart and looked at the sensational view of Rome. The way the light falls here really is like nowhere else, he thought. I'll miss my Roma. The billionaire stared down the steps at the white board sculpted by Billionaire stared down the steps at the white board sculpted by Pietro Bernini and then glanced at the flower shop, also in the square below. In so many ways, reflection is a main source of transformation because once you know better, you definitely can do better. During this 20-minute segment of the victory hour, all you need to do is get serene, stay silent, and enter the stillness. What a gift you will give yourself in this era of such scattered attention, worry, and noisiness. That will be a giant gift to give to myself and to my business, acknowledged and the entrepreneur. I'm realizing I spend so much of my time doing and reacting and so little of my time deliberating and planning. You have talked about how the great ones leverage periods of isolation. I have read that many famous geniuses had a bit of sitting in solitude for hours with nothing more than a pad of paper and a pen for capturing the insights that will start flashing across the screen of their imaginations. Yes, commented the billionaire. Developing a tremendous imagination is highly important portal into a celebratory fortune. One of the things that makes the historic size here in Romans so special is the sheer size of the structures and confidence the Romans who created them must have had, and what skills to have turned the ideas into something real. My point is that every single one of the sensational edifices in the eternal city is the product of the imagination of a human being, properly used. So, yes, you should also use the reflection pocket to invent, visualize, and dream. 20 years from now, a quote I think comes from the Mark Twain says, "You will be more disappointed by the things you didn't do than by the others you did do." So throw off the bowlines, sail away from the safe harbor, catch the trade winds in your sails, explore, dream, discover. All great artists dream about a future few believe is possible, stated the artist sagely. Yup, nodded the billionaire. Another tactic you can practice at this time is to write out what the spellbinders call as pre-performance blueprint. This is simply a written statement of your ideal day ahead. Researchers confirm that pre-commitment strategies work beautifully to increase your focus and discipline to get things done. You will have a clear and calibrated script for your day ahead so it unfolds the way you want it to. Of course, nothing in business and life is perfect. Still, that doesn't mean we shouldn't do our best to pursue it. The heroic women and men of the world were all perfectionists. They were maximizers, immensely obsessed with being remarkable at all they did. So take at least 10 minutes to write out your perfect day. The mogul peered over at the flower shop again. He raised his left index finger up to the Roman sky. A volcanically attractive young woman with high cheekbones, tortoise-shell glasses, a grey linen blouse, and a fashionable trousers stood up holding a metal-attached case. She then sprinted up the steps like a cheetah chasing his dinner. "Hi, Vienna," said the billionaire as she arrived. "Salve, Mr. Relay," replied the young woman respectfully. "We are delighted to see you back in Rome. Sir, I have your items." The aide entered a code into the lock and the case sprung open. Inside were three luxuriously crafted journals, bound by the most supple Italian leather. The billionaire handed one to the entrepreneur and one to the artist. He lifted the last one, clutched it close to his heart, and licked it. Yes, he actually licked his journal. When we are at the magical vineyards of South Africa, I'll explain why I just ran my tongue over my diary. The billionaire enthused with ever increasing mystery. South Africa quizzed the artist loudly. When are we going? Going. Magical vineyards, queried the entrepreneur. The billionaire ignored them both. You are good, Vienna, spoke the billionaire to his assistant. Really good. See Vidiamo Dopo, he added as she walked down the ancient steps and hopped onto the back of a black scooter that had been waiting for her before it raced away. As the entrepreneur and the artist opened their journal, they saw a carefully detailed framework on the first page. Another learning diagram for us, asked the artist, is a grateful tone. See, noted the billionaire. Brother, I love these models, the artist said. Priceless teaching tools to make confusing concepts incredibly clear. And super relevant, added this entrepreneur. Clarity breeds mastery, right? Truth, affirmed the industrialist. And you are welcome, cats, but it's been the spellbinder who has invested decades of his rich life creating these frameworks to explain the philosophy and methodology of the 5M Club. They look simple because it's taken him his entire professional lifetime to handcraft them. It takes long years of extreme attention and ardent isolation to strip away the complexity of any work to reach the simplicity that sits at the touchstone of the genuine genius. It's like when an amateur looks at a masterpiece, it looks simple because he doesn't comprehend the expertise of the master is taking away all that was unnecessary. Removing the non-essential to produce the gem takes years of dedication and decades of devotion. Making things look simple to the untrained eye is the mark of a maestro. The learning model in the lavish leather journals look like this, just so you have a clear sense of what the three companions saw on their sunny morning in Rome. The journaling habit deconstruction. Multiples clarity and awareness. Activates deliberate gratitude. Reinforce daily learning. Records where you are winning. Process low energy emotions for release versus repression. Offers a place to work through confusion. Allows for planning and goal setting so execution improves. Captures your life's best experiences. Allows you to re experience joyful times. Elevates your creativity, which, when translated into productivity, yields mastery. Let me get to the point of these gifts my assistant brought us. The billionaire continued. During the reflection pocket of the 20 by 20 by 20 formula, another absolutely winning move is to write in a journal, and so I had this made for you by Italian craftsperson. Hope they work wonders for you. The magnate looked down Via di Condotti. Street cleaners were hard at work. Tourists were strolling along the avenue, taking selfies and buying trinkets from street vendors. The spellbinder loved hanging with me here in Roma. If we are lucky, we'll see him later this morning. I know he went running a daybreak along the river to Prati before heading off to a fishing excursion at a place a few hours from there. Oh, by the way, he formalized writing in a journal for at least a few of the minutes between 5:20 and 5:40 a.m. with the term daily diaries. The key when you do this is just to write. Don't think too much. Simply download your commitments for these hours ahead. Record your precious ambitions and activate your gratitude by listing what's good in your life right now. Please also use your journal as a place to process through any frustration, disappointments, and resentment in your heart so you let them go. It's miraculous how you release all toxic emotions and low energy from your system when you write down your suppressed hurts, freeing up maximum creativity, premium vitality, and unmatchable performance. A super way to fireproof and fortify my heart set right, said the entrepreneur. Yahoo! Applauded the billionaire, who then placed a finger upon the learning model on the first page of his journal. Here are some of the rewards you receive when you invest 10 or perhaps the entire 20 minutes of pocket number 2 of your victory hour in writing your daily diaries. And to repeat so I reinforce, I suggest you don't write only the positive elements of your current life, but also those aspects of your experience that are causing discomfort and pain. Because the quickest way out of hard emotion is to have the wisdom and courage to go straight into them, feel them to heal them, name them to let them go of them, put a written voice to the dark energy of life's burdens to dissolve them. These are breakthrough insights I'm revealing to you too here. Because once you reclaim the power blocked by layers of toxic emotions and the wounds of the past, your mindset, heart set, health set, and soul set will all soar exponentially. And when your four interior empires escalate through your effortful self purification, your supreme self beings to assume command. This then is the external empires you both hope to see more of. What I'm trying to explain is these difficult feelings. This then is the external empires you both hope to see more of. What I'm trying to explain is this difficult feelings that you don't find a healthy way to remove become repressed, which creates stress, poor productivity, and even disease. Cool diagram. Acknowledge the artist. Are you saying that if I don't feel the uncomfortable feelings, they build up and get stuck inside me to the point where I could get sick? Yes, what you just said is pretty much what I am suggesting. Mr. Really confirm. Those toxic emotions layer over your gifts, talents, and higher wisdom. This is one of the primary reasons most people on the planet have forgotten the heroes they are. When we avoid feeling, we lose access to our most powerful selves and forget the truths of life. That each of us can accomplish astounding things and produce astonishing works, and realize radiant health and know true love and live a magical life and be helpful to many. I speak the fact here, but most of us have so much fear, pain, anger, and sorrow built up over our real selves, we have no sense of the opportunities that sit right in front of us. All that dark energy blinds us from seeing them and blocks our access to our primal genius. The great people of the history had this access. Today, the majority have lost it. A magical life, said the entrepreneur. You keep speaking of magic sounds a little far out, a little granular. Yes, a magical life, responded the billionaire firmly but politely. I'll explain how you enter the magic available to all of us when we get to the South Africa. Once you learn what I'll teach you in the vineyard there, your ability to manifest more money, better health, a greater joyfulness, and deeper inner peace will grow dramatically. But I can't share anything about how to live in the magic yet. I'm not allowed to, commented the billionaire mysteriously. You need to feed a wound to heal a hurt. The billionaire continued with precision. I have endured a lot of suffering in my life, business defeats, personal losses, physical failures. I'm actually going through something right now that's creating sorrow in my heart. The billionaire high-spirited demeanor suddenly began to fade. For an instant he looked older. He hunched over and his breathing grew labored. But then he recovered. Anywho, the good news, he said energetically as he raised both arms high into the Roman air, is that I'm not carrying much past pain in my wonderful present and into my fantastic future. I used a dairy practice during the reflect pocket of a 20 by 20 by 20 formula to move through and release it all. The skill alone is one of the reasons I'm so full of wonder, gratefulness, and peacefulness most of the time, and how I have been able to achieve so much. Living in the past steals so much energy from most people you know. This is a massive explanation for why most people are so unproductive. The spellbinder is the only person I have ever met who made the link between poor performance and emotional turbulence. But think about it, it's totally true. So imagine what doing your daily diaries each morning will do for your accomplishment and success of your business, especially as you navigate what you're going through. The billionaire spoke with palpable empathy, and he placed on one lean arm around the entrepreneur's and other over the shoulder of her new boyfriend. And for your art, he added, turning to the artist. And carrying past pain is so exhausting, the artist agreed. We all get difficult, sometimes nearly devastated by life. The billionaire kept on with his discourse. I also encourage you to find at least few moments during the second pocket between 5 to 5:40 a.m. to meditate. The spellbinder taught me how to do so, and it has profoundly helped my concentration, my confidence, my performance, and the calm that I feel while running a sophisticated business portfolio. And calm performers are the highest achievers. There's nothing crackerjack about meditation. So get over any biases you might have around the skill and go ahead and lock in it. It's simply one of the world's best ways to strengthen your focus, preserve your natural power, and insulate your inner peace. There's a lot of wonderful science confirming the value of a regular meditation ritual. So even if you want to dismiss the method, the data says it works phenomenally and as a human optimization habit. Current research proves that regular meditation helps lower levels of cortisol, thus lowering your stress. It's also a strong way to grow the relationship you have with yourself. You need to make more time for you, to scale your fluency and intimacy with your higher nature, to reconnect with your best part, that side of you that understands the impossible is most is the untired and that knows of your hidden and reservoirs of luminosity audacity, and love. The portion of you that still can see the greatness in others, even when they behave badly, and that models positivity in the world, even when such virtues are not replied to you. Yes, go into this 20-moment sanctuary of silence and stillness each morning and remember all you truly are. Truth speaks in the solitude of the day's earliest light, and then carry this breathtaking knowledge with you through the remaining hours of the gift we call a day. The millennium fell to the ground and did a series of rapid push-ups. Then a plank pose followed. You are now very familiar with this squeaky tycoon's bizarre maneuvers. I need to get onto the third pocket of 20 by 20 by 20 formula so we can wrap up today's mentoring session. I have got a series of meetings set up for later, and then I'm off to a splendid dinner with Adrino, the spellbinder, and a few other old friends. The millennial said cheerfully, "Sure," said the artist. "No sweat." "Of course," said the entrepreneur. "We heard about a restaurant close to Campo di Fiore that makes great carbonara. We are trying it tonight." "Yummy," acknowledged the billionaire, sounding more like a 5-year-old than a captain of commerce. He then continued the discussion on the morning routine of empire builders, superachievers, and the saviors of a civilization. Suddenly, the billionaire clutched his stomach, wincing in pain. "You okay, Mr. Riley?" the entrepreneur asked as he rushed towards her mentor. "Absolutely," he replied, pretending everything was fine. "Let's keep moving. I'm totally committed to making sure you learn everything that was taught to me about the Fine Club before I leave you. Please just make sure you share the Spellbinder's teaching with as many people as you can. You will be improving the world as you do. I might not be able to," he said as his voice trailed off. "Okay," the industrialist carried out. "Let's keep going. Pocket 3 of a 20 by 20 by 20 formula is designed to help you grow daily. Remember the 2 into 3 into mindset to double your income and impact triple your investment in 2 primary areas, your personal mastery and your professional capability. So, 5:40 to 5:60 am. The final segment of the victory hour is when you deepen your base of knowledge, increase your acumen, improve your expertise, and outlearn your competition." Leonardo da Vinci said, "One can have no smaller, greater mastery than mastery of oneself," said the artist. "I love you even more today," the entrepreneur said. "Well, I adore you more every day," he replied with a grin. "Oh, brother," laughed the billionaire, "I'm caught in a love fest, right here on the Spanish steps." He closed his eyes, recited these words of stoic philosophy by Seneca, the Roman statesman. "Each day acquire something that will fortify you against poverty, indeed against other misfortune as well. And after you have run over many thoughts, select one to be thoroughly digested that day." The billionaire opened his eyes and stated simply, "Leadership on the outside begins within," he added. During the final pocket from 5:40 to 6 am of the 20 by 20 by 20 formula, work on becoming more valuable to your industry as well as to society. See, you don't receive success and influence only because of what you want. You attract it to your life based on who you are as a person and as a producer. Private desire without personal development is like dreaming of having a gorgeous golden garden but not planting any seeds. We magnetize ourselves to external rewards by raising the value of ourselves. I made my fortune from this idea. As I improve my capacity to improve the lives of more people, improved through the elevated quality of my service. As I made myself more knowledgeable, I became more valuable to the fields in which I conducted my businesses, which lifted my income and my impact. Here's a concept fairly foreign in today's age. Read a book. Study the lives of the greatest men and women of the past by consuming the autobiographies during the Grow Pocket. Learn about the latest advancement in psychology. Devour works on innovation and communication, productivity and leadership, prosperity and history. And watch documentaries on how the best to do what they do and grieve into who they are. Listen to audiobooks on personal mastery, creativity, and business building. One of the traits all my billionaire friends and I have in common is we absolutely love to learn. We grow and capitalize on our gifts and talents relentlessly. We invest in expanding ourselves and our programs constantly. We are totally into reading, improving, and feeding our limitless curiosity. Fun for us is going to a conference together. We go to one, at least one, every 3 months, so we stay inspired. Excellent and absolutely switched on. We don't spend much time on meaningless entertainment because we are just too invested in endless education. "Life is very equitable, said the mogul, sounding quite philosophical and now looking much stronger. "You receive from it what you give to it. Key natural law there, so give a lot more by becoming a lot better." Okay, so now you have it, Mr. Relay summed up exuberantly. A beautifully engineered, flawlessly calibrated morning routine for a world class business and personal life. Embrace it fully, run it daily or at least 5 days a week, and your productivity, prosperity, sense of joy, and serenity will accelerate potently along with the value you are able to deliver to our world. What's next? Inquired the artist. Well, now go visit the dead, said the billionaire's only reply. Chapter 14. The Fan Club grasps the essentialness of sleep. You cannot imagine the craving for rest I feel, a hunger and thirst. For 6 long days since my work was done, my mind has been a whirlpool, swift, unprogressive, and incessant, a torrent of thoughts leading nowhere, spinning round swift and steady. Written by H. G. Wells. The Roman sun rose even higher as the three companions gazed over the rooftops and at the Vatican. The streets were now noisy. The eternal city had come to life. Again, the Titan's hand went up into the air. Again, one could see another assistant appearing out of nowhere. This time, a man who appeared to be in his early 40s ran across the square, stood in its center, and pulled out a device that he spoke into. Quickly and loudly, within a minute, three women with scarves over their head, like you will see in those wonderful Italian films of 50s, appeared on three sparkling red Vespas. They parked them at the foot of the Spanish steps, right by the sculpture of the boat, before disappearing down via Delhi kerosene. Let's go, people, exclaimed the billionaire. It's time to ride. But what's this about visiting the dead? Asked the entrepreneur. The creases on her forehead reawakened and her arms now crossed. Trust me. Hop on a scooter and follow me. The billionaire instructed. The three companions wounded their way through the ancient streets of Rome. Even the most unknown church or innocuous obelisk left them in a dreamy state of awe. The sunshine was dazzling now as both the Romans and the tourists filled the boulevards. The city felt so alive. In one square, they passed a remarkably talented opera singer with a man standing next to her to collect money, touched the hearts of bystanders by singing like she had no tomorrow. As the billionaire, the entrepreneur, and the artist continued their trek along the roads of Rome, they saw yet another surreal sight. The Pyramid of Cestius, built between 18 and 20 BC as a tomb. The Egyptian style pyramid in the heart of the eternal city. Unbelievable, thought the artist as he tried to keep his eyes on the avenues. Soon they were out of the city walls. The billionaire was still leading. The entrepreneur noticed for the first time all morning that the back of his t shirt carried the wise words of Benjamin Franklin, one of the founding fathers of the United States, who said, "The early morning has gold in its mouth." And on the back of his helmet was printed lettering that read, "Rise first, die last." This man is a marvel, she thought, one of the kind. The entrepreneur knew the sensational adventure would soon be coming to an end, but she hoped Mr. Riley would remain in her life. She not only had grown to admire him, she felt she needed him. They rode for a while and then the billionaire motioned that they should stop on a eerily desolate side street. After they parked the scooters without saying a word, he beckoned his students to follow him. Past a stone bust of the great Roman military general Julius Caesar, down a series of stairs and into a dark and dusty tunnel. Where the heck are we? Asked the artist. Beads of sweat had formed on the delicate skin under his eyes. Imagine you were right there with these three human beings, and just picture how the artist looked at this moment. "We are in the catacombs," announced the billionaire. "This is where the ancient Romans buried their dead. All these subterranean passageways are burial grounds, cemeteries that date from the 2nd to the 5th century. And why we are here?" questioned the entrepreneur. "I brought you to this script to make a point," stated the billionaire in his usual warm tone. At that instant, the sound of footsteps could be heard, coming from the end of the tunnel. The artist glanced at the entrepreneur, eyes wide open. The billionaire didn't say a word. The footsteps could be heard growing closer and more forceful. I don't have a good feeling, commented the entrepreneur. The footsteps continued as the hazy light of a candle struck a decrepit wall of the catacomb. Then the whole place went quiet. A lone figure slowly emerged, holding a tall candle and with a hood over his head, the kind monks wear. No words were exchanged. It was all extremely mysterious. The intruder stood before the three friends. The candle was raised higher and moved in four circular motion. Then the hood came off. The face that was revealed was a familiar one. The face that had appeared at stadium across the planet and one that had inspired many millions to do amazing work, accomplish epic dreams and lead legendary lives. It was the spellbinder. My god, you scared me, the artist said, still sweating profusely. Sorry, Stone told me to come down here. I got a little lost, apologized the spellbinder. Extraordinary place, this catacombs. It's a little creepy in here, though, he added, looking healthy, happy, and relaxed. Hey, buddy, declared the billionaire as he hugged his advisor and best friend. Thanks for showing up. Of course, the spellbinder replied. Well, let me get straight to the insights you wanted me to share with this too. You know, I always come to play, he added with a low five like you see pro basketball players giving teammates after making a successful free throw. Mr. Riley asked me to share my thoughts on the value of deep sleep as an element of sustained elite creativity, peak productivity, and a rare air performance with you. And he told me he wanted to do it down here because not only are the inhabitants of this crypt in an endless slumber, but science now confirms that one of the primary ways we bring on an early death is by not sleeping enough. Really, asked the entrepreneur, folding her arms once again. The light from the candle disclosed a simple silver engagement ring on her finger. No, you guys didn't, gushed the billionaire glee emanating from his raspy voice. He did a quick, quirky dance move he hadn't done before. We did, the entrepreneur and the artist responded together. And you are both invited to our wedding. It will be small but special, the artist added. You are welcome to have the ceremony on my beach in Mauritius, offered the billionaire. Heck, I'll treat you to cash by handing all cost. For you both and for your families and for all of your friends. The whole thing's all on me. Is the least I can do for you two new members of the 5 Club. You trusted a crazy looking old man. You came on this wild odyssey. You have been open to all the teachings. You have been doing the work. You two are my heroes. The billionaire let out an urgent cough. Perhaps it was from the dust of the passageway. He then placed 3 fingers against his chest, right where his heart sat, and coughed again. You okay? Asked the entrepreneur, unfolding her arms and touching one of his muscular shoulders. Yes. So said the spellbinder, let me offer some insights on why it's not only the calibration of the first hour of your day that's mission essential for leadership, excellence, and exponential productivity, but also the management of the last hour of your evening, if you are truly serious about experiencing premium results. He held the candle under his face, creating a near mystical effect. What makes genius level performance is a delicate balance between the mastery of your morning routine and the optimization of your nightly ritual. You won't be able to orchestrate the 20 by 20 by 20 formula Stone walked you through this morning if you don't sleep properly. I'm almost away, sleep deprived, acknowledged the entrepreneur. Sometimes I struggle to function, my memory is off and I feel exhausted. Yeah, agreed the artist. My sleep is a mess. I'm up a bunch of times through the night, but since I have been on this trip, I've slept good each night. That's great to hear because we are in midst of ferocious global sleep recession, vocalized the spellbinder, clearly articulating the dramatic languaging it had become internationally known for. The internet and social media and the widespread absorption with our devices are fueling much of it. Research is now confirming that the blue light emitted from our tools of technology reduces the amount of melatonin within us. Melatonin is the chemical that informs your body that it needs to get sleep. There's a zero doubt that checking your gadgets all day long impairs cognitive function as you have learned, And there is no question at all that being in front of your screen before bedtime causes deep sleep dysfunction. It will go deeper and explain how the light of your devices activates photoreceptors called intrinsically Intrinsically, photosensitive retinal ganglion cells that limit melatonin production negatively affect your circadian rhythm, which hurts your sleep. But you get my point here. I do come from the entrepreneur. I really do. I will restructure my pre sleep routine so that I can wake up at 5 am feeling better and full of energy. I promise to do this so I rest well and so I can implement the 20 by 20 by 20 formula flawlessly for the 66-day minimum until it become an automatic habit, interjected the artist. And then for the rest of my life, so it actually becomes easier to run the 5 method than to stay in bed sleeping. When we don't sleep enough, the spellbinder picked up. Not only it is fiercely difficult to get up early, but a number of other highly damaging things impair your productivity, minimize your performance, along with reducing your happiness and eroding your health. Tell us, requested the entrepreneur. Yes, tell them, encouraged the billionaire. Now squatting in the catacomb, this posture really good for your lower back as well as for your digestion, he added oddly. Well, when you sleep, and the key here is not only the quantity of sleep, but the quality of sleep states your neurons shrink by 60% as cerebral spinal fluid washes through your brain. It's also been discovered that the lymphatic system, which was previously believed to be only in your body, is in your skull too. All this means that we are human beings have evolutionarily architected a powerful process to essentially wash the brain so it stays in optimum condition. And this cleaning mechanism only happens while we sleep. Unbelievably interesting, the entrepreneur noted. Tell them about the HGH, implored the billionaire. Sure, said the spellbinder. HGH, human growth hormone, is produced in the pituitary gland of the brain and it is important for healthy tissues in your body, a strong functioning metabolism, and a long lifespan. Increased level of HGH raise your moods, cognition, energy level, and lean muscle mass while reducing your craving through the regulation of leptin and ghrelin. Here's the main point. While HGH is released through exercise, which is a part of reason pocket number 1 of the 20 by 20 of 20 formula, is such a game changer. 75% of HGH production happens when you sleep. And here's the real key to maximize the process of brain being washed properly and HGH being produced excellently so you expand your creativity, productivity, vitality, and longevity. You need 5 complete 19-minute sleep cycle. That's what the scientific studies are now confirming. That's 7.5 hours of sleep each night. You also should know that research proves that it's not only sleep deprivation that kills, oversleep 9 or more hours also have been shown to shorten life. Do you have learning model for us that explain all this so awareness gets super clear and calibrated versus walk and lane? Asked the artist. Good job, Stone. You taught them the three-step success formula, applauded the spellbinder. The billionaire, still near to the dirty floor of the crypt, nodded, then he burped. Yes, I do have a framework for you. Come from the spellbinder. I have deconstructed my own evening routine that has helped me consistently sleep wonderfully over all these years. The spellbinder then pulled out a flashlight that had been hidden in his robe. He unscrewed the top portion, revealing a secret compartment in the tube. From it, he attracted two thin scrolls, handing one to the entrepreneur and other to the artist. The following diagram appeared on each scroll. The pre-sleep ritual of economic producer destruction. 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. Last minute of the day, all devices turn off, isolation from overstimulation. 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. Time for real conversation with loved ones, optional second period of meditation, frequent reading, audiobooks, broadcast time, regular session for recreational pursuits, periodic Epsom salt bath. 9 p.m. to 10 p.m. Preparation for sleep in a cool, dark, plus technology free bedroom. Organization of exercise gear for Pocket One evening gratitude practice. I don't know how to thank you. The entrepreneur said, both of you, she indicated, looking over to the billionaire who was now doing sit ups in the candlelight while whispering, great fortune and weighty wisdom keep coming my way. I am always a leader, never a victim. A lion, not a sheep. I love my life and am making it even better every day. And the more people I help, the more happy I am. I second my beloved gratitude, commented the artist. He reached over and lovingly stroked the entrepreneur's hair. If the world knew and applied the philosophies and methodologies of the 5 Club, every human being alive will transform the entrepreneur reinforced. And I know and I now get that awakening with the sun isn't at all about getting by on less sleep. It's more the old early to bed, early to rise point. And as each one of us does our part to make our personal revolutions, every relationship in our life, from the ones we have with our craft to the connections we share with each other, improves with us or for the artist. Sort of like Mahatma Gandhi's words, be the change you wish to see in the world, added the entrepreneur. Her face glowing in the soft light of the candle as she rubbed her new ring. I read a little about his life before I went to sleep last night. With all due respect, pronounced the spellbinder compassionately, Mahatma Gandhi's actual words have been adjusted over the years to become a sound bite that suits a culture experiencing a collective deficit of attention. What he actually said, interrupted the billionaire, was if we could change ourselves, tendencies in the world will also change. As a man changes his own nature, so does the attitude of the world change toward him. We did not wait to see what others do. Awesome job, Stone, remarked the spellbinder, smiling, but I do appreciate your larger point. He said kindly to the entrepreneur, and of course, you are right. My personal ask of both of you is that you will share as many of the principles and mental models as you can with as many people as possible. Because, yes, if every business leader, commercial worker, scientist, artist, architect, political influencer, sports performer, teacher, mother, firefighter, father, taxi driver, daughter, and son simply install the morning routine and nightly ritual we have shared with you, we did have a whole new world. A lot less sadness, rudeness, mediocrity, and hate, and so much more creativity, beauty, peacefulness, and love. And now I need to leave, announced the spellbinder. See you tonight at dinner, Stone. Cashew e pepe on the menu, right? Of course, replied the billionaire as he stood up. He began to cough again and appeared unsteady for a moment. His left hand trembled, a leg wobbled. The spellbinder quickly looked away. I need to go, was all he said, before dissolving into the darkness of the tomb. The three who remained made their way out of the crypt, back up the stairs, and into the blinding Roman sunlight. The billionaire started his scooter and waited for his guests to follow. They ventured down a maze of narrow streets, past as antiquated aqueduct, and back through city walls. Soon they were navigating the congested streets of the historical center and traveling down via the Condotti. After parking their scooters, the entrepreneur and the artist followed the billionaire up the Spanish steps. Well, he declared, this brings us full circle to where we began this morning's mentoring session at 5 am. Before I let you cats go for today, I have one last super gnarly model for you too. The spellbinder taught it to me when I was much younger and it proved itself to be priceless. I know I will wrap up this morning teachings with a very neat bow. The billionaire clapped his hands with a thunderous swap. A whirring noise could be heard in the distance, emanating from Villa Borghese. Soon the sound grew louder and closer. An object hovered above the heads of the billionaire, the entrepreneur, and the artist. Tourists sitting on the Spanish steps, sipping espresso and eating gelato, turned their eyes towards the heavens, trying to figure out what was going on. You would have enjoyed being there at that fabulous moment. Mamma mia! Cried an elderly woman in a free-flowing flowery dress. She was holding a baby in one arm and a bouquet of glamorously colored tulips in the other. It's a drone, yelled a teenage boy sporting a snapback cap, a denim jacket with doubt is not an option stitched into the back of it, and ripped jeans with humongous holes at the knees. For some unknown reason, he was barefoot. The billionaire began to expertly pilot the little aircraft to a precise landing as smooth as the surface of a lake on a sweltering summer afternoon. He winked at his two students. Still got the gift, he beamed. The drone carried a wooden box that, when opened, contained the thin sheet of glass with a learning model on it. Here's what the diagram on the glass looked like. Timeline activity show notes. 4:40 a.m. Optimal rise time personal care. Show notes. Pre-flight runaway period. Leave your workout gear by your bed the night before. Hydrate as it fuels the mitochondria of your cells to release ATP, which elevates your energy. 5 am to 5:20 a.m. Intense exercise. Must sweat. Hydrate further. Podcast, audio, video, music. Pocket 1. Move shifts you from tired or to on fire by 5:20 am. Exercise lengthens telomeres. Activates the neurobiology of greatness. 5:20 am to 5:40 am. Meditate, pray, journal, gratitude practice, script, pre-performance blueprint. Pocket 2. Reflect meditation reduces and slow aging. Planning the sequencing increases focus and productivity. 5:40 am to 6 am. Read audiobooks, podcasts, learning plus inspirational videos. Pocket number 3. Grow. Plus 2 into 3 into mindset. Fuels your hope. Plus your craft. Breeds inspiration. Builds undefeated ability in your industry. 6 am to 8 am. Family connection, personal pursuits, no social media, no news, no message checking. Enriches well-being plus reduces digital dementia, elevates the tone of your morning, promotes joy and calm. 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. The 90 by 91 rule, the 60 by 10 method, world class work, the twin cycles of elite performance, TBTF protocol, your personal Menlo Park. 1 a.m. to 5 p.m. Lower value work, meetings, organizing breakfast, optional, administrative, less creative work, planning, more hydration. 5 pm to 6 pm. Traffic you 2W, W2MP, decompression plus transition period, sustained game via learning, personal renewal time, sun, fresh air, refueling. 6 pm to 7:30 pm. No digital devices, family mealtime, portfolio of joyful pursuits, nature walks with loved ones, social connection, adventure, community service. 7:30 am to 9:30 pm. Reading nightly debrief in your journal. Prepare for early rise, no screen or technology, optimal second meditation before sleep. Nightly sleep rituals, hot bath with Epsom salt, dark room, cool temperature. 9:30 pm. Sleep deeply, high production of HGA, restoration, regeneration of brain, body, and spirit. I thought you guys will find this very detailed step by step game plan for an amazing day valuable. Of course, this is just one possible way to carve it out. You will notice the evening regime in a little different form. The spellbinders. As usual, how you apply all these tactics we have shared is completely up to you. It's your life. Live it as you choose. And yet, this particular framework helped me tremendously because it took many of the powerful elements of the 20 by 20 by 20 formula I walked you through earlier this morning along with key aspects of world-class pre-sleep process and build them into an immensely specific daily map that anyone, and I do mean anyone, can run to experience amazing days consistently. It's like a food recipe. Follow the steps and you will get the results. And amazing days create an upward spiral into amazing weeks, and amazing weeks morph into amazing months, started the artist. Closing his journal. And amazing months become amazing quarters, and amazing quarters in amazing years and decades, and ultimately added the entrepreneur closing her journal. An amazing lifetime. The three stayed together. Day by day, step by step, and a big existence gets handcrafted, summed up the billionaire, wearing his fashionable shirts, the kind the in the know Roman sport in their effortlessly stylish way that displays and I don't try too hard to look this phenomenally cool kind of attitude. More seagulls flapped their wings and made those annoying sounds seagulls seem to enjoy making. The billionaire was clearly an exceedingly loving soul, not just rich in money but also wealthy of heart. But he did detest seagulls and the way they had done a takeover of many of the rooftops in the core of the room over the past few years. Need to do something about those feathered creatures. He ruminated, displaying the uncharacteristic irritation. Anywho, Now you know why I brought you to the Spanish steps, generating explosive productivity. Elite health, exceptional prosperity, sustained joy, and boundless inner peace really is a step by step game. Small, daily, seemingly insignificant improvements, when done consistently over time, do yield staggering results. Daily micro wins and infinitesimal optimization really are the surest way to a life that you will be ever so proud of at the end. This truly is one of my favorite places in the world. I want you to be with me to not only teach you the transformation process of the 20 by 20 by 20 formula, but also to reinforce the reality that living remarkable is indeed an upward spiral to a top of a staircase of success and significance. And as you take the journey towards the fullest experience of your highest greatness step by step, a magic and beauty as obvious as you know, witness here will infuse your days and only accelerate over your years. Of this you can be sure. After carefully scanning the learning model on the glass, the entrepreneur wondered aloud, what's the 90 by 90 by 1 rule and the 60 by 10 method? And I don't understand some of these other notations. And what do 2WW and 2MP on the framework stand for? Asked the artist. You will learn soon enough, the billionaire responded, generating suspense. You both shall know I have saved the best and most valuable teachings for the end of our time together. The billionaire then hugged the entrepreneur and the artist tighter than ever before. They could see tears slowly filling his eyes, big wells of water. I love you too, he said. Si vidimo. And then he vanished. Chapter 15. The 5 a.m. Club is mentored on the 10 tactics of lifelong genius. If you knew how much work went into it, you will not call it genius. Written by Michelangelo. Sao Paulo is so special, isn't it? Said the billionaire as the unmarked and the economic class car, navigated by a driver in short sleeves, stopped and started through the thick traffic of this city of many millions. As in Mauritius, he sat in the front passenger seat. The three companions had just landed at the jetport and were heading to a boutique hotel in the center of this financial capital of Latin America. It's a big city, noted the artist, offering another blinding glimpse of the obvious. We so appreciate you flying us down here to Brazil for our wedding. The entrepreneur enthused. Thanks, brother, the artist added. He really wanted the ceremony to take place at your compound by the ocean, said the entrepreneur, pointing to her fiancé with a warm look. I did, said the artist agreeably. That place was paradise, and to be honest, I did too. But I wanted to honor my father, given that he was Brazilian, the entrepreneur explained. And a happy wife means a happy life, come from the artist with a grin. He then quoted the words from A. Milner's Winnie the Pooh. If you live to be a hundred, I want to live to be 100 minus 1 day so I never have to live without you. The entrepreneur moved closer to the artist in the back of the car as it sailed past magnificent neo Gothic cathedrals along great avenues with towering high rises, down a thoroughfare that showcased the impressive Teatro Municipal de Sao Paulo, and across the roadway were the majestic Ibirapura Park sat. What the artist shared made the billionaire think of his wife. He still thought of her every day, and it wasn't the luxurious trips to exotic places that he most recalled, nor the beautiful meals at the world's best restaurants. His mind drifted to the simplest and most apparently ordinary of moments in her company. Sharing a cheap but excellent pizza with olive oil drizzled over it, reading books in silence in front of a dazzling fire, nature walks and movie nights and trips of the grocery store, dancing in their bedroom to music that reminded them of how much they adored each other, and things like how patiently she taught him Italian, the way she did not when she did laugh really hard and how utterly devoted she was to their only child. Life's finest treasures live in the simplest moments, contemplated the billionaire, in those daily occurrences that most of us take for granted until we lose them. Lifting his hand to proudly display his engagement ring, the artist continued to express the depth of his love while the car rolled along. I love her heart, man. He spoke to Mr. Riley. She's my sunrise. My art used to be all that mattered. Didn't have much of a need for anyone around me. Guess I never knew what real love was. Can't imagine living without her now. The entrepreneur considered how blessed she was. In the period since she attended the Spellbinders event, her mindset, heart set, health set, and soul set were being reordered and upgraded radically and irrevocably. She was releasing the limiting beliefs that had been formed from her tumultuous childhood and letting go of the toxic emotions that grew out of her past traumas, as well as from the current predicament with her investors. The billionaire was quite right. She was realizing to an even deeper degree. We each do the best we can based on the level of awareness, maturity, and personal security we are at. People who hurt others really are hurting within themselves. They are behaving in the wisest way they know how to behave. If they were capable of conducting themselves with greater leadership, generosity, and humanity, they would have done so. This profound insight has sown even stronger seeds of forgiveness with the entrepreneur when she first heard the spellbinder at his seminar. She was cynical and resistant to a lot of his teaching. She did since pivoted considerably and now embracing everything she had been fortunate enough to learn wholeheartedly. It was an inspirational evolution to see. It had been 3 weeks since the visit to Rome. In that time, the entrepreneur had been doing wine sprints for 20 minutes at 5 a.m. each morning, along with some serious weight training. After that, at 5:20 a.m., she did use the tranquility of the second pocket to contemplate quietly write list of the things she was grateful for in her new journal and then meditate. Finally, at 5:40 a.m., she did listen to an audiobook about a business maverick on or read something on the subjects of productivity, teamwork, and leadership. She did also, and this was a hard one, broken the addiction to technology that had been her lifeline, as well as her escape from producing her greatest work and her diversion from being fully present to life. During these fantastic days away from her office, she did been creating the brightest output of her career, leveraging the phenomenon of transient hypofrontality. The billionaire had taught her to orchestrate results at a level of genius she did never experience before, and reclaiming the sense of inner well-being she did lost. Everything she was applying was delivering enormous rewards. Everything in her life seemed to be clicking again. She was fitter than she did been in years, happier and more serene than she had ever known, and more productive during the period she was away from the artist, conducting business that she had imagined she could be. All thanks to the Fine Club, which she understood more and more allowed her to protect her natural talents in a commercial world of such noise, stress, and invitation to relentless interruption. The victory hour was providing her with an insulated period at the front end of a day to build her 4 interior empires, so she could construct outer ones. With her newfound hopefulness, confidence, and forgiveness, she did even made excellent progress in negotiating a solution with her investors. She was excited that shortly the whole horrible ordeal would be behind her, and soon she did be married. She did always wanted someone special to share in her delights and successes, and she had always wished to balance the hunger for fortune making with her dream of having a family. The kind of family she had missed being part of as a girl. Just as the entrepreneur was about to respond to the artist's musing on the extent of his love, a gunshot rang out. The glass of the vehicle's windshield shattered, instantly looking like a spider's web. Two broad shouldered men in ski masks with machine guns over their shoulders violently motioned for the driver to unlock the doors. When he attempted to accelerate out of harm's way, another bullet pierced the glass, grazing the chauffeur's ear and prompting an outburst of blood. Open the door, instructed Mr. Release, sternly calmly. I've got this, he said as he secretly pressed a red button strategically located under the glove compartment. The doors unlocked. You could hear a click. Speaking in staccato burst, one of the gunmen screamed, Everyone out of the car now, or you die. As the occupants of the car followed the orders, the other gunman grabbed the entrepreneur by the neck. We told you to leave the firm. We told you we did kill you. We would kill you. We told you this was gonna happen, he said, suddenly a long SUV, the sort you see combat leaders in war zones traveling in dress raced up the scene. Four more people, two men and two women in flak jackets with pistols raced up on sleek motorcycles. The billionaire's protection team had arrived. Broke out in the street, knives were pulled, and more shots were fired. The billionaire was whisked away with an efficiency that was striking. He still appeared unruffled, and if he were a general leading a military mission, said simply, Save my passengers, they are my family members. A helicopter was now floating overhead. Yes, a helicopter. It had Fire AC in large orange letters on the side of it over white paint. The Magnus security squad quickly disarmed the larger of two gunmen, the one who had threatened the entrepreneur, and removed her to the safety of the waiting SUV. But the artist, well, sadly, he was gone. I need to find him, the entrepreneur screamed at the personnel in the armored vehicle. I need to find my husband, she added, clearly in state of acute shock over the entire scenario. Stay here, ordered one of the security agents, firmly holding her by the arm. But the entrepreneur, in her newly created state of mental toughness, physical fitness, emotional resilience, and spiritual fearlessness, thanks to her new morning routine, broke free from the burly guard, kicked open the door that had been left slightly ajar, and started to run. Like an elite athlete, she sprinted deftly across the highway with traffic speeding down four lanes. Horns blared and some passionate Brazilians shouted words in Portuguese, concerned for her welfare, but she kept running as fast as a gazelle. She ducked into a cafe, no sign of a man, then into a restaurant. Next, she raced along a street renowned for its steak houses. The artist was nowhere in sight. Then the entrepreneur spotted his notebook, the one in which he had made all his notes from the lessons of the spellbinder and the billionaire. The same notebook she saw him clutching tightly when they first met, seemingly randomly in the conference hall when she was at the darkest place of her life, and he, as an angel of sorts, made her feel safer, calmer, and happier by his loving presence. What happened next was tragic. As the entrepreneur slowed down to walk and turned onto a thin slice of an avenue, she saw blood. Not a pool of blood, but drops and specks of fresh blood. Oh God, please, no, she cried out. Frantically, she continued following the trail, pushing past a series of parked cars, a mother with a baby in stroller, and a line of elegant houses. Please don't let him die, the businesswoman prayed. Please, God, I'm here over here. A squeaky voice rang out. The entrepreneur darted in the direction of the artist's calls. Growing closer, she spied the gunman holding a revolver directly to the head of her fiancé. The thug had removed his ski mask. One could see that he was young and looked extremely scared. Look, declared the entrepreneur, behaving courageously and slowly walking over to the two men. Look, she repeated, I know you don't want to hurt him. I know you don't want to spend the rest of your life in a prison cell. Just give me the gun and you can go. I won't say a word to anyone about you. Just give me the gun. The gunman was frozen, speechless, and shaking. Slowly, he turned the gun away from the head of the artist and aimed it squarely at the chest of the entrepreneur. Just relax, she implored in a fierce yet empathetic voice. She continued walking toward her fiancé and the kidnapper. I'll kill you, shouted the bandit. Stay there. The entrepreneur took step by careful step while staring directly into the eyes of the gunman. She now had a soft smile on her face. Such was the grade of her newly earned bravery. So was the degree of her considerably enhanced confidence. After a long pause, the criminal stood up. He stared at the entrepreneur with what looked like a combination of mountaineers respect and visceral disbelief. Then he hurried away. Baby, are you okay? The entrepreneur embraced the artist tenderly. Gathering his composure, though perspiring unstoppably, he replied, Born okay, baby, born okay. You just saved my life. I know, she said. I didn't do it because we're about to be married. I didn't save you because I love you. What? Questioned the artist. Then why did you do what you just then why did you do what you just did? I mean, that was incredible. What you just pulled off, totally gangster. I did it because of the club. What are you talking about? Asked the artist, bewildered. I did what I did because of the powers I have developed as a member of the Fime Club. That's how I was able to do what I just did. It all really works, all of it. Everything we have been taught in Mauritius, in India, in Rome, and the main reason I saved your life isn't because you will soon be my husband and we'll have great kids and then grandkids and a bunch of dogs and cats and hopefully even canaries at our home, she gushed. No, I saved you only because you are also in the club, and Mr. Riley said we have to stick together and to have each other's backs. Are you serious? Asked the artist loudly. He wasn't pleased with what he had heard. Of course not. I'm just playing, babe, laughed the entrepreneur. I adore you. I did give my life for you any day of the week. Now let's go find Mr. Riley. Let's make sure he's okay. The next day, after they had recovered from the dramatic experience, they met in the billionaire's penthouse at the chic hotel. Mr. Relly looked lean, focused, and very happy. Quite the spree yesterday. Cats, he stated in a way that suggested that what they did endure was nothing more than a brisk walk through a flower filled park. That was brutal, the artist replied. You talk about trauma, that was traumatic. You, my friend, were quite the hero yesterday, declared the billionaire proudly while focusing on the entrepreneur. You, young lady, are a miracle on two legs. Thanks, she said, shifting her feet a bit and making sure the artist was okay. I watched you roll. I saw your cool. I noticed your concentration under extreme pressure and your superhuman levels of performance. This goddess of woman here saved my life, the artist acknowledged enthusiastically. You two love cats are just beginning to get a taste of the benefits of joining the 5 Club. Just imagine you two after applying the 66-day minimum. Then, after 6 months of running the world class morning routine you have now discovered. Consider the way you will capitalize on your potential, optimize your performance, and be useful to our world in a year. Always remember that the greatest of leaders were all servant leaders. The less you make it all about you and the more your obsession focuses on the upliftment of others, the more you will increase your identity as a genuine empire builder and grow into a history maker. Got you, confirmed the entrepreneur as she sipped from a water bottle, making sure she was well hydrated to stay at her energetic best. I want to reward you for the heroism you showed yesterday, the billionaire offered. I have some news that I think will make you love your life even more. Tell me, please, the entrepreneur said. Though I really don't need anything. I did what I did out of love. Simple as that. Well, are you ready? The tycoon asked. Yes, ready. Well, this morning I had my people buy up all the equity those nasty investors own. Let's just say I made them an offer they couldn't refuse, and my legal team had them sign an agreement promising they will never go near your company again and are not permitted to come anywhere near you or the man who will be your husband in a few short hours. Narrowly right, the billionaire spoke as he tapped danced his way across the floor of the penthouse. Yes, he actually tapped dance across the entire room. Next, he began flailing his arm manically and grooving intensely to his imagined music. Finally, get this, he started twerking. Yes, The illustrious industrialist who was worth over $1 billion was twerking in that hotel suit. He is the weirdest human being I have ever met, by a factor of million, thought the entrepreneur, but truly wonderful and pretty close to magical. The entrepreneur and the artist looked at each other and began to giggle. Then they joined in as best as they could because Mr. Really could sometimes be a bit of showman, as humble as he was. After the dancing session, they hugged this man who had become their magnificent mentor, exuberant encourager, and sincere friend. The entrepreneur thanked the eccentric baron profusely for his generosity in making her difficult situation go away. This spectacular escapade was taking on a near mystical quality. Everything was improving. All was unfolding, even better than she could have dreamed. And now she was free of the very trial that had brought her to the sharpest edge of her life. In that moment, she realized that on the other side of every tragedy lives a triumph, and beyond adversity exists a bridge into enduring victory if one has the eyes to see it. Anywho, said the billionaire, today's session will be a quick one. My chief of the staff is attending to every detail of your wedding as we speak. You will have the Casablanca lilies you requested, the music you both suggested, and every detail will be calibrated to world class. It's just the way my team and I roll. Oh, all your guests have been flown in on series of my jets. Everybody is here and everyone's full of delight, especially me. The Titan let out another intense cough and then two more. His arms started to tremble again as he sat on a modern looking wooden chair covered by a swatch of white leather. The kind furniture craftspeople in Sweden and Denmark make. For the first time, a look in his eyes revealed hues of fear. I'll beat this monster, he whispered to himself. You are messing with the wrong dude. He pulled out his wallet, extracted the worn picture of his wife, gone so long ago, clasped it to his heart, and centered himself on the essential points of the morning's discourse. Now that you know most of what you need to know about the FIRE method, I want to offer 10 tactics that will quicken your momentum in both your professional and your private lives. These are 10 gestures for daily heroism. The 20 by 20 by 20 formula will help you use your mornings brilliantly. These 10 other routines will complement the regime, so the rest of your day unfolds gloriously. Lock this in and you'll become undefeatable and experience a meaningful upward spiral of success where every important element of your life rises as your hours pass. As usual, a hand then went up into the air out of the library of the penthouse suite. Sprang an assistant, struggling to carry what appeared to be a large framed art piece. The billionaire jumped up and rushed over to help his aid. On the front of the white t-shirt the young, fit and unfairly handsome assistant wore were the printed words. Everyone dreams of being a legend until it comes time to do the work that legends do. This is one of my wedding gifts for you too. The billionaire pointed to a breathtaking painting of Thomas Edison, the great inventor. Over Edison's face is an agey modern art script where the investor's words, the best thinking has been done in solitude. The worst has been done in turmoil. I commissioned one of my favorite artists who lives in Berlin to do this for you. He did a lot of the artwork in my Zurich flat. He hardly paints anymore. Did this as a special favor. You cats could retire if you sold it. Trust me on that one. Please flip it over, requested the billionaire politely. Sitting down on the sleek chair again and surveying the expansive penthouse that overlooked the skyscrapers of Sao Paulo, many of the high rises had helipads on top of them so the icons of industry who operated within them could skirt around without having to waste precious hours of productivity and life sitting in Sao Paulo traffic. Because as you now know the hours most people waste epic performers exploit. On the back of the immaculately framed artwork was a chart with this title on it: The 10 Tactics of Lifelong Genius. The billionaire continued talking. Thomas Edison exemplifies prodigious creative achievement like few others in history, having recorded 1093 patents over his lifetime and giving us everything from the light bulb to the motion picture camera, and in 1901 a battery that was later used for electric cars. He wasn't only an inventor, he was also a stratospheric company builder. Yup, the billionaire continued. His life is absolutely worth studying and then disconstructing in your journal so your intimacy and fluency with how he did it grows. Edison once said, being busy does not always mean real work. The object of all work is production or accomplishment. And as you graduate the investor's achievement formula, please go deep on studying his ability to focus. Edison also observed, you do something all day long, don't you? Everyone does. If you get up at 7 o'clock and go to bed at 11, you have put in 16 good hours. You have put in 16 good hours, and it is certain with most men that they have been doing something all the time. Their only trouble is that they do it about a great many things and I do it about one. If they took the time in question and applied it in one direction to one object, they will succeed. That's on point, observed the artist, who was dressed in black gear this morning and wearing his standard issue combat boots. He did shave off his trademark goatee. It goes to the point you made in Mauritius about us waking up with a limited amount of cognitive bandwidth, and every distraction that steals our attention lowers our chance to do masterful work because we leave attention residue on every diversion that we allow into our workplace and life space. And if we are not really careful, we will end up with the digital dementia referred to on the last diagram you shared with us in Rome. I'm getting this piece in a pretty big way today. When I get back home to my studio, I'm definitely going to set up my environment up so it's totally quiet. Zero devices. I also plan to do a big time technology detox. No social media and no cyber surfing for at least few weeks. So I get my concentration back. What I'm understanding is that once I'm in the clear space of silence, I should focus only on one project at a time, not spread out my creative power and physical energy on many. That's what I take from Edison's words. Don't diffuse my genius on being pretty good at many things when I have it in me to be legendary by working intensely only on one thing. And I'm realizing that even one interruption when I'm thinking about a hot new product or my next blue ocean venture could cost me many millions of dollars or more, said the entrepreneur excitedly. What you two just said is massively important if you are serious about leveraging your talents and expressing the fullness of your inherent greatness. The billionaire affirmed as he beamed cheerfully. Edison will climb up the hill on his Menlo Park laboratory and work for hours and hours, and sometimes days upon days, with his team on the one invention that was the center of their inspiration. The groovy cat was a pretty gnarly dude. The billionaire then pointed to the chart on the back of the painting. I know you both need to get going, so you can get ready for the ceremony. Kindly take this gift with you, but first read what it says here on the back so you start the process of wiring in these 10 tactics that will accelerate your progress in the 5 a.m. club and set your gifts, talents, and powers ablaze. Rising at dawn and running the 20 by 20 by 20 formula is your main move to lead your field and upgrade your personal life. These 10 calibrated habits are your amplifiers. They'll ensure that you go from seeing results that are linear to rewards that are exponential. The learning model looked like this: the 10 tactics of lifelong genius. First, the tight bubble of total focus. Second, the 90 by 90 by 1 rule. Third, the 60 by 10 method. Fourth, the Delhi 5 concept. Fifth, the second wind workout. Sixth, the second massage protocol. Seventh, traffic university. Eight, the dream team technique. Nine, the weekly design system. And 10, the 60-minute student. Under the 10 tactics of lifelong genius model, the entrepreneur and the artist read the following list of strategies along with precise explanations about what they mean and how one was to apply them. First, the tight bubble of total focus. The insight. An addiction to distraction is the death of your creative production. Your attraction to digital interruption is costing you your fortune financially, cognitively, energetically, physically, and spiritually. To have the income and impact only a few people currently have, you need to run your days like very few performers currently do. The tight bubble of total focus is a metaphorical mode that you build around your assets of genius. So they not only stay strong, they increase. The five primary assets that our super producers defend are mental focus, physical energy, personal willpower, original talent, and daily time. Your bubble has a porous membrane that encircles it so that you decide what information, which people, and the nature of the activities that enter your orbit. Anything negative, toxic, and impure gets blocked at the gate. Essentially, this way of being in the world is your bulletproof defense system to reject any stimuli that will decree your greatness. The implementation. The tight bubble of a total focus strategy preserves your focus as well as your primal brilliance by giving you long stretches of time free from trivial fascinations and any influences that dissolve your inspiration and deteriorate your A game. Each morning you enter this invisible bubble of your own making that is completely empty of other people's superficial messages, spam, fake news, advertisements, silly videos, irrelevant chatting, and other forms of cyber hooking that will destroy a life of monumental potential. Part of this philosophical construct is your personal Menlo Park, the place where, like Thomas Edison, you get lost from the world and go to generate the masterworks that will raise you to industry dominance and global eminence. The real key here is solitude for a scheduled period each day in a positive environment that floods you with creativity, energy, happiness, and feeling the work you are doing is for the upliftment of humanity. The spaces you inhabit shape the output you produce. This concept can and should also be applied beyond your professional routine. So, your private time is free of negativity, energy, vampires, and soul hurting pursuits. Of course, tinker with this metaphorical wall of armor around your five assets of genius so you have a wonderful social life. And so you don't become a hermit. Using the TBTF in your personal life means you live your days in an alternate universe of your own joyous creation. Remember, the bubble has a porous membrane, so you can carefully choose who you allow into your private reality as well as the elements of beauty, wonder, and peace. Specific application ideas include selling your television, avoiding the news for the remainder of your days, staying out of a noisy shopping malls where you buy things you don't need, unfriending energy draining people you follow on social platforms, turning off all notifications while you are in the TBTF, and deleting apps with constant announcements. Tactic 2, the 90 by 90 by 1 rule. The insight. Doing real work versus artificial work daily with absolute consistency will give you a gargantuan competitive advantage born of mastery. Productivity of virtuoso level quality is rare, and the marketplace pays most for something that is scarce. Legendary achievers concentrate all their attention and effort on one core project at a time, so they harness the fullness of their cognitive capacity and their precious energy on releasing glorious products that turn the industry on into head. To work like this, you need to install a daily habit of exploiting your best professional hours to offer your finest productive results. When you show up for work, it's not the time to shop online to gossip or to check messages. It's show time for the super producer. The implementation. For the next 90 days, schedule yourself to invest the first 90 minutes of your workday on the one activity that when completed at world class will cause you to own your field. This 90-minute period must be completely free of any noise and interruptions. Place your devices in a bag marked from a 90 by 90 by 1 period and then leave the bag in another room. Installing clear boundary fences that block access to temptations is a potent tactic to decrease them. Tactic number 3, the 60 by 10 method. The insight. Research supposes that the greatest performers don't work in a linear way, working harder and longer with the hope of arriving at stronger and better results. Instead, the way elite creatives do what they do is by understanding the power of oscillation. They structure their work cycles so that they alternate bursts of deep focus and ferocious intensity of performance with periods of real rest and full recovery. In other words, they work in a balanced and cycle awesome output with times to refuel the assets of genius so they don't deplete them. Armed with data concluding that human beings do their most astonishing work when they are fresh and relaxed versus exhausted and stressed. Genuine pros dedicated to the glorification of their genius operate in a mode of pulsation, operating more like sprinters than marathoners. The implementation. After you have run the 90 by 90 by 1 segment of your workday, use a timer and work at your best for 60 minutes straight while sitting or standing quietly in your tight bubble of total focus. Train yourself not to move, just concentrate and create the highest results you can possibly make. After your 60-minute productivity sprint is done, refuel for 10 minutes. Ideas for this recovery cycle include going for a quick walk in a fresh air, reading a book that will advance your leadership or personal mastery, meditating, visualizing, or listening to energizing music with headphones, all like many championship athletes do before they step onto the court so that their brain's attention shifts from the ruminating and worrying behaviors of the left hemisphere into the creativity and flow of the right section. After 10 wonderful minutes of regeneration, go back and perform your next 60-minute work segment full of aspiration, excellence, and ingenuity, and then your next 10 minutes cycle of renewal. Tactic number 4, the Delhi 5 concept, the insight. Studies show that the most effective business leaders are at their productive peak on the days when, even if they have faced some serious setbacks, they have actively engaged their mindset on progress they have made. In so doing, they have inoculated themselves from the self sabotaging influence of the brain's negativity bias. One of the great keys to the terrific performance then is to train your attention on making consistent one-person wins and micro achievements throughout each hour of your workday. Small daily achievements, when done consistently over time, definitely do lead to stunning results, and by deliberately reflecting on the areas where you are moving ahead, you will insulate your ambition, guard your confidence, and defeat the dangerous trickster of fear so you get amazing feats done. The implementation. During the second pocket of your victory hour, list the 5 tiny targets you wish to accomplish over the day ahead for you to feel it was one well spent. This, like so much of what you have learned, is also a practice. The more you do it, the easier the habit gets, and the stronger your execution ability around it grows. So stay with the process. After just 30 days, you will have accomplished 150 valuable victories. And after a year, this strategy alone will be responsible for you achieving 1,825 high value targets, guaranteeing that the next 12 months are the single most productive 12 months you have had yet. Tactic number 5, the second win workout. The insight. You have now discovered the beautiful neuroscience behind daily exercise. Moving the body regularly lifts your concentration, speeds up the processing potency of your brain, as well as accelerating its learning capacity, raises your energy, elevates your optimism, helps you sleep better via the production of more melatonin and promotes longevity through the release of human growth hormone. Along with the lengthening of your telomeres keep the ends of our chromosomes from fraying. They are like plastic caps at the tips of shoelaces. Aging shortens our telomeres, which is why they are sometimes compared to a bomb fuse. The powerful point here is that it's well documented that exercise slows this shortening, helping you stay healthy longer. You should also note that meditation, a diet rich in whole foods, proper sleep quality, and intermittent fasting, which the spellbinder calls the 16 by 18 divided, because you don't eat during a 16-hour fasting window and then break the fast over an 8-hour period have all proven to protect our telomeres from degenerating. Given the empirically based facts substantiating the absolutely transformative power of exercise. Why will you do only one workout a day? Why not use this regimen to increase your vitality massively so you not only outlive your industry peers but hack aging as you enjoy an astoundingly happy and productive life? The implementation. To execute a 2 practice, schedule a second workout at the end of your work day to give you a second win for a great evening. You will beat the exhaustion most people feel after work, re energize your willpower batteries so you improve your evening choices and even find your cravings for sugar in the night time are significantly lower. One of the finest activities you can possibly do at this time is a 1 hour nature walk. You will gain another block of time free from digital interruption, letting you do more deep thinking and downloading of valuable ideas. You will also be rewarded with the benefits that walking within natural surroundings with sunlight and fresh air bring to your mindset, heart set, health set, soul set. Naturalist John Muir explains it well when he said, in every walk with nature, one receives far more than he seeks. Other ideas for your 2WW include going for a 60-minute mountain bike ride, having a long swim, or attending a yoga class. In running this routine, you'll also burn even more calories and speed up your metabolic rate. Reducing the body fat, the 2WW is a game changer. Tactic number 6, the 2 massage protocol, 2MP. The insight. Studies have demonstrated that massage therapy is a modality that generates significant improvements in brain performance, mood, mood, your ability to fight stress, and in terms of your general wellness. The benefits of massage include a 31% reduction of cortisol, the fear hormone levels, and 31% increase in dopamine, the neurotransmitter of motivation, and a 28% elevation of serotonin, the neurochemical responsible for regulating anxiety and raising happiness. Reduce muscle tension, improved pain relief via the sending of anti-inflammation messaging to muscle cells and elevations in the signaling of those cells to make more mitochondria. The key here is to have a deep tissue massage versus simple relaxation body work. It needs to hurt a little for it to work well. This awesome practice also reduces the stress that causes telomeres to degrade, optimizing your good health and maximizing your lifespan. The implementation. To apply the 2MP lock 290-minute messages, ma- to apply the 2MP log 290-minute messages onto your weekly schedules, because the things that get scheduled are the things that get done, and because work plans yield work performance, and because the smallest of applications really is better than the grandest of intentions. Virtuosos bring traction to their vision through their dedication to implementation. You might say you are a busy performer and can't afford the time to get 2 long messages every single week. In fact, given the proven and marvelous benefits of this protocol for your mental state, cognition and joyfulness, health and longevity, the truth is you can't afford not to install this habit. Yes, 290-minute massage a week will cost a lot of money. Death will cost you more. Tactic number 7, Traffic University. The insight. People who commute a total of 60 minutes to and from work each day spend approximately 1200 days of their lives doing so. If they live in an average human lifetime, that's over 3 years spent in traffic or on a bus or a train. And with the rise of the mega commute, that time period is only growing. Most people sitting bumper to bumper are infecting themselves with toxic news, superficial banter on the radio, and other negative stimulation that erodes production and dissolves inner peace. People on commuter trains or buses often sleep, daydream, or play with the technology, a chronic state of apathy be different. The implementation. Participating in Traffic University is all about leveraging your traveling time, whether to and from work or grocery shopping and errand running, to learn expanding your professional prowess and personal knowledge. Specific ideas to help you do so include listening to audiobooks and consuming valuable podcasts. The fact is, even one new idea you learn in a book or online course could make you millions or even millions of dollars, or multiply your creativity, productivity, vital, and spirituality exponentially. There is simply no other investment vehicle available today that will yield a higher returns than investing in your education and growth. Tactics number 8, the dream technique. Professional, the insight. Professional athletes structure a full team to support their rise to best in the world. BIW abbreviation. In this way, they are freed up to marshal their five assets of genius around the development of the expertise and powers that will cause them to become dominant at their sport. Michael Jordan wasn't his own sport doctor, and Muhammad Ali wasn't his own boxing trainer. Super producers outsource and then automate all activities except those within the realm of the mastery, allowing for purity of focus and freeing up huge amounts of time. The implementation delegates tasks that not only are a poor use of your hours but also diminish your happiness. Ideally, restructure your entire life so you are doing only the things you are great at and love to do. With such a step, you will not only escalate in your performance because you are prioritized around just a few things, but you will enjoy significantly more personal freedom and serenity as well because you have people on your dream team who are leaders as at what they do. Your rise to legendary will be swifter since you have great people in your corner. Specific members of your dream team could include a fitness trainer who you work with regularly, a nutritionist, a massage therapist, financial coach to fortify your fortune, a relationship advisor to help you maintain rich bonds with the important people in your life, and spiritual counselor to assist you in training a spiritual counselor to assist you in staying grounded on the eternal laws of life well lived. Tactic number 9, the weekly design system WDS, the insight. You now know that things get scheduled are the things that get done. Designing a week without a granulated game plan for 7 days ahead of you is like attempting to summit Mont Blanc without a climb strategy or hiking into the deep woods without a compass. Yes, spontaneity and room for unexpected miracles are exceptionally important. Yet this doesn't mean you shouldn't show personal responsibility and human maturity by habituating a practice to architect a thoughtful and clear weekly scripts that amplifies your energy, organize your choices, and ensures balance. The implementation. Carve out and then ritualize 30 minutes early each Sunday morning to create your blueprint for beautiful work. Start the process by writing a story in your journal about the highlights from the 7 days you just lived. Then record your lessons, learn your optimizations for making the coming week even better. Next, on a large piece of paper that has each day running from 5 am to 11 pm on it, note down all your commitments. The key here is to list more than your business meetings and work projects. Set clear periods for your victory hour, your 90 by 90 by 1 sessions, your 60 by 10 cycles, and your second win workouts, as well as time for your loved one. Blocks for your portfolio, passion, and segments for your errands. During this weekly turn, enhance your productivity significantly and improve your life balance noticeably. Tactic number 10, the 60-minute student. The insight. The more you know, the better you will do. Legendary leaders all have boundless curiosity and limitless appetite to grow into their great self. And education truly is inoculation against disruption. Peak producers are lifetime learners. Be one of the formidable few who reclaim their heroism, cultivate their craft, and materialize their genius by getting back to being a world class student. The implementation. For at least 66 minutes a day, study. Do whatever it takes to fireproof your commitment to relentless growth. Learning daily will raise your acumen, deepen your wisdom, and incite a blazing fire that stokes your grandeur. You'll become a witty thinker and an outright superstar. Specific tactics for your 60 minutes include reading every good book you can get your hands on, reviewing your journal notes, working through an online program, talking with a mentor, and watching skill building videos. As you captivate on your brightest gifts and the highest powers, you become not only a bigger person but an even more indispensable one. You will be so exquisite at what you do that your organization and marketplace will not be able to operate without you. You will evolve into an exceptionally valuable leader in your field, and you will be able to deliver remarkable streams of value to the teammates, customers, and communities you are blessed to serve. The results will be generous rewards returned to you in the form of income, eminence, and psychic joy that comes with being a noble person during world class work and fulfilling mighty purpose. I have another present to honor you too as we go off to your wedding, exclaimed the billionaire. It's a verse I memorized for my Vanessa. He was clutching her picture as he said this. Every Valentine's Day, it was a tradition for me to present her with 108 red roses, some terrific chocolates, and one other thing over dinner at a favorite restaurant. After that, I did get down on a knee and recite the poem. What was the other thing? Asked the artist. The billionaire looked a little embarrassed. His gaze fell to the floor of the penthouse. Lingerie was his one word answer, spoken with a wink. He then stood up on the sprawling oak dining table that sat in one section of the gigantic hotel suite. Like a child play hide and go seek, he covered each of his eyes with a hand. Next, he recited an old poem by Spencer Michael, free with thunderous passion. "'Tis the human touch in this world that counts, the touch of your hand and mine, which means far more to the fainting heart than shelter and bread and wine. For shelter is gone when the night is over, and bread lasts only a day. But the touch of the hand and the sound of the voice sing on in the soul's survey." "That's so beautiful," said the artist, visibly moved. It was growing clear to Mr. Reilly that though this bohemian painter had rough edges, he had a soft heart, and though it might appear to an uninformed onlooker that the artist was the more passive half of the romantic couple. This was, in fact, untrue. The reality was that the depth of his great love for the entrepreneur overrode the immature needs of his ego. All his kindness wasn't to be confused with weakness. The artist was a powerful man. I have written a poem myself, the artist added. It's for you, my beloved. Read it to me, please, said the entrepreneur gracefully as she fixed his collar. Okay, said the artist with a gulp. It's called May We Never Say Goodbye, and it goes like this. May we never say goodbye. A chance encounter, and that very first glance. Your beauty moved me, and your strength calmed me. Life is unexpected windows of opportunity, sent by a knowing intelligence, asking, asking us to do our part by taking a risk. Only those who dare will win. Only those willing to face rejection will find their salvation. Only those who reclaim their power will experience a resurrection. I have never known true love. I have never believed in double rainbows, romantic walks, and holding hands at sunrise. I have never imagined that first kiss would lead to this. When you fall, I will support you. Should you be scared, I will hold you. When you are in doubt, I will stand by you. When you enjoy success, I will raise my glass to you. And when you feel like leaving, and I won't let you go. I think of you constantly. I feel you deep within me. I'm not sure what I have done to deserve you, but my dream now is to grow old with you. Maybe never say goodbye. The artist went down on one knee and kissed the hand of his soon to be bride. She blushed vividly and was profoundly touched. One could then hear loud crying. The two students handed them. Chapter 16. The 5 Club embraces the twin cycles of elite performance. With freedom, books, flowers, and the moon, who could not be happy? Oscar Wilde. The billionaire was seated alone on the spacious terrace of the private cottage he had rented on a wine estate in Franschhoek, South Africa. As he wrote his daily diaries, Mr. Riley reflected on marvelous happiness, uncommon exuberance, and striking beauty that was present at the wedding of the entrepreneur and the artist in Sao Paulo. They were clearly meant for each other. The universe works in interesting and absolutely intelligent ways, he thought. And if there was a union that will go to the distance, it will be this one. As the magnate made notes in his journal, birds sang their carefree songs, and gardeners in blue work uniform dug into the soil of the vineyard with shining shovels while speaking energetically in thick South African accents. The tangled yet lovingly arranged vines on wooden stakes spoke of an enchantment that nature alone offers, while a mystical wisp of fog slowly migrated from Franschhoek Valley up towards the surrounding mountains. A little earlier, at 5 a.m., the billionaire had taken the entrepreneur and the artist on a mountain bike ride that began on the wine farm, then meandered down Daniel Hugo Street and into the village, past well used horse stables, lazy dogs that moved as low as snails on Prozac, and rose bushes that had twisted along the white picket fences that had been erected along both sides of the rough dirt road. It really was a near perfect little place the billionaire had selected as a setting for his second to last mentoring session. The lesson that the billionaire had presented as the three of them rode together centered on the vital importance of balancing elite personal performance with deep self renewal for sustained masterful achievement. The Titan explained the value of alternating time in the world, pursuing success at the highest level with time in the wilderness, recovering a symmetry needed to ensure a strong harmony between winning at work and richness in life. And to guarantee that his students played the long game around their sense of genius, the billionaire also explained that massive productivity in society without an abundant heart, an authentic sense of joyfulness, and enduring inner peace was no different from the game a hamster plays on a running wheel. It thinks it's moving, yet it remains in a cage. As the early morning rays melted into the lush greenery, the mogul pedaled his shiny red bicycle. As the early morning rays melted into the lush greenery, the mogul pedaled. His shiny red bicycle talked excitedly and laughed festive, optimistic, truthful laugh. The kind of laugh we all long to experience more of in our lives. He also continued to cough a lot. One time he even spat up some blood. Yet, because the billionaire seemed vibrant and unusually healthy, the entrepreneur and the artist remained only somewhat concerned for their generous mentor's well being. Perhaps this was their mistake, but the newlyweds were so in the moment that they didn't spend much time trying to figure out what was going on. In retrospect, they will wish they had. When the three companions took a break from riding, Stone Relay presented the husband and wife with another learning model which he pulled out of a blue backpack. It looked like this: the twin cycles of elite performance, protection of the assets of genius. First, the mental focus; second, the physical energy; third, personal willpower; fourth, original talent; fifth, daily time. The high excellence cycle, the deep refueling cycle. The billionaire thought that exceedingly excellent creative production without calibrated human asset protection leads to a noticeable performance reduction. What he meant by that was this: becoming legendary in your industry is all about sustainability and making sure you show up at world class not just for a month or even for an entire year. The real sport of the captains of commerce, the great masters of the arts, the visionaries of the science, the heroes of the humanities, and the giants of athletics is preserving your A game over a lifetime. Longevity really is the key to legendary, he reinforced. This, he told his two appreciative students, is one of the main keys to your rise to iconic. You really must learn how to balance working intensely and brilliantly with deep rest and recovery so you can remain fresh and strong over a long career. As you do this, you won't blow out your gifts by hyperextending them. In the same way that some pro athletes blow out their knees, preventing them from ever playing again. The geniuses all know and apply this remarkably important principle. As the billionaire sipped sweet dark coffee, he explained that what makes the great men and women of the world exceptional in part is the implementation of a phenomenon known as supercompensation. Just as a muscle tears when you stress it to the edge of its capacity and then actually grows during the pause of recovery, your fire assets of genius surge when you actively push them past their usual limits and then allow for a period of regeneration. Mr. Riley pointed to the framework on the paper and said, "See, cats, the little known key to terrific success over the long term lies in a simple word: oscillation. I mentioned it in Sao Paulo, but you are both ready to go deeper. But you are both ready to go deeper." "We definitely are," declared the entrepreneur. "Get this," Billionaire said. "When scientists studied the great Russian weightlifters, they discovered that the secret behind their undefeatability was their work rest ratios." "What does that mean?" asked the artist as the companions walked their mountain bikes along a trail at the edge of fabulous vineyards. "Your growth happens when you are rested," replied the billionaire. "It's the straightforward way. Makes no logical sense, right?" The billionaire went on. "In fact, this productivity rule is one of the most central, yet paradoxical truths the spellbinder revealed to me as I was building my global empires. The mainstream thinking tells us that to get more done, we must put in more hours. To achieve more, we need to do more. But solid research now confirms that the kind of linear approach, work harder to produce better, is seriously flawed. It isn't sustainable, it just leads to burnout, exhaustion, loss of inspiration, and reduction of your private fire to lead the field and enhance our world. That old school way of operating also causes a visceral depletion of the very human resources, which, if applied intelligently, will make you the master of your marketplace. "What you are sharing reminds me of the 60 by 10 method," remarked the artist happily. He was dressed in the riding gear the billionaire had provided, and given his now daily practice of the 20 by 20 by 20 formula as a member in good standing of the Fine Club. He looked significantly fitter, more focused, more energetic, and more self confident that when he showed up at the Spellbinders conference, his transformation was quite marvelous. Super point, applauded the billionaire. And you are right. Yet, the learning model I'm about to walk you through is so much more than that. Today, you will receive advanced insight on how to alternate work rest periods to generate exponential productivity. You will also learn how to have a blast while you are doing it. This morning, you will discover how to work less yet materialize more through what pro athletes call periodization. After we are done, you both will be well beyond any superficial understanding of what it takes to triumph in your sphere while living beautifully for the rest of your life. The billionaire pointed to a part of a learning framework entitled The Five Assets of Genius. As we have now learned, every morning you wake up with a full battery of creative power. Each dawn you awaken to a full well of five private treasures that, if properly managed, will cause you to overcome the violence of your excuses and avoid the knife blade of your past limits so that the great hero encoded within your soul meets the light of the day and enable you to become all you are meant to be. As a maker of spectacular work, as a leader without title, and as a human being dedicated to living in awe of life, most gorgeous graces, I'm all in, exclaimed the artist. And as you now know, the five aspects of genius, continued Mr. Relay, as you looked at the diagram, are your mental focus, your physical energy, your personal willpower, your original talent, and your daily time. I repeat this so you remember this. These primary assets are their highest early in the morning. That's why you want to start your day well and perform your most important pursuits during your most valuable hours instead of wasting this precious opportunity fooling around with your technology, watching the news or oversleeping. Got you, confirmed the entrepreneur, ferociously taking notes in the leather journal she received in Rome. A colorful scarf with elegant patterns on it gave her ponytail a dramatic look this particular morning. And the essential point of today's lesson is this: the billionaire spoke as he pointed to the center of the model. Top performance truly isn't a linear game. A light accomplishment is much more like a heartbeat, more like a rhythm, more like a pulse. If you want to show up as a great master over decades, so you literally dominate your domain for an entire career and lead a life you love well into old age, we absolutely need to alternate high excellence cycles. Those periods of intense and fantastic output with times of meaningful recovery, deep refueling cycles. Please study this, the billionaire requested, tapping an index finger on the printed framework. Just so I'm clear, said the artist as he inhaled the fresh air. HEC is a high excellence cycle and DRC is a deep refueling cycle. Yes, replied the billionaire. Today his black t-shirt and white lettering on it that read, Yes, I'm in relationship with myself. His weirdness was magnificent, and so your main move, if you want enduring victory professionally as well as personally, is to oscillate. The tycoon carried on. Two cycle periods of passionate, monomaniacally focused, and potent work at the highest grade with blocks of time set for refueling, relaxing, recovering, and pure fun. It really is like your heartbeat pulsing. I so love this concept you are kindly teaching us, noted the entrepreneur. This will be another needle mover for my business life and for my private world. Yes, it will be, agreed the billionaire succinctly. Growth does happen in the resting phase. That's counterintuitive, right? We have been programmed to think that if we are not creating and producing, we are wasting our time. We feel guilty if we are not doing. But look at this. The baron unzipped a nylon carrying case that had been fastened around his waist. He pulled out two medals that appeared to be made of gold and placed them around the necks of the entrepreneur and the artist as one would do in celebration of a champion. On each medal, these words were engraved. The legendary performance equation, pressure into refueling is equal to growth plus endurance. Tennis great Billie Jean King said the pressure is a privilege. The billionaire reminded his two students, see, pressure and stress aren't bad. They are not, questioned the entrepreneur. No, they are actually absolutely necessary for the expansion of your capacity. Voice the billionaire. You must push your talents hard, the billionaire continued. Even when you don't want to, past your comfort zone, only then will they grow. Always remember this, the time you least feel like doing something is the best time to do it. And part of the reason for this, as you also know, is because when you enlarge your willpower muscle in one important area, your self discipline is in every other area rises with you. The larger point I'm trying to make here is that pressure and stress are wonderful blessings that a player's exploit our gift doesn't don't increase when we stay in our safety circles. No. Challenge and stretch your capacities past the normal. Muscles expand only when we take them past our usual limits and then allow for some time to refuel and recover. The billionaire surveyed the vineyard. Then he added, I recall having a fascinating conversation with a pro athlete who showed up at one of my charity dinners. You know what he told me? What? Wondered the artist. I rest to allow all my training to take effect, pronounced the billionaire, profound way of seeing things. All work and no break depletes your greatness over time. Hmm, murmured the entrepreneur, rolling her mountain bike over to a stake and leaning the seat against it. If you want to build stronger abdominal muscles, you stress them past their current boundaries, said the billionaire. If you usually do 100 sit-ups, you do 200. If 200 is your daily quota, go up to 300. This actually causes the muscles to rip apart. The exercise psychologists call the phenomenon micro-tearing. Yet, if you want the muscle to grow, you can't keep exercising it relentlessly or you will experience injury. You need to rest the muscles for a day or two, and it's in the recovery cycle when the actual growth happens, interjected the artist, locking in on the principle he was learning. Absolutely correct, enthused the billionaire. Growth happens in the resting phase, not in the performing state. Recall early on in our work together on my beach in Mauritius, I told you cats I grew up on a farm long before I moved to Malibu. Think so, spoke the entrepreneur. Mauritius feels like another lifetime ago. Well, there is a metaphor that I learned at our farm that will help you fully understand the twin cycles of elite performance. Talk to any farmer and she will tell you about the fallow season. Before it, there's an intense period when the soil gets still, crops get planted, and serious work get done. Then there's that season of resting. Seems like nothing's happening. Looks like time is wasting. Yet, here's the neat part. It's in the fallow season that the harvest is really blossoming. All the produce that shows during autumn is just the visible and end result. The billionaire slurped some more coffee. He spilled a little on his t-shirt. The container that held the Java had dreamed big. Start small, begin now, written on it. A yellow butterfly with tender flapping wings that had blood red veins along them glided by. Three eagles announced their authority overhead. God, I love butterflies, the billionaire said wistfully, and rainbows, shooting stars, full moons, and glorious sunsets. Why be alive if you are not going to be totally alive? I was like a robot when I was in my 20s, he admitted. I took myself too seriously, didn't have a minute to waste. Every hour was scheduled. Every car ride had to have an audiobook running. All flight time was about productivity. Here's the thing. His voice trailed off as his eyes appeared lonely, melancholic, and lost. I was exhausted a lot of the time. The spellbinder saved my life. He really did. And the model I'm walking you through this morning helped immensely. The billionaire took a deep breath, then he went on. My essence of genius became eroded over time. My creativity was floundering as was my effectiveness. I have since realized that I'm paid by my group of companies to think, to come up with visions and ideas for new products and innovations that will shatter the compass and deliver humongous value to all our clients around the world. But I didn't understand that back then. The spellbinder assisted me enormously, taught me the twin cycles of elite performance during our very first coaching session and insisted relentlessly that I implement them instantly and consistently. But boy, did I fight him on this one. It was just so against my nature to relax and breathe and to pause. Now I totally get that rest is the very thing that enables our primal greatness to unfold. The entrepreneur nodded her head in understanding. If I'm not working, I feel super guilty. I like I'm doing something wrong. Self care is essential to self love, remarked the billionaire. All I'm saying is, I now understand that balance is vastly important to world class performance. Working day and night didn't make them they Working day and night didn't make me more efficient at all. It just made me more tired and cranky. So now I make the time to rest, to nourish myself, to mountain bike, to read books I've always wanted to read, to enjoy a glass of excellent wine like the glass of amazing Pinotage I severed last night in front of the blazing fire in my cottage here in the valley. Ironically, as I have practiced this kind of recovery, my creativity has multiplied, my productivity has soared, and my results have skyrocketed. It's just so profound. I work less, have more fun, and yet I get way more done. Mr. Reddy then reached into his blue backpack and pulled out a piece of white material which looked like it came from the sail of a schooner. Remarkably, you could see a drawing of Albert Einstein in a sailboat on it. If you were there in that precious vineyard with them, you would have seen this. The industrialist continued his discourse out in that delightful vineyard. Oh, yes, cool cats, having fun is so very essential to leading your field, upgrading your life, and inspiring the world. All of the amazing creatives and productive icons of history had one thing in common, you know. Tell us, please, requested the entrepreneur as the bangles made a clink clink sound. Her new wedding ring shimmered in the morning sunlight. The billionaire flipped into a quick handstand. He then bet his chest fast with a single fist as he whispered these words to himself. This day is priceless. All the money in the world will not bring it back again. And so I seize it and I savor it and I honor it. This day I fill my mind with big dreams so there is no space for petty doubts. I replace the psychology of can't with the mentality of can. And I remember that my greatest growth lies at the jagged edges of my highest limits. This day I'll recall that until my mission becomes my obsession, my gifts will never become my glory. And until my hunger to serve transcends the insecurities of myself, I will miss the grand chance of these precious hours to be a vehicle for helpfulness. This day I reloaded my devotion to avoid a counterfeit nobility, staying sincere, humble with both feet on the sacred ground. Should naysayers and bad actors throw rocks at me, I reply with kindness and love in the face of their bad behavior, even if they don't deserve it. Should critics make fun of me, as they always have since I was a kid, I'll take the rocks they throw at me and make them into monuments of mastery. And should anyone call me strange as they often do, I will smile with the blatant wisdom stuck deep in my heart that it's only misfits, oddballs, and eccentrics that change our world. Being different is really cool, and eccentricity is very hip. It was quite a sensational scene. Stone relay upside down, beating his chest as if to activate his heart and reciting his poetry. Words are creative, you know, he articulated as he stood up and inhaled a big gulp of fresh, France choke, French choke air. Speak the words of unchanged heroism. Talk the preach of a passionate possibilitarian. Use the languaging of hope, the sentencing of power, and the phrasing of leadership. And unbridled love. I manage my words meticulously every morning. The billionaire looked at the wines. Anywho, he added, all great geniuses really love to play. They understood that having fun is a potent form of recovery. They all had leisure activities that recharged their empty batteries. Einstein loved to sail. Aristotle and Charles Dickens adored Delhi walks. Hollywood superstar Meryl Streep used to knit. Steve Wozniak played polo. Bill Gates mastered bridge, and Sergey Brin would often be up on a high-flying trapeze. Time away from work isn't a waste, the tycoon reinforced. It's a must. Offer a space for incubation of the very ideas that will make your fortune. So work less to get more done. That's pretty much what the twin cycles of elite performance model is all about. I'm understanding the 60 by 60 method value even more, the artist contributed. I guess this also means it's okay to have a few days off every week. Not only okay, but necessary to guard your five assets of genius, the very ones that players leverage to realize industry prominence so their work stands the test of time. To be specific and tactical, take at least 2 full days off each week. No technology, zero device days is what the spellbinder calls them. Full recovery, and every quarter take off even more time. For decades, I have taken June, July, and August to vacation. I sail, bike, sleep, read, swim, chill with my friends, have the happiest times with my daughter, and experience life at its best. You cats may not be able to take this much time off, but I need to tell you that during these renewal cycles, I do my best thinking and planning and get my best insights. I always return to the office 1,000 times more inspired, on fire, and alive. Another butterfly floated by. The vineyard seems to whisper of wonderful miracles to come. Though the sun now stood in its full radiant glory, a thin slip of a moon competed for attention in the big African sky. It was breathtaking. The entrepreneur grasped her husband's hand. "This is magical," she said. "You know, guys," Mr. Really said as he picked up his bike and started walking along a secret back road that he had somehow discovered. Heaven on earth isn't some mystical spiritual place to aspire to. It's not some realm reserved only for saints, seers, and sages. Not at all. I have discovered, and boy, have I led a colorful, intense life of all these years. That heaven on earth is a state that anyone can create. The billionaire was now deepening the conversation significantly and growing even more philosophical around this particular lesson on work life boundaries for sustained legendary performance and a happier existence. Because business victory without a joyful heart misses the opportunity, I feel really blessed in my life. Stone really stated, "I live mostly in the magic." "The magic?" wondered the artist, now pulling on two dreadlocks and unlacing his biking shoes. "The magic comes from the billionaire, looking serene yet confident, relaxed yet thoughtful, playful yet spiritual. I have learned that being successful without feeling soulful is the highest of defeats." The entrepreneur and the artist sat down next to each other on the soil of the vineyard. The billionaire kept on. "While I have always been passionate about advancing my companies and expanding my commercial interest, mostly to see how far I can go and to help me fuel my philanthropic work, I am equally dedicated to savoring the magic of life, astoundingly well lived. Winning without enjoying is nothing." "Not so sure I get you," admitted the entrepreneur, as a truck carrying a gaggle of workers with charismatic smiles sailed by. "It's a great morning," one shouted. "I love my work so much, and I do get a lot of pleasure from the homes, the goods, and the toys I own. But I need none of it. I have my things and my public reputation as a global business person. Yet I don't identify with it. I'm not attached to any of this. As I grow older, I still love the pleasures of this world very much, but I don't require them for my happiness and peacefulness. I've come to see it all as a big game, a sport of sorts. I own my things, but they don't own me," the Baron continued. "And though I play in the world, I also adore the wilderness, not only metaphorically but literally, like you're experiencing the natural wonders of this ethereal valley in Franschhoek. This too is how I live the twin cycles model. I make time to enjoy life completely." "The magic," repeated the billionaire, as singing birds seemed to croon louder and a flutter of even more butterflies showed up to listen in on the conversation. "God, life is beautiful. Don't miss out on all of its awesomeness and incredibleness. Is there for you no matter what you might be going through. See, we all live on borrowed time, and life does whiz by so quickly. You two cats will be old before you know it, probably hanging out with 100 grandchildren," he said with a chuckle. Anywho, Mr. really spoke in a whisper. Utopia, Shangri La, Nirvana, and Heaven on Earth are just names for a state of being, not a place of visiting. You enter the magic of life and begin to experience outright bliss steady once you reclaim the inherent power that lurks in your core. And when you don't postpone being grateful for even the tiniest of everyday graces, you will become a magnet for miracles. When you begin being a You'll become a magnet for miracles when you begin being a magician of sorts. The billionaire getting into some pretty mystical and far out territory now, thought the entrepreneur. Heaven on earth, recited the industrialist. My life is generally a steady stream of beauty, and I discovered this has little to do with having a lot of money. It has more to do with finding fulfillment in the smallest of things. The way the fire warmed me and inspired me last evening, for example, it has to do with spending a lot of time in nature, whether that's in vineyards like this, he said, pointing an index finger across the wine farms that fill the valley, or on walks in a forest, or hiking in the mountains, or being near the sea, or drifting through sands of barren desert. It has to do with reconnecting to the awe, wonder, and majesty that every human life has available to it. By visiting art galleries frequently and letting the energy and genius of the creator infuse your mindset, heart set, health set, and soul set, it has to do with eating fresh foods simply prepared with interesting, real, thoughtful, creative, and compassionate people who make you feel good. Stepping into the magic also has a lot to do with saying goodbye to your past, embracing the present, and making a return to the imaginativeness, innocence, exuberance, and lovingness you were intimate with when you were a child. Adults are deteriorated children. Heaven on earth shows up naturally in your heart when you have the brilliance and bravery to start opening it up again, like you did when you were little. Picasso once said, "It took me 4 years to paint like Raphael, but a lifetime to paint like a child," contributed the artist energetically. I didn't agree that getting back to being more innocent brings the magic back to our lives. The billionaire stopped. He rested his bike and waved for his two students to follow him over to an area of the vineyard that had a black metal sign marked Chenin Blank in bright yellow letters. Stone Relay then fell to his knees. The entrepreneur and the artist watched him draw a learning model in the mineral rich soil of the terroir. It looked exactly like this: joy as a GPS. First, people fuel, second, pursuit fuel, third, place fuel. Your personal GPS. The magic the billionaire mused, still whispering, as he stood up straight as a soldier. His eyes were closed now, his thick hair fluttered slightly in the mild wind. As he placed one hand to his heart, more doors materialized. I'm really into breeze these days. You did only appreciate them if you didn't have them anymore. Like I'm saying, there's such an enchantment to life. It's right in front of you, available to anyone. We all can become magicians of sorts. But to experience this higher reality I'm speaking of, to really find it, you will need to leave the world a lot. Play in common society and succeed in the game it sells you, but disconnect from it often, so you are never really owned by it. Because the sport the majority is playing is only an illusion, sort of a waking dream that too many good people are donating the best morning of their finest days to, as they put money over meaning, profits over people, popularity over integrity, being busy over family, and achievement over loving the basic miracles of the now. The billionaire eyes remained closed. Next, he lifted both hands towards the heavens as he liked to do. You enter the magic by using your joy as a GPS, disclosed the billionaire, speaking directly to the diagram he did draw in the dirt. To know ever increasing amounts of happiness, trust what makes you feel happy. Your heart knows where you need to be. It's so much wiser than your head. Instinct knows so much more than intellect, and intuition is smarter than reason. That's for sure. Our intelligence is made up of what those around us have taught us. It's limited, it's confined by logic and what's been done before. Your sovereign self knows better. It operates in possibility, not practicality, is visionary, is unlimited. Not sure I understand you, said the entrepreneur. Follow your joy, instructed Mr. Relly. Only be around those people who fuel your joy. Only perform those pursuits that fill your bliss. Only be in those places that make you feel most alive. Look, I know it's hard to leave this model perfectly, so please see this framework as an ideal to move forward. And like everything else I've taught you, it's a process, not an event. It will take time, but it begins with being aware of this model and then allowing your joy to be your GPS. The billionaire started walking with the mountain bike and gently motioning for his two students to follow. Ah, the magic that lives at the essence of life. Love it so much. Fills me with more serenity and tranquility than any material object ever has. And this is the importance of balancing being successful with being soulful. The billionaire clenched his arm tightly and looked as if he was dealing with severe pain. Yet again, your heart is always wiser than your head, he repeated softly. It knows where you must be. Follow it, trust it, you'll find the magic. The billionaire gave a signal and instantly from behind the scarecrow, as assistant dashed across the vineyard to his employer, a silver spade was handed to the billionaire and a quick hug was exchanged. The magnet began to dig with gusto. Soon a clack could be heard as the metal struck metal. Mr. Riley knelt to the ground and began weeping salt from a steel box that had been embedded into the earth. As he did this, he started yodeling much as folk singers in Switzerland and Austria do. It was something else to watch the industrialist as he dug and to hear him sing. The entrepreneur and the artist were mesmerized. The box was then opened with colossal care. Inside were 11 magic charms, each attached to a letter. In that moment, sunshine radiating over the billionaire created the effect of another shimmering halo. I am part of all that is, mumbled the billionaire to himself. The great power of the universe is within me. All I desire with active faith, positivity, expectancy, and purposeful conviction is on its way to me. And if that which I wish for does not come, is simply because something even better is on its way. I know this belief to be true. All wizards know it to be true. The entrepreneur and the artist stared at each other, eyes wide open. What are you doing? Quizzed the artist. I'm using one of my incantations, responded the billionaire. He added more yodeling to the end of his sentence and said, you can't produce magic in your life until you learn the luminous arts of a real magician. Abruptly, the box began to rise and hover over the salt for just a moment. The mouths of the entrepreneur and the artist were now as open as rose in the springtime. The artist was a little unnerved. Optical illusion someone taught you, right? Maybe yes, maybe no. Mr. Riley's reply only heightened the mystery. Each of these magic charms will help you remember one of the 11 maxims I have been playing over this past decades for increasing my financial fortune and for experiencing an exquisite life. Like I said, my days provide a steady stream of beauty, grand awe, and relentless wonder. Heaven on earth, the billionaire reiterated, and I wanted you both to live like this too. The cool thing is that anyone can create this kind of an existence, but very few people alive today know how to manifest one. And each associated letter will bring together some of the key themes I have shared with you on the sensational adventure, sort of to summarize things. As we approach the end, the mogul added, the first charm was a small mirror. Here's what the letter attached to it said. The billionaire's maxim 1. To create magic in the world, own the magic within yourself. Look in the mirror. Your relationship with you predicts your relationship with the world. Remember that you have a primitive longing for silence and solitude, and that it is in quietude and self-awareness rises. French mathematician Blaise Pascal wrote, all of humanity's problems stem from man's inability to sit quietly in a room alone. Release your need for complexity and immerse yourself in the stillness only the early morning can provide so you get to know yourself again. Because a flight from solitude really is an escape from freedom. To become an everyday magician, so your life is rich with passion, plenty and peace grow more comfortable being still. So you start to hear the whispers of the great genius who slumbers within you. In restfulness, you'll remember all you truly are. You'll re-access that supreme self, abundant with creativity, potency, invisibility, and a love that has no conditions. In this sanctuary of silence, you will also be afforded something so rare in this age time for yourself to be, and the more you do so, the more you will discover how life really works. You will also begin to differentiate between your beliefs that are merely cultural constraints and those that are actual truths, and between the trustworthy voice of your intuition and the persuasive pronouncement of your fears in solitude. You will also receive the disruptive insights that will transform your field. I know it sounds strange, but amid serenity, you will actually visit the alternate reality in which visionaries like Nikola Tesla, Albert Einstein, Grace Hopper, Thomas Edison, John D. Rockefeller, Marie Curie, Andrew Carnegie, Catherine Graham, Sam Walton, Rosalind Franklin, and Steve Jobs, among others luminaries, spend much time. Why do you think the legendary scientists, investors, and industrialists and artists all made so much effort to be alone? I have shared with you that long stretches spent in noiseless contemplation is one of the secrets of the advanced mind. Ultimately, you are the only person you will be with your entire life. Why not strengthen your relationship with your greatest self, fully know your genius, and start a lifetime love affair with your most noble nature? The second magic charm was in the form of a flower. The billionaire relished its fragrance. He then smiled and passed a letter associated with it to his students for their review. It read, "The Billionaire Maxim 2. Collect miraculous experiences over material things." The world has burdened and hardened you. As a child, your instinct showed you how to spot the miraculousness of a snowflake, find fortune in a spider's web, and adore the splendor of falling leaves on a colorful autumn morning. The pursuit wasn't about acquiring things, it was about exploring life, to switch the lens through which you see life, from one that views the was ordinary to one that perceives the extraordinary is to multiply your ability to create miracles and to re engage with the lost purity you knew in your youth before a broken society trained you to value objects and cash over joys and delights. Laugh more often, dance more regularly, and play more frequently. Please. The future holds promises of mysterious good. Anything can happen overnight, said the mystic Florence Scovelstein. Be more alive to the wonders that inhabit your days. Gentle breezes, squirrels chasing each other in a park, and music that is so wonderful it makes you cry. And you will begin to live as royalty along with heightening your primal powers to produce even more magic in your mornings. Never sacrifice your well being and quality of life for greater annual income or larger net worth. The determinants of a magnificent life have remained the same for centuries. A sense that you are growing and capitalizing on your human potential, effortful work that draws your finest productivity and is profitable for humanity. Witty connections with positive people who escalate your jubilation and time doing that which nurtures your spirit as you advance through your days with a grateful heart. Yes, in Rome I linked my journal. It's one of the rituals I run to actively heighten my aliveness by raising my appreciation of all the good blessings that have been given to me. The more vividly I valued everything in my life, the more everything in my life climbs in value. So become a collector of awesome experience instead of a consumer of material things. Simplify your life and make a return to the essential enjoyments that are sitting right under your nose. As you do so, you will overcome the forces that have suppressed your fire and tear down the carrot of superficiality that so many fine souls among us are stuck in. And as you continue, you will come to know how gorgeous and terrific your life really is. And please do remember that your past is a servant that has made you all you now are, not a companion to spend much time with in your present or a friend to carry into your spotless future. It's impossible to enter the magic that each fresh morning brings if parts of you are holding on to old disappointment, resentments, and hurts. You know that well now. Light-heartedness, upbeat, and Asian pain can't stand the sight of each other. So train yourself through steady and ceaseless practice to immerse yourself fully in this moment. Yes, it takes work and patience. Yes, severing this very instant is an essential move for a dazzling life. This time is all you really have, and it's an empire worth more than any amount of money in the world. One day you will see. The third magic charm was a symbol of a door. Every ending marks a new beginning. All we experience happen for a helpful reason. And when one door closes, another will always open for you, noted the billionaire. Trust always that life has your back, even if what's unfolding make no sense. The attached letter read, The Billionaire Magazine 3. Failure inflates fearlessness. It is impossible to live without failing at something unless you live so cautiously that you might as well not have lived at all. In which case you fail by default, said J.K. Rowling. The mighty Goliaths and ambition and the massive behemoths of imagination within you must never be abducted by the tiny cowards of what will people think? What if I get rejected and I'll probably look silly if I try this? You can allow yourself to become paralyzed by a fear of rejection, or you can go out there and astonish the world, but you just don't get to do both. Life's reality is that you have a transcendent destiny that begs for your attention in this era of rushing complexity. Stop abusing your greatness, deforming your magnificence, and denying your radiance by labeling something that didn't turn out as you wanted a failure. We all know that within every seeming setback lies a distinguished opportunity for every greater success. And start saying yes more often in your life. Courage is an exquisite weapon to defeat the armies of regret that tear away at lives meekly lived. A wooden paintbrush about the size of a finger was the next magic charm that Mr. Relly carefully lifted from the metal box. This will reinforce the notion that you are a powerful creator of your own life and a mighty artist around your ambitions. That productive, prosperous, fit, and optimistic people got their great fortune by luck is a lie. I have invested a lot of time making sure you understand this point. That such folks made their empires of money, vitality, and influence on society because the stars align in the right order to breathe their success is pure myth. Here, look at this, please, instructed the mentor kindly as he handed over the next letter. The Billionaire Magazine 4. Proper use of your primal power creates your personal utopia. Many human beings spend their finest hours in a facade of satisfaction. By this I mean they think and say they are happy, but in reality they are miserable. They rationalize the fact they have been betrayed, their dreams, neglected their human treasures, and minimized the impact they could have on the planet by telling themselves to be satisfied with what they have instead of evolving into more. Yes, be widely thankful for all you have, yet also consider that such individuals have dead ended themselves through absolute neglect and outright abandonment of their inherent power. And as a result, all sense of personal freedom and any hope of sovereignty over the lavish talents have been savaged. To enter the magic of your life, you must become aware of the four creative tools that turn each of your desires into a visible results. These four resources that will allow you to materialize miracles in the world are your thoughts, your feelings, your words, and your deeds. Exercise your mind to think only thoughts that serve your ascent to mastery and happiness. Sit regularly in feelings of gratitude, positive expectancy, and love for all that you have in your life. Speak only the words of upliftment, abundance, and encouragement as you saw me doing when I was upside down. And do only those acts that are in a forceful alignment with the resident hero that sits at your most wise foundation. Study someone playing small with their potential, and you will understand clearly why their conditions are as difficult as they are. They focus their thinking on the instead of plenty. They disrespect the potency of the world by speaking continually of problems, by labeling the circumstance as terrible, and by classifying rewards such as vast success, financial wealth, contentment, and energetic service to others as impossible, failing to understand that it is their own speech that disconnects them from their capacity to craft magic. Words truly are creative multipliers, and in terms of the daily needs of such stuck performers, they don't work hard at all, doing as little as possible while hoping for a beautiful life believing no one sees this crime against the humanity. Yet the Most High Magician within them, their conscience and their subconscious mind, watches it all and witnesses this theft from their best. The next object was a nazar, an eye-like amulet that some cultures use to ward off evil people. You may have seen one on one of your travels. Look, cats, I don't believe anyone is truly evil, the billionaire said to his students. Well, maybe a few, but mostly the more I live, the more I know that every one of us has experienced various degree of trauma in their lives. And as I shared earlier, when people in pain do painful things to others, those who are suffering create suffering, and individuals whose behavior is confusing are generally very confused themselves. They are just really hurting, and something has happened to them that has caused them to feel threatened, and so the goodness of their at their core has contracted and closed. To call them horrible people is a superficial judgment. It's a lot deeper than that quick perception. Anywho, having said that, for now, let's just say that for your own maximum productivity, top performance, boundless joyfulness, and peace of mind is really important to avoid bad people, those who are filled with wounds from past and don't have the self-awareness not to project onto you. I was once on a business trip in Barbados where a taxi driver gave me this piece of wisdom which has served me very well. Avoid bad people. The I had this letter stuck to it. The Millennium Maxim 5. Avoid bad people. Never underestimate the power of your associations. By the phenomenon known as emotional contagion, as well as through the activation of the mirror neurons in our brains, we model the behavior of the people we spend our days with. Fill your life with exceptionally excellent, enterprising, healthy, positive, ethical, and sincere loving people. And over time, you will exemplify these lofty traits. Allow dream stealers, energy thieves, and enthusiasm bandits into your tight bubble of total focus, and please know you are sure to become like them. The real key is to avoid trouble creators. People who have grown up in an environment riddled with drama and non-stop problems will consciously and subconsciously recreate drama and non-stop problems because, as amazing as it seems, such conditions feel familiar, safe, and like home to them. Stay away from all drama queens and negativity kings. If you don't, sooner or later they will dissolve your bigness and destroy your life. It's just what they do. Relate peacefully as much as possible with everyone. Even one enemy is an enemy too many. Pass through life gracefully, taking the taking the high road when conflict shows up. Should someone do you wrong, let karma do the dirty work and let a world class life be your revenge. Clipped to the sixth letter in the metal safe box was a paper money of large denomination. It had been folded into a triangle for some cryptic reason unknown to the entrepreneur and the artist. This letter was longer than the others, it said. The billionaire Maxim said, money is the fruit of generosity, not scarcity. Be not misled by the dominant philosophy of the world. Poverty is the consequence of an inner condition, not an outer situation. To believe otherwise is to hand over your capacity to produce the magic of prosperity that you want to the very things you complaining of. Money is a currency that must flow like electricity. Yes, cash is a current. It needs to circulate. Hoarding it stops the flow of it into your business and private life. All genuine magicians know this, so give more to receive more. Leave lavish tips for serve in restaurants, housekeepers in hotels, and drivers in taxicabs. Donate to charities, do wonderful things for your family and friends without a single thought of any return. A tsunami of abundance will be sent to you. You may wonder why so many of us live in such scarcity. This state of being is due to our money scars. These are the programs hidden deep within our subconscious that we place there unknowingly by the messaging from our parents and the teaching of other powerful childhood influences. The common statements based on the falsehood that were taught to them sounds like be happy with what you have, or rich people are dishonest, or money doesn't grow on trees. These words planted the dark seeds of lack within us as a tender, impressionable age. Four practices have helped me make my financial fortune, and so I give them to you. Positive expectancy, active faith, ever increasing gratitude, and extreme value delivery. By positive expectancy, I simply mean to tell you that I always maintain a mindset where I expect money will come to me regularly and from highly unexpected sources. Active faith is when you behave in a way that shows life you trust it in is abundance and benevolence. The universe adores gestures of affluence like paying for dinner you had with your friends at at an expensive restaurant when you cannot totally afford to do so, or buying the tools you need to raise your craft when there is little cash in your wallet. I am in no way suggesting that you throw yourself into a prison of debt. Not at all. Over leverage is such a destructive force in our civilization today. Just show nature you know prosperity is coming and perform acts that make you feel like you have plenty. Ever increasing gratitude, well, we have discussed that one a lot over our journey together. Continue opening your heart to everything and everyone in your life. Bless your money when you pay a bill. Bless the cashier at the grocery store and the farmers who harvested your food. Bless the motorist who lets you into a line in traffic and the musicians who write the songs that become the soundtrack of your life. Bless your legs for carrying you all these years, your eyes for allowing you to witness beauty, and your heart for allowing you to feel alive. An extreme value delivery just means giving others, teammates, customers, family members, and strangers exponentially more benefit than they ever could expect from you because we reap what we sow. Developing and then armor plating your prosperity consciousness will realize quantum gains in your income and personal net worth. So please get this piece right. Much of the sadness in our culture is because too many of us don't have enough money. This need not be so. What's next? Wondered the artist as he pulled a robust grape of wine and swallowed it whole. The billionaire pulled a miniature running shoe from the case saying, exercise is definitely a magic charm. Read the letter I wrote for you both that goes with it. Letter said, the billionaire maxim 7. Optimal health maximizes your power to produce magic. Exercising first thing in the morning gets the primary win of taking care of your health out of the way. This all important activity is now done, leaving your cognition, energy, physiology, and spirit primed to create wonders within your day. When you begin to work out each morning consistently, you will be surprised by how poorly you feel when you miss a day. You realize that this is how you felt most of the time before you embraced this habit. You just weren't aware of it because feeling low was your usual state of being. Peak health really is true wealth. Those who lose their good health spend the rest of their lives trying to recover it. Uncommon vitality is also a marvelous method to grow your prosperity. When you get into the finest fitness of your life, calibrate your nutrition to mastery level, dial in your sleep routine, and minimize aging, you'll notice vast increase in your ability to build intimacy with your sovereign self. So you bring on more of your genius glory and compassion into our world. This in turn will bring you great financial fortune. Much more importantly, you will be placed in a position of being able to make a bigger contribution, and nothing is as glamorous as helpfulness. Every magician knows this truth well. The A symbol was of a tiny mountain climber. NSI never stop improving the quality of your mornings along with the excellence of your life. The billionaire explained. He then let out one last loud yodel. The vineyard workers looked over and laughed uproariously. Mr. Relay waved and giggled with them. He then carried on with his discourse. The whole game of the A player is to always be rising. When you submit a high peak, you will see the next range of peaks waiting to be scaled. Key metaphor there for you. Cats. He blew some dirt off the letter that corresponded with this magic charm and held it up for his students to see. Here's how it read. The Billionaire's Maxim 8. Continue raising your life standards towards absolute world class. Hedonic adaptation describes the psychological circumstance where human beings adapt to environmental and life changes. You receive the pay raise you have wanted for years and you are overjoyed for a day. Then this new income level becomes your new normal. The joy you felt fades. Or you move into a noisy apartment close to train tracks, yet over time you stop hearing the trains. Or maybe the dream car you just purchased staggers you with excitement until after a few weeks it becomes just another part of the scenery. These are examples of hedonic adaptation in operation, and the phenomenon unfolds for each of us inside all our lives. One antidote to this human way of existing is to constantly increase your personal standards and raise the quality of your life, make each quarter better than the last and each year better than the previous one. This is how titans and legends roll. Related to this is a very important philosophy that has served me well. Go through life at world class. Life just too short not to treat yourself as amazingly as possible. And as you take better care of you, your relationship with others, with your work, with money, and with the world will be lifted correspondingly because your relationship with everything outside of yourself cannot help but be a demonstration of your relationship with all that is within you. This is just the way it is. Invest in the finest books you can buy, and you will be rewarded in multiples. Eat fantastic food of the highest caliber, even if all you can currently afford is an excellent starter salad at a luxurious local restaurant. Go to have a coffee at the greatest hotel in your city if where you live has a professional sports team that you love. Sit courtside for one game rather than hanging out in the cheap seats for a few seasons. Drive the best car you possibly can. Listen to joyful music daily. Visit art galleries like I have taught you. So the creativity and consciousness of the painters will rub off on your soul. And remember, be around flowers often. They raise your frequency as well as your ability to see the alternate universe all visionaries tap into. Why do you think so many of the great saints, seers, healers, and sages kept flowers beside them? You will be pleasantly stunned at what this does for your powers to generate all that you desire. Magic charm number 9 was a heart, and here's what the associated letter said. The Billionaire's Maxim 9. Deep love is unconquerable joy. Any chance you get, show people love. A quote often attributed to the William Penn has guided most of my life and served me wonderfully. It goes, I expect to pass through life but once, if therefore there can be any kindness I can show or any good thing that I can do to any fellow being, let me do it now and not defer or neglect it, as I shall not pass this way again. Tell people how proud you are of them and how much you love them while you and they are still alive. I once met a man who told me he felt abounding happiness at the very sight of a live person. Why? I asked him. Because I have seen so many people dead in my life that meeting someone alive is a special gift, he said. Not one of us knows when we'll face our end, so why hold back that which is most valuable, the human capacity to love deeply? Part of your job as a fully alive human is to make people feel better about themselves and to make others smile. It may shock you how little it takes to make someone happy. Write old school love letters to everyone you care about. Thank your notes to those who have helped you and messages of consideration for anyone you think needs some appreciation. Express how you really feel without being limited by the devilish fear of rejection and always be more interested in other people than being concerned with coming off as an interesting person. Every human being you meet has a lesson to teach, a story to tell, and some dream in their heart that longs for your support. Our best selves our best selves will be shackled by the caring words we leave unspoken, the warm feelings we fail to display, and the good deeds we leave undone. Here, take this, please, the tycoon gently requested as he gave his guest a figure of an angel. Words on this page is especially important. I suggest you read it with very open spirit. The letter expressed the following. The Billionaire Maxim 10. Heaven on earth is a state, not a place. Taking daily voyages into awe and regular adventures into wonder. Wonder is such a potent source of happiness and a key skill in the promotion of your ever increasing genius. All the great women and men of the world learn how to relax into the magic of a day enchantingly spent. Through my experiments with life, I now understand that what the immortal philosophers, mystics, and saviors called heaven on earth isn't a place to visit but a state you can inhabit. Trust me as your Trust me, as you cultivate your mindset, purify your heart set, optimize your health set, and elevate your soul set, the way you perceive and experience life will revolutionize your experience. But if you don't do this profoundly important work, you will never know, and my words will seem like the ramblings of an old eccentric. A sane person in a world gone crazy has always been considered insane. So, as you dedicate more time to personal mastery, the amount of self love you feel will expand, and all lavish success and private joys to depend on loving oneself. What keeps you in bondage to your doubts, insecurities, and fears in low inner worth? Because of what people told you about yourself in your early childhood, your subconscious mind discounts your braveness, models your highness, and changes your greatness. As you let go of the false belief that you were taught are truths, and as you release the emotional wounds that close you to love, and I'm speaking of something so much more than romance here, you will develop the ability to sense this all new reality I have been hinting at. It has always been there, but because of the tainted filter through which you were seeing the world, you were blocked from knowing it. Yet nothing is wrong. There has been no West. All is unfolding as it should. At your end, you will realize that very little of what happened to you was an accident. Everything was for your growth, and all was for your good. The entrepreneur and the artist were mightily taken aback when they were shown the 11th and final magic charm. If you really want to play in the magic of life, reflect often on this one, instructed the billionaire as he handed them a miniature coffin. This letter, unlike the previous ones, was written in red ink. It read, The Billionaire's Maxim 11. Tomorrow is a bonus, not a right. Postpone not your heroism and never delay your peacefulness. Your life can fall apart within an hour. I am an optimist and a genuine merchant of hope, and yet I am also a realist. Accidents, illness, loss, and death happen every day. It's human nature to think these things will never occur. Yet, all wise philosophers teach us of the transience of our existence. Armed with this insight, connect with your mortality. Understand that your days are numbered, and with the passage of each glorious morning, you grow closer to your end. Don't put off expressing your gifts and talents, and make certain you enjoy this ride. Have a good time as you rise towards your magnificence. It's so sad how most people postpone having a beautiful, fun, and magical life until they are too old to fully savor it. Life absolutely is a sublime journey. Yes, we all experience trials and heartbreak, but it's all mostly good. Every hero story needs to have a villain as well as some juicy tragedy along with the triumphs and ultimate victory for it to be a tale worth watching. And so, keep the shortness of life at the forefront of your focus. Don't put off your happiness until you have more time, or you get the promotion, or you have money in the bank. These are excuses born of feelings that you are undeserving. Sense them and then extract them from your orbit so that you can keep ascending into your loftiest realms. Tomorrow is a promise, not a fact. Enjoy every morning and appreciate each day you have on earth. Take bold risks, yet hedge them with common sense. Balance living like there is no tomorrow with behaving like you have lived forever, so that when the end does come, you will know you lived your life as a majestic testimony to the capacity for legendary that every human being carries inside of them. The billionaire then proceeded to kiss his students. I love you too. I really miss you. Then he disappeared into the vineyard, leaving only his mountain bike. 17. The 5 a.m. club members become heroes of their lives. Live like a hero, that's what the classic teaches us. Be a main character, otherwise what is life for? J.M. Coetzee. The helipad in Cape Town, South Africa is on the V&A waterfront, a place where tourists ride the Cape Wheel yacht races, replenish their supplies for courage-filled, adrenaline-fueled ocean contests, fishing characters may be booked, and strong morning coffee can be found. The bubbly brunette with labyrinth glasses made sure the liability waivers were signed by the billionaire, the entrepreneur, and the artist. She then stood on a leather sofa, made notes on a checklist, and provided her three VIP clients with the safety briefing that was mandatory before the helicopter whisked them to Robben Island. As you know, Robben Island, a barren, not so huge, shark surrounded, ominous looking parcel of land sitting not so far from the coast of Cape Town, is where Nelson Mandela was confined to an enormously tiny prison cell for 18 of the 27 years he was imprisoned. Over time, this great hero of the world was attacked, abused, and otherwise mistreated. And yet, he replied to this bad behavior with olive branches, seeing the good in his captors and guarding his hope for a democratic nation where all people would be equals. Speaking about Mahatma Gandhi, Einstein once said, generations to come will scarce between that such a one as this ever in flesh and blood walked upon this earth. The same could be expressed of Mr. Mandela. It is an absolute pleasure to have you here for your short trip over to the island, the woman indicated politely. South Africans are remarkably well mannered and thoughtful people. The billionaire wore a black baseball cap with the phrase, "To lead is to be of use," stitched on the front of it. "You will have to take that off once you step onto the helipad, young man," the woman told him with a golden glimmer in her eye. The billionaire beamed. "I think she likes me," he whispered to his companions. "Today's our last day together," he added matter of factly. After the safety instruction had been delivered, the billionaire, the entrepreneur, and the artist were escorted out of the building and into a paved holding area where two weather beaten picnic tables sat. Though it was sunny, the winds were gusty. The billionaire removed his hat. "I feel a little anxious," thought the billionaire. I have never been to Robben Island. I have read a lot about what went on there under the inhuman and evil system of apartheid, which ranked the treatment of people according to the color of skin with no consideration for the caliber of their character or the quality of their hearts. A serious looking young man wearing a slim raincoat, khaki trousers, and boating shoes emerged from one of the empty maintenance bays and requested that the billionaire and his students follow him out to the helipad. An army green helicopter sat at the center of the area with its rotors spinning impressively. The pilot was at the controls, adjusting dials, knobs, and the like. The young man meticulously made sure that all three clients were properly situated in the aircraft for a safe and even weight distribution, then placed a headphone with a microphone onto the billionaire's head. "Good morning," boomed the billionaire enthusiastically to the helicopter pilot. As the rotors accelerated, the pilot's face could not be seen beneath his helmet, aviator sunglasses, and face protector, and he refused to say a word. "Not so friendly," muttered the billionaire, remaining both somewhat nervous yet positively excited for this once in a lifetime experience that was about to unfold. The helicopter started rising, slowly initially, then ascending quickly. "The trip will take about 5 minutes. Winds and sea swells are extra strong today," as was all the pilot spoke, and even this he voiced curtly. The billionaire, the artist, and the entrepreneur remained quiet. Each of them simply stared at Robben Island, a landmass that seemed more vast and even more brutal as they neared it. The aircraft landed on a pad surrounded by low trees, and as it did, seven springboks gracefully vaulted by. Yes, seven springboks. At the same, it began to rain, and another double rainbow like the one that had appeared at the dolphin swim in Mauritius extended across the full length of the horizon that intersected with the Atlantic Ocean. "All very special," observed the artist, arm in arm with his wife. "We have definitely entered the magic," replied the billionaire in a respectful tone that conveyed an enormous appreciation for the opportunity to experience Robben Island and at the same delivered a sense of sadness for the valuable lives that had been ruined here. The pilot lingered in the cockpit, pressing buttons and turning off the helicopter while his three passengers excited onto the asphalt landing space and silently took in the scene. From out of nowhere, an old pickup truck with KSA marked on the side raced towards them, leaving voluminous clouds of dust in its wake. You are not supposed to be here, shouted the driver, clearly a security guard, in a thick South African accent. Once he had reached the helicopter, he remained in his vehicle. Because of the weather, Robben Island has been closed to the public. He called forcefully. The ferries have all stopped running. No vessel can come to the port area here and no helicopters are allowed to land. You should have known about this. You should not be here, the officer emphasized, adding, who are you people? The guard did remain professional at all times, but he was visibly surprised and obviously mildly shaken. Perhaps imagining that the occupants of the aircraft had planned some kind of ground assault, and thinking the unexpected visitors had illicit intentions. All is good here, the pilot said, the firmness and confidence not often seen. He was now standing outside the helicopter and began to walk slowly toward the man in the truck, first adjusting his shirt, then arranging his helmet, which he kept on. The pilot was not young. You could detect this from the way he walked. This is a special day for them, remarked the pilot, his voice getting louder. These people have come a long way to see the prison cell where Nelson Mandela was jailed. They have come to view the limestone quarry where he was forced to hack away at stones for over a decade in the torturous sun that reflected off the rock to the point where it damaged his eyesight permanently. They want to view the courtyard where the statesman will exercise and throw tennis ball with confidential messages inside to his fellow political prisoners in the next cell block. They need to go to the spot where Nelson Mandela's manuscript for Long Walk to Freedom, his autobiography, will be secretly buried in the dirt after he has spent many hours working on it. They need to experience at least a little the suffering Mr. Mandela endured over his 18 grueling years here, and they must learn about how, even though he was so viciously treated, a theft of many of the best years of his life. Once he was released, he chose to forgive all those who had been so cruel to him. The pilot stopped in front of the pickup truck. These people want to be genuine heroes themselves, I hear. In their professional and in their private lives, they wish to be leaders of their productivity, icons in full on expression of their mastery, and perhaps even path blazers in the fulfillment of a better humanity. Our world has never been so in need of pure heroes as it is today. And as I always teach when I present from the platform, why wait for them when you have it in you to become one of them? Wouldn't you agree? Stone asked the pilot, turning to speak to the billionaire, whose mouth instantly fell completely open. The pilot then, ever so gingerly, almost in slow motion, took off his face guard. Next, he shed his sunglasses, and finally, he removed his helmet. The billionaire, the entrepreneur, and the artist were astonished by what they saw. It was the spellbinder. Sterile and calculating fluorescent lighting kept the prison on Robben Island hauntingly airy, even during the daytime, and feeling frugal, brutal, and unsparing. A set of invisible hands seemed to be guiding the members of the Fire Club on that fantastic South African morning, because by some precious symphony of synchronicity, the billionaire will call it the magic. The security guard who had rest up in the dusty pink pickup truck was a huge follower of the spellbinders, and I am your one fan kind of fan. He loved the spellbinders' work that much. And so, you won't believe this, but it really did happen. The head of housekeeping, after receiving a green light from the guard, started the tour bus that was out of commission that day because of the bad weather and drove it to where the visitors stood. She also asked one of the few guides still on the island to raise the flag and open the prison for a totally private tour. Just for the billionaire, the entrepreneur, the artist, and the spellbinder. In, ev- In every life, especially the hardest one, doorways of possibility and gateways into the miraculous swing open, revealing the reality that everything that each one of us experiences is part of some intelligent and yes, often illogical plan meant to draw us nearer to our greatest powers, most wonderful circumstances, and highest good. Everything we go through as we travel through our life is, in truth, a fantastic orchestration designed to introduce us to our truest talents, connect us with our most sovereign selves, and deepen your intimacy with the glorious hero that lives inside each of us. Yes, within every single one of us, and that does mean you. The tour guide, who also happened to be a former political prisoner, was a large man with a gruff voice. As he led his guests towards the cell where Nelson Mandela was forced to live for so many long and harsh years, he answered each of the questions they asked. Did you know Nelson Mandela? Queried the spellbinder thoughtfully. Yes, I served with him for 8 years here on Robben Island. What was he like as a person? Asked the artist, appearing overwhelmed by the emotions that he was feeling as they walked down the main corridor of the jail that had been home to so many atrocities during the era. Oh, said the guide gently with a gracious and even wise smile across his face. That man was a humble servant. And what was Nelson Mandela like a leader? Pressed the entrepreneur. Tremendous, dignified, inspirational by the way he handled himself and all he went through. Every time he met one of his fellow leaders, often it was here in this courtyard, commented the guide as he stepped into the area where the political prisoners will walk, talk, plan, and stand. He will ask, are you learning? He did often say, each one teach one. In this way, mentoring his associates on the importance of sharing their daily, learning to increase the leadership capability of all those around them. Mr. Mandela understood that education is ultimate highway into freedom. That man was treated so poorly, all those hours of backbreaking work in the limestone quarry, all the degradation and humiliation. A few years after he came here, he was ordered to dig a grave in the prison yard and then to lie in it. The tour guide added. He must have thought that was the end, reflected the billionaire softly. Probably, replied the guide. Instead, the guards unzipped their pants and urinated over him. The spellbinder, the billionaire, the entrepreneur, the artist all look down. We all have our own Robben Islands that can keep us imprisoned. I guess, the billionaire mused. As we go through life, we endure our own trials and injustices. Nothing as served as what we went on here, of course. I read that Nelson Mandela said his greatest regret was not being allowed out of his prison to attend the funeral of his eldest son after he was killed in a car accident, expressed the billionaire. He looked up to the sky. I guess we all have our regrets, and no one gets out without their own ordeals and tragedies. The tour guide pointed to the fourth window to the right of the entrance into the courtyard. There, he stated, that's Nelson Mandela's cell. Let's go in. The cell was incredibly small. No bed, a small wooden table that the prisoner would kneel at to write in his journal, as there was no chair, a concrete floor and a brown woolen blanket with green and red flecks in it. For the first year of his imprisonment, Nelson Mandela wasn't even permitted to wear long pants. Though it was freezing over the South African winter, he was given only a thin shirt and flimsy shorts. When he showered, the guards stood and watched this elderly man standing naked and attempt to humiliate and break him. When it was time to eat, he was given food unfit for an animal. When letters would arrive from his wife and children, often they wouldn't be delivered, or if they were, they would be significantly censored. All this was carefully done to crush Mr. Mandela's spirit, the guide explained. It seems to me all that he endured in this shoe book of jail cell on this desolate island, encircled by a raging ocean, developed him, strengthened him, and opened him. The prison became his crucible, the mistreatment became his salvation, leading him into his natural power, highest humanity, and fullest state of unstained heroism. In a world of such selfishness, apathy, and people disconnected from what it means to be human, he used what he was presented with to grow into an advanced soul on the planet. A man who will show the rest of us what leadership, fortitude, and love look like. And in so doing, he became one of our great emblems of forgiveness and finest symbols of the peace the spellbinder offered. Yes, indeed, replied the tour guide. When Mr. Mandela was ultimately released from Robben Island, he was transferred to what is now called Drakensberg Correctional Center between Par and Franschhoek. His ascension to the presidency of South Africa was inevitable, so he was being prepared to assume the position and to lead a free yet enormously divided nation. During that final period of his incarceration, he was given the warden's home, and on the day of his release, he walked out of this residence over to a long paved road with a guard post and a white gate at the end of it. Nelson Mandela was asked by prison personnel if he did prefer to be driven down this road to freedom. He refused and indicated simply that he would rather walk, and so this transformational leader and history maker who has left a legacy that will inspire many generations took halting steps towards his long awaited liberation. The tour guide took a long, weary breath. Then he carried on. Mr. Mandela was given a country on the cusp of a civil war, yet somehow he managed to become unifier instead of a destroyer. I still remember the words from the famous speech he gave during one of his trials. During my lifetime, I have dedicated myself to the struggle of the African people. I have fought against white domination and I have fought against black domination. I have cherished the ideal of a democratic and free society in which all persons will live together in harmony and with equal opportunities. It is an ideal for which I hope to live for and to see realized. But if it needs be, it is an ideal for which I am prepared to die. Mr. Riley cleared his throat. He kept looking at the cement floor of a teeny cell. Mr. Mandela was a true hero, confirmed the guide. After his release, he invited the prosecutor who demanded a death penalty for him to dinner. Can you believe that? And he asked one of the jailers who watched over him here on Robben Island to attend his inauguration as the President of South Africa. Really? The entrepreneur asked quietly. Yes, that's the fact, responded a tour guide. He was a real leader, a man of genuine forgiveness. The spellbinder raised a finger to signal he wished to share another point. Nelson Mandela wrote, as I walked out the door toward the gate that would lead to my freedom, I knew if I didn't leave my bitterness and hatred behind, I'd still be in prison. He also said that to be free is not merely to cast off one chains, but to live in a way that respects and enhances the freedom of others. The guide added, and that no one is born hating another person because of the color of his skin or his background or his religion. People must learn to hate, and if they can learn to hate, they can be taught to love, for love comes from more naturally to the human heart than its opposite. I read he did often get up around 5 a.m. and run on the spot for 45 minutes, then perform 200 sit ups, and then do 100 fingertip push ups. That's the reason I'm always doing my push ups, the billionaire contributed somehow, or somewhat awkward. Said the tour guide before continuing. Mr. Mandela came into the cell as a hot headed, angry, hostile, and militant young man. It was who he grew into here in prison that made him the icon we all now revere. As Archbishop Desmond Tutu taught us, suffering can either embitter us or ennoble us. Thankfully, Madiba, which was his clan name, chose the latter. All the best men and women of the world have one thing in common, said the spellbinder extreme suffering, and each of them evolve into their greatness because they choose to leverage their circumstances to heal, purify, and uplift themselves. The spellbinder then pulled out a learning model from his jacket, the final one that the two students will see. It was called the Heroic Human Circle. Here's what it looked like: the Heroic Human Circle. Bravery, forgiveness, integrity, understanding, sincerity, politeness, humility. The seven virtues of the world changers. These are the virtues each of us must aspire to become world changers and heroes for the benefit of a better society, said the spellbinders. His voice filled this morning with hints of both melancholy and immense strength. Leadership is for everyone. Each of us, no matter where we live, what we do, what's happened to us in the past, and what we are experiencing right now, must release the shackles of blame, chains of hate, legs, irons of apathy, and prison bar of ordinary that keep us in slavery to the dark forces of our lowest nature. Every one of us must rise each morning, yes, at 5 a.m., and do everything we can possibly do to unfold our genius, develop our talents, deepen our character, and escalate our spirits. Each of us must do this across our world. The spellbinder began to cry as he went on. We must all break free from our private jails that incarcerate our glory and keep our nobility in bondage. Please remember that gifts and talents neglected become curses and sorrow. The spellbinder paused. It's your time, he stated, looking directly into the eyes of the entrepreneur and the artist. The heroic human circle framework had been placed on the small table in the chamber that sat under the window with bars. The spellbinder dragged it to the center of the space so it became the focus in the prison cell. On that very special day, the spellbinder then asked the billionaire, the entrepreneur, the artist, and the tour guide to crowd around the diagram. They held one another's hands. Yes, no matter what struggle we face and what adversities we will endure, no matter what attacks, humiliation, and violence are visited on us, we must persist. We must continue. We must stay strong. We must live our luminous nature and magnify our sovereign selves. Even if it feels the whole world is against us, this is truly what makes us human beings. Even if it seems the light will never transcend the darkness, keep making your walk to freedom. Model was highest for the rest of us, exemplified grace. For the majority of us, demonstrate actual love for all of us. Now is your moment, said the spellbinder, raising a hand and placing it on the arm of the artist. He gently rested the other hand on the shoulder of entrepreneur. A quiet smile stretched across his face. He looked poised and serene. Time for what? Wondered the artist. To start your pilgrimage, was the simple reply. To where? Asked the entrepreneur, looking a little confused. To a territory called Legacy, indicated the spellbinder. A lot of people are tourists at this place. For fleeting minutes of their precious morning, they linked about the body of work they have built and what it is that they leave behind once they die. For the brief intervals before they get distracted, they reflect on the quality of their productivity, the degree of their decency, and the depth of their impact. For mere short stints before the bustle of being busy consumes them again, they pause to contemplate how beautifully they have lived and how helpful they were. They are mere visitors to this realm. The Mr. Raleigh lifted his arms high as he listened to his mentor's words. I love my life, I'll become an even better leader, I will make an even greater contribution, and I will upgrade into much more inspirational human being, he whispered mostly to himself. The distinguished heroes of humankind, resumed the spellbinder, were citizens and lifetime inhabitants of this territory of legacy. It was their homeland, and this is what ultimately made them legendary. The mighty mission they constructed their lives around way to exist for a cause that was larger than themselves. So when they died, they left our world brighter than they found it. We all come with with an expiration date, added the billionaire. None of us know how long we get to live. True, agreed the entrepreneur. Today, the spellbinder declared, and this very moment deserves and demands your commitment to become sublimely creative, pristinely productive, decadently decent, and of service to many. Please stop postponing your mastery. No longer resist your primal power. Refrain from allowing the shadow forces of fear, rejection, doubt, and disappointment to dim the light of your most luminous self. This is your time, and now is your day to make your leap in your original way into a rare air of the finest leaders who have ever lived, and to enter the universe of the true masters, eminent virtuosos, and authentic heroes who have been responsible for all progress of civilization. All five we all five were still huddled in the circle. Mr. Riley began to yodel a little before the spellbinder's strong stare helped him to tone it down. They smiled at one another, a clear gesture of mutual respect. To lead is to inspire others by the way that you live. To lead is to walk through the fires of your hardest time to step up into forgiveness. To lead is to remove any form of mediocrity from infiltrating the quarters of your life in a dazzling celebration of the majesty that is your birthright. To lead is to turn your terrors into triumphs and translate each of your heartbreaks into heroism. And more than all else, to lead is to be force for good on this tiny planet of ours. Today, you get to accept this grand call to raise the standard by which you live out the remainder of your life. Or at least starting tomorrow, the billionaire suggested with a mischievous grin. Starting at 5 a.m., they all said together, own your morning, elevate your life. 5 years later. A few months after his time on Robben Island, Stone really passed away. He died peacefully in his sleep in a small apartment in the historic center of Rome. His loving daughter was at his side, as was the spellbinder. On the day of the Titan's death, more doves and butterflies took flight over the eternal city than even before. There was even a double rainbow that extended all the way from Spanish Steps to the Colosseum. You would have been impressed if you had been there to see it. The billionaire had been suffering from a rare and incurable disease which he had told no one about except for the spellbinder, because he was his best friend. You'll be happy to know that during his last days, the eccentric tycoon completely liquidated the various ventures of his vast business empire and gave the entire amount to charity. Mr. Riley did decide to leave his oceanside compound in Mauritius to entrepreneur and the artist, as he knew how much they loved being there. Allow me to share what was happened to the entrepreneur and the artist since the time of that most surreal adventure they had with the billionaire. I know you're probably wondering. The entrepreneur has become a fabulously wealthy woman, having grown the company she founded into an iconic enterprise. She has let go of the demons of a past that haunted her for so long and absolutely loves the life she shares with her husband, the artist. She still works hard, but she also enjoys her time off a lot. She just completed her fourth marathon, has taken a great liking to gardening, and volunteers at the shelters for homeless people every Tuesday night. She no longer cares much about fame, fortune, and worldly power, even though she now has all these things. The artist, you'll be fascinated to learn, has become one of the most celebrated painters in his field. He completely beat his procrastination issues, is widely considered a master of his craft, and is an extraordinary husband. He ran 2 marathons with his wife and has now become a vegan. He goes to yodeling classes on nights. And get this, the couple has a wonderfully handsome and even so intelligent little boy. They named him Stone. The entrepreneur and the artist are still members of the 5am Club, running the 20 by 20 by 20 formula every morning well before daybreak. They still practice most of the discipline Mr. Riley taught them, and they have kept the promise they made to their mentor to tell as many people as possible about the transformational value of rising early. As for the spellbinders, he's still alive. In many ways, he's going stronger than ever. He's best out of the Tokyo, but still spends much of his life on stages in stadiums across the planet, on airplanes, and in hotel rooms. He still loves fishing.